All right, if we can start getting to our seats and oh, I'm sorry.
All right, let's get started here on Tuesday morning, whichever day of our meeting it is. Good morning, all. And before I hand the gavel back to the vice chair to continue on F4, I'll turn to Executive Director Burden for any opening remarks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to orient everyone, so yesterday evening we did adjourn partway through public comment on F4, so we'll take up F4 again. And I understand that there was a tribal report in your briefing book, and I understand there's someone that is prepared to speak to that report, so we will return to that tribal report after getting through the balance of the public comments. And then following F4, we'll proceed through the balance of the day as scheduled. So that'll take us through F5, F6, F7, and F8. So a lot of groundfish today. That's all I have this morning, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. With that, then, I'll pass the gavel back. And Mr. Vice Chair, let's continue with F4.
All righty, well, let's jump right off the cliff and get going here. I'll start and see if we can get Daniel Portnoff back on, see if he's got things fixed.
Yeah, let's try this again. How am I coming through?
I hear for right now you're doing a marvelous job.
Excellent. Second time's a charm. Well, good morning, and thank you, Vice Chair Smith and members of the council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Daniel Portnoff, and I'm a graduate student in marine biodiversity and conservation at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. I'd like to return to where we left off last night regarding the EFP for the Pacific Whiting Fleet, specifically for the catcher, processor, and mothership vessels to operate between 42 degrees north and 4010. I have two concerns that I'd like to bring to your attention in my comments, but before that, I would like to begin by acknowledging the thoughtful consideration that went into this EFP application. The proposal outlines an approach that emphasizes caution, such as a 500 fish cap on Chinook salmon incidental catch, comprehensive sampling, and adherence to existing time and area limits within the proposed EFP. These are no doubt well-considered measures. However, the reality of Chinook in California is such that even a well-considered EFP of this nature is needlessly risky. This leads me to my first concern, which is that California's salmon fishery remains in crisis, with commercial fishing having been closed for the past 3 years. This closure has come with significant economic, cultural, and personal costs to fishermen and the communities that depend on them. And with such an important stock in critical condition, it is imperative that the council consider this EFP with an emphasis on avoiding any additional risk posed to Chinook. My second concern is that this EFP may inadvertently lead to a process of incremental expansion. In their proposal, the applicants cite the estimate that more than 70% of Pacific whiting biomass is located below the Oregon-California border that would mark the northern boundary of the proposed EFP area. They note further that the ability to more freely target these fish would reduce incidental catch by curtailing the searching behavior needed to harvest smaller aggregations. My concern is that if this rationale is accepted and moved forward, the natural progression would be to continue expanding at-sea processing further south once the EFP concludes. This is particularly worrisome in light of the 2024 Joint Canada-U.S. Scientific Review Group report, which I believe was also mentioned last night in the GMT report, which suggests that the further south you go, the younger and smaller the hake tend to be. If this is the case, additional pressure on these younger size classes could negatively impact future recruitment. These are two critical points the council must consider. On one hand, there's the threat of immediate damage that even a modest bycatch cap of 500 Chinook would entail to the species. And on the other, there's the broader issue of normalizing additional fishing activity that could extend indefinitely into areas that have long been closed to such activity. As emphasized by the Yurok tribe in their letter to the council, supplemental attachment 4 of this agenda item, The original regulation on this point from the 90s was codified with the express purpose of prohibiting this kind of at-sea processing. In conclusion, while again acknowledging the Whiting Fleet's thoroughness in compiling this EFP proposal and recognizing their attention to detail, precaution and fairness must guide this decision by the Council. Until there is demonstrated recovery of vulnerable salmon populations and a clear mechanism for local benefit from this kind of fishing, I urge the Council to defer endorsement of the proposed EFP and to withhold recommendation to NIMS for implementation. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to keeping our fishery sustainable.
Thank you, and thank you for hanging around today. Any questions, Daniel? Seeing none, thank you. We're going to go to Tony from Coastal Conservation Association, and I'm not going to attempt that last name until I hear it.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the Council, and staff. My name is Tony Bangos, and I'm here representing the Coastal Conservation Association of California. CCA-Cal represents the interests of saltwater recreational anglers. Our members stretch along the state and are dedicated to conserve, promote, and enhance the present and future availability of California's coastal resources. I'm here today to oppose the EFP application for at-sea processing of Pacific whiting between the 40-degree north latitude and the 42 north latitude as written. For the last 3 years, the opportunity for recreational fishing has been decimated due to the multi-year salmon season closure. As an industry, we have lost guides, retailers, and even factions of the hospitality industry, and these entities immediately bore the economic burden. As we've seen across the board, once something is lost, we don't expect it to come back. And these individuals, guides, retailers, they end up moving simply out of the industry just to make those ends meet. California has a salmon rebuilding plan that includes 6 priorities and 71 actions. California's salmon abundance has crashed, and the rebuilding plan includes steps to fix that problem. Salmon fishing opportunities in the area that would be impacted by the EFP have been and may continue to be non-existent. We cannot afford this test. If the EFP is allowed, salmon will be caught as incidental bycatch while directed salmon harvest is prohibited, failing to protect already diminished stocks. Depending on ocean conditions and fishing behavior, any incidental salmon bycatch may undermine the conservation goals of this closure. We are contradicting the purpose of that rebuilding plan intended for the long-term health and availability of a species already negatively susceptible to environmental change. So after 3 years of closures, recreational anglers and businesses continue to suffer, losing license sales, anglers, businesses, and vessels are still tied up at the dock. We trust that the salmon rebuilding plans will work and believe that the proposed EFP as written will jeopardize that success. We all want to do what's right for the future and to be part of a responsible, sustainable, and successful stewardship of California's marine resources. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions of Tony? Brad? Jamie?
Sure. Thanks, Vice Chair Smith. Tony, thank you for coming today, and great testimony. I think that you put that MREP workshop to good use, and look forward to seeing you in the future in that seat. So thank you.
Jamie.
I should have known you were going to steal my MREP thunder on that one. Great to see you here, Tony. Thank you so much. You spoke of the feeling of once things are lost, when or gone, they don't come back. Can you speak a little more to that?
Yes, I think we see it in this state. I mean, if there's not a lot through the chair, I apologize. There's not a lot of opportunity once a species, for example, is shut down to be able to come back and be able to fish for those resources from the recreational angler standpoint. In the term of salmon, you know, I think of retailers, I think of boats up north that when I visited earlier this year could not go out because of that closure. And it's heartbreaking to see as an industry that we want to thrive. They're doing what's right for the resource and not going out, but at the same time, their businesses are hurting.
Thank you. Follow up. We've heard in other committee reports that timing is everything. Do you feel that this is something that after a few years of strong salmon runs or something like that would be compatible?
Through the chair, thank you, Jamie, for that question. You know, I'm here just to speculate. I think having good data is extremely valuable, and we're at this precipice over the last handful of years where we're seeing, well, are they rebounding? Are they not? There's certain runs that are doing better than others. I think the more data that we have is crucial to be able to put some potential plan together to where we feel like, okay, maybe we're at a point to have this implemented, but I think it definitely needs a little bit more collaboration and working through.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Tony? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Sarah Nyani.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. My name is Sarah Nyani, and I seem to have lost my voice, so I'm having my phone help me. Apps are really something these days, huh? I am providing this comment on behalf of Arctic Storm Management Group, and I am one of the co-applicants on the Processing South of 42 EFP. First, I want to thank the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative for putting together an incredibly comprehensive application. The Midwater Trawlers Cooperative, who developed several of the key provisions, and United Catcher Boats for supporting the process. With these groups working together, and with outreach to many council stakeholders, we developed a thoughtful and highly precautionary application that would test whether processing south of 42 could support Pacific whiting catch in the face of changing ocean conditions and high variability year to year while minimizing incidental catch of salmon and other species. This EFP could provide meaningful benefits for the at-sea sectors, West Coast fishing communities, and provide data to determine whether it would be appropriate to remove the at-sea processing prohibition in the future. As the Council knows, this is an area that is currently closed to at-sea processing, but is open to catcher vessels in the mothership and shoreside whiting sectors. When our catcher vessels in the mothership sector enter federal waters below 42, it's usually because they've searched the Washington and Oregon coast for whiting and have moved away from other areas with incidental catch of rockfish or salmon, or areas with small whiting, and are looking for clean whiting aggregations. Mothership catcher vessels have had some of our cleanest fishing south of 42, meaning that we have harvested large volumes of whiting with some of the lowest rates of incidental Chinook, canary, widow rockfish, and other species. As a processor, I would like for our mothership to be able to follow the catcher vessels south of 42 in order to improve efficiency and quality, reduce fuel costs for the catcher vessels, and expand the area that catcher vessels can search for clean fishing. This EFP could have the effect of reducing incidental catch overall by expanding available area where hake are aggregating. Coming out of the first trawl catch share review in 2018, Heather Mann and I came before you to ask for a suite of options to help the mothership sector. Throughout the whiting utilization action which followed in 2021 to 2022, at-sea processing south of 42 was identified by the industry and council as a measure that could provide meaningful opportunity. However, because the council did not have enough information to proceed with this item, you encouraged the at-sea sectors to submit an exempted fishing permit application. So here we are, shaking ourselves off from COVID, and on the back of a couple years of poor at-sea whiting utilization, asking the council to review this proposal. It was important to me that the detailed application come through the council at this meeting, so that the council, advisory bodies and the public would have an opportunity to review it and provide comment. I appreciate and understand that this is a very difficult time for recreational and commercial salmon fishermen in California. I value the time salmon fishermen spent speaking with me about their fisheries, and this EFP. I learned a lot and want to continue learning and communicating. Today I am asking the council to review this application and provide feedback on the facts and its merits. The at-sea whiting fishery is one of the most accountable fisheries in the world, with 100% monitoring on catcher vessels, 200% observer coverage on motherships and catch processors, vessel monitoring systems, certified and inspected flow scales and platform scales, real-time data, a cooperative structure and co-op manager, a data monitoring agent, annual cooperative reports, salmon mitigation plans, and economic data reports, all of which we pay for ourselves through direct costs or cost recovery, in addition to the buyback fees. Above and beyond the regulatory requirements, within our co-op, we implement other voluntary measures, such as closures and advisory areas, movement rules, pool management, and requirements to use salmon-excluded devices. Our captains lead our industry in avoidance of incidental catch and voluntary research to support that goal, including use of live feed cameras by some vessels, and testing and development of new excluded device designs and modifications. The measures we have taken to manage our fisheries to this level have benefited all fisheries along the West Coast, and the data we collect and provide has increased certainty in stock assessments and contributed to rebuilding of rockfish stocks. Our fishing data is available publicly and updated daily on the PACFIN website. In addition to the provisions we already have in place, the EFP includes many other precautious provisions that you've heard about already, so I won't take the time to repeat them here.
I'm happy to take any questions. I just was saving my voice for that. So thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Queen Elizabeth. So Sarah has a limited, obviously has been fighting a cold this whole time she's been down here, been a trooper, but is there any questions for Sarah? Pete?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Sarah. Try and make this easy, and maybe, you could email or somebody else can provide the information. But I know your particular company had some vessels fishing south of 42, delivering whiting north of 42 to be processed on the mothership. I don't know how much of it is confidential or private information, but is there some way you can characterize the amount of fishing this year and maybe last year that occurred south of 42 relative to what your company caught overall, and the efficiency of getting that? Anything you can talk about how much fishing was occurring there? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, through the Vice Chair. Absolutely, yes. Actually, Heather Mann and I believe it was Trent or someone else had Sea State, which is our monitoring agent, pull catch data for the mothership sector from catcher vessels that have caught fish south of 42 and then brought it north of the line for their processor, which in some cases has been Arctic Storm, in the past has been Arctic Fjord. Trent is also a co-applicant, as well as PPLP. Those are two other motherships that signed on as co-applicants to this. And so I would say that actually, like, some of our cleanest fishing has occurred from those areas. And it's basically because we're going down there when there's not clean fishing in other areas. And so part of what we want to test with this EFP is are we able to actually have cleaner fishing overall and have less impacts on some of these stocks overall? Because right now, if fishing is occurring off Washington and Oregon, there is going to be some interception of some of the stocks that people are concerned about. And if we're able to access cleaner grounds, that would mean we would have less impact overall. And so some of the data that we were able to show, and we actually attached to the GAP report, shows the volume of hake that has been caught in the mothership sector south of 42, as well as any incidental salmon that were intercepted. And you can see north and south of the line. And if you look at those numbers, the rates were lower in almost every year when compared to the north area overall. And I do believe there was like a small update to that sheet. I think something was filtered wrong on the north part. And so I believe there's an updated version that I or anyone else would be happy to submit to the council. And maybe when Heather gets up, I believe she also asked Sea State to run the same data for Widow and Canary. And it showed similar trends that we actually, compared to the coastwide or the north fishing, we're able to have cleaner fishing in those areas. And the problem is just that, there's a limit on how far catcher vessels can go right now because they need to bring that bag north of 42. And when they go far, which they have, I believe some years we've gone 30, 40 miles. The quality of the fish, depending on the weather, the waves, the wind, all that can degrade as they're bringing that bag north because the bag stays in the water until it's transferred to the mothership processor. So that's part of my interest and why I've always been interested in testing this out. And and is to try to be able to follow our catcher vessels to where they're already able to fish and where the shoreside fleet is already able to fish. So thank you for the question. I hope I answered that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Sarah. Any more questions of Sarah? Seeing none. Suggestion for Sarah is lemon and honey. Dave Kashida is up. Dave, or
Mr. Vice Chair,
morning.
council members, staff, thank you for having me. My name is Dave Kashid. I'm going to read a letter on behalf of Coastside Fishing Club. But before I get started, I was asked by a SAS member to clarify something that was said in the SAS report on the EFP yesterday. And it was said that the clam has been in overfish status since 2018. And actually that's been since 2015, so 10 years. So he asked me to say that. So anyway, I'm reading a letter on behalf of Coastside Fishing Club. The Coastside Fishing Club, on behalf of our members and the broader recreation and fishing community, respectfully submits the following comments regarding the EFP application from the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative. While we support science-based fishery management and understand the industry's recent challenges, we have significant concerns about the potential impact of this EFP on the imperiled Klamath River fall Chinook stock, having been in an overfish status for more than 10 years. Our concerns are rooted in the current fragile state of the Klamath River fall Chinook and the stringent management measures that have been necessary to protect it. For the past 3 years, the commercial salmon season in California has been closed and deprived of opportunity. Recreational opportunities have been severely limited to just 2 days in June statewide of this year and 4 days in September between Point Reyes and Point Sur. The council's own analysis of the 2005 season established a total allowable impact for Klamath fall Chinook across all California commercial and recreational fisheries at 489 fish. And that's from Table A2 from 2025's preseason report number 2. In this context, the EFP's requested an allocation of 500 Chinook salmon is a cause for profound concern. This represents the vast majority of the available impact for this stock for the entire year. The risk is too significant to ask for the California fishery to bear. We are concerned that authorizing an impact of this magnitude for a single experimental fishery poses a substantial risk to the stock's recovery trajectory and directed salmon fishery opportunity. Given the current status of the stock and the minimal fishing opportunities provided, we urge the council to delay this EFP or send it out for public review through the council process until this delicate reestablishment of Klamath River fall Chinook has had a chance to take hold. To ignore and imperil the largest river restoration and dam removal project in U.S. history, an undertaking of profound historic significance for tribal nations and vital to the future of recreational and commercial fishing, would be an irreversible failure of our collective stewardship. Also of concern is possible increased bycatch of groundfish due to possible increased effort because the catch processor and mothership sectors are closer to the California stocks. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Coastside Fishing Club remains committed to working with the council and all stakeholders to find balanced solutions that support both sustainable fisheries and the long-term health of our salmon and groundfish stocks. And with that, I'm open for any questions.
Any questions of Dave? Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dave, for coming today. Can you tell us how many members you have in your fishing club, charter, private, et cetera, and to what extent during these dry salmon years you've been able to target other species? How does that work for your members? Thank you.
We have roughly 4,000 members from the central and northern California coast. And because of no salmon fishing, their efforts have been moved to mainly rockfish, groundfish. And, fortunately, we've had some bluefin tuna available, which it is very weather dependent. So there's been a few days that people have actually got after them. We had a very short bit of albacore that we were able to hit, but mainly all the effort has gone to groundfish.
Any more for Dave? Dave, before you leave, Coastside is a group that raises a lot of net pen salmon around the San Francisco and other areas. I don't want to get the wrong minute. And they really do put their money where their mouth is when it comes to salmon restoration and allowing people to fish down in here in Northern California. And I really appreciate the work that you guys do. And thank you.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you.
So next would be Steve Huber.
Am I there?
You are here.
Oh,
You're
good.
I hear you.
So my name's Steve Huber. I run a 6-pack charter out of Crescent City, and I also fish the Klamath River when it was open for salmon. This whiting vessel being able to process in California is way too early because of the condition on the Klamath and our salmon fishery. Dave hit it on the head. I mean, we've watched the biggest dams come down. We've watched the process of rebuilding this stock, and we've sat on the docks for 3 years waiting for this. So it's just not just a one-day thing, and the vessel being able to come in and take the fish without any economical benefit for the Crescent City area or the harbor is sad. I mean, you're going to come in, fish our area, process the fish, and take them back up to Washington. Where do we benefit from this thing? We went through 2.5 years of restricted waters because of the quillback. Now we're looking to take canary, which we've reduced from 10 to 2, and you have coho, which are completely banned in California, and the reduction of salmon that's available for us to even catch ourselves. So I hope that we take a big, long step backwards and allow the Klamath to rebuild itself, allow these fishery to come back to where it's normal, where everyone can fish the ocean, and then allow looking at being able to come in and take whiting fish out of our area. One bad swoop could wipe out a generation of salmon in that area because they are 2- and 3-year-old salmon. And those salmon are needed in that river to restore it to what it used to be. So I thank you guys. I hope you guys can take a look at the true data that's been done. We've done it with the quillback. We did the data. We proved the data. But I think you really need to stop back and look at this thing for the salmon, because right now, this salmon is in sad shape. And it's only going to take one bad swoop to put us back even farther. I want my kids to be able to fish salmon. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Any questions of Steve? Thank you for your testimony, Steve. Thomas Wise.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can hear you fine. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Smith and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm Thomas Wise, a master's student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, studying marine biodiversity and conservation. My professional background is in ecology, and I'm an avid recreational fisherman. I'm speaking today regarding the Pacific Whiting Processor Fleet's EFP proposal to process Pacific whiting at sea between the 4010 North and 42 North latitude lines. I wanted to acknowledge the Whiting Fleet's efforts to incorporate scientific considerations into this EFP proposal and their intent to improve understanding of bycatch, and I appreciate their work in gathering input from all potentially affected stakeholders. With that being said, I wanted to express concerns about moving forward with the EFP at this time. This EFP proposal states that a benefit of expanded processing grounds would be to improve the fleet's ability to avoid salmon, which could ultimately lower impacts to listed and sensitive ESUs in the north and south. I worry that this doesn't sufficiently consider different conservation statuses for northern and southern ESUs affected by this expansion. The commercial salmon fishery in the Klamath Management Zone has been closed for 3 years compared to further north salmon fisheries that maintain limited opportunity. This reflects the sensitive status of fish in the proposed EFP area, where the anticipated salmon bycatch would be comprised in good part by Chinook ESUs that are below recovery targets or threatened. The 2017 biological opinion notes that bycatch and bycatch rates are expected to be higher and more variable under a southern distribution, so it can be anticipated that this EFP would place uneven strain on vulnerable stocks. I'm also concerned about uncertainties related to potential rockfish bycatch under this EFP. While some mitigation measures are outlined, it remains unclear how expanding effort into this area may alter encounter rates with certain rockfish species. Several of these stocks are managed conservatively due to limited data and slower life histories, and shifting effort into areas with different species assemblages could introduce risks that are not fully evaluated in this application. Given these uncertainties, I believe it would be prudent to better understand these potential changes before moving forward. Given the likelihood of this EFP impacting vulnerable species, I believe that the risks and uncertainties remain too high to support approval of this EFP at this time. I appreciate the industry's scientific intent, but the current proposal does not clearly demonstrate that the added fishing activity would keep impacts to protected species within the scope of existing analyses. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your testimony this morning, Thomas. Any questions of Thomas? Seeing none, thank you. Ms. Heather Mann. Morning, Heather.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the council. My name is Heather Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. We have a written public comment that I submitted prior to the deadline, so that's posted in the briefing book. And as I say in that comment, we support moving forward with the EFP as long as it contains the precautionary measures that were identified in that letter. So MTC represents 30 catcher vessels. The majority of those vessels participate in both the mothership sector as well as the shoreside sector. Biting is super important to MTC members. For some of my members, it can make up more than 50% of their annual portfolio. And so having a very healthy whiting stock is extremely important to us. We also live in communities up and down the coast, and we understand all too well the concerns about salmon and the lack of opportunities for the directed fishers. I should add also that most of my members are avid recreational fishermen, and they love to fish for salmon. The mothership sector has performed almost as poorly as the bottom trawl fishery from a financial standpoint, and this is clearly evidenced in the trawl review that you're going to take up later today. We have left huge amounts of earned allocation swimming for a variety of reasons. Allowing a mothership processor to follow a catcher vessel south was identified as a way we could improve attainment. We got close in 2015, but at that time, we were asked if we wanted this EFP or if we wanted electronic monitoring. And as I've testified before, we chose electronic monitoring, and I still believe that was the right choice. What's kind of disturbing, though, to me now is that some are more focused on assertions and uncertainties that actually more focused on those things and afraid of those things than focusing on OY for the mothership sector. And that's required by the Magnuson Act under National Standard 1. So using the fact that we haven't been able to achieve our allocation now as a reason not to let us have this opportunity, it's frankly kind of disappointing. In the 25 plus years I've been in this process, many years as a chair of the GAP or as an applicant for an EFP, I don't think I've ever seen a more detailed EFP application. And I also don't believe I've ever seen such extreme scrutiny on the applicants. And what's curious about this is these vessels are the most accountable on the coast. No other sector has the accountability that we have. No other commercial or recreational fishery on the West Coast. No other sector pays what we pay to manage ourselves, and we do that to be responsible. No other sector is 100% monitored on their own dime. The comments about catcher vessels doing something illegal are not only offensive, it shows a gross misunderstanding of how whiting fisheries operate. This is coming from participants in this process who should know better. Since one council member felt it important to point out errors in the application, I think it's important to note there are many areas of misinterpretation in a lot of these reports. I think more than I have time to discuss now. But for example, in the EC report, it says CVs can easily deliver to CPs. We do not deliver to catcher processors, period. And if we did, it'd be easily identified on AIS, VMS, and through electronic monitoring. The suggestion that a catcher vessel might figure out how to have, if they have a large haul of salmon, they could go deliver to a mothership above the line or shoreside, it's outlandish. The cod end is too wide to even bring on the boat if you're delivering to a mothership. So you're not going to be putting it on your boat and delivering shoreside. We're 100% observed. If a vessel is going to fish south of 42 and deliver to a mothership, they just have to declare into the fishery. I can enforce this from my desk by turning on marine traffic. The information is available. And finally, since 2011, we've harvested more than 68 million pounds of whiting south of the line. So fishing has been happening south of the line. During that same period, we incidentally encountered 611 salmon. During that same time, we intercepted just over 2,000 pounds of widow and 187 pounds of canary. 187 pounds of canary, along with 68 million pounds of whiting. So I just will finish, I see my time's up, by saying that all of the precautionary measures that are in the application were brought forward by MTC. We felt it's really, really important to be as cautious as possible, as responsible as possible. And so we do support the EFP moving forward as long as those provisions are contained. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions for Heather? Chairman Hassmer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Heather. Appreciate that information. Maybe a couple questions here. First, I was just looking at some of the reports. Hold it. Maybe after me, there's an online question also. Just looking at some of the online reports, am I reading this right? This year, the mothership sector, its attainment is about 72% of the allocation, or somewhere close to that?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's definitely been more than it has been in recent years, and that sounds about right.
Okay, so a better year. And your organization represents some shoreside fishers also. Are any of those fishing south of 42? And I understand, towing bags and where processing occurs, but just any fishing by shoreside participants south of 42?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to guess that this year there might have been a little bit of activity down there at the beginning of the year. I don't have the numbers in front of me. The fish, as you've heard from other people, are always in different places. And frankly, we really don't want to have to fish in California because it's pretty far to deliver that fish back to a shoreside processor. But I do know in recent years, there has been activity down there, and that fish is delivered all the way to Westport. This year, I think toward the beginning of the year, there was a little bit of activity, and I can certainly check on that and get back to you. But yes, almost all my vessels that are in the mothership sector also do shoreside. So they are, I feel like we're in a unique position because we care deeply about both those sectors being successful.
All right, thanks. And maybe one more question if I can. You mentioned, I think, 600 salmon in your testimony. And sorry, I missed the context of that. If I'm looking at the correct scorecard here, I see this year 299 in the mothership sector. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the 611 was south of the border only, and it's between 2011 and 2025. That was the total number, was 611. This year we had 0 salmon south of the border.
Okay, thank you. That isn't in here, and I'm not highlighting that as a big number because numbers are in there for the CP and shoreside sectors too. So I just wanted to verify that. Thank you.
So I'm going to go to our online council person. Before I do, I just would like to remind that person you have the best mic that money can buy. So Sharon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Heather, I apologize. You might need to phone a friend, but my mic was muted and I could not reach out to that former friend when she was testifying. I noted in the application some, or not in testimony, concerns that south of the line, some indication that the population was comprised of younger individuals, but the catcher boats have been fishing south of the line. Has there been any indication relative to previous fishing that the fish that are caught south of the line do represent a younger cohort from what is being seen north of the line where the motherships are allowed to process?
Through the vice chair, council member, I should have attached this to my testimony, and I can certainly email it as soon as we're done. But no, there's no difference. This is above and below the line, and it's done by C-State put this together for me, and it's the size of fish, and they are almost identical between north and south of the fish that has been caught and sampled. So I'm happy to email that out, but there is no indication that there is more small fish south. Certainly there are small fish every year in different places, but I don't see a trend of smaller fish south.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Asia?
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Heather, for your testimony. I just wanted to spend a moment. You focused a little bit on your comment about the extreme level of accountability in this fleet, and I want you to talk from your sector's perspective about the effort that you guys put into voluntarily avoiding bycatch and what cost that is to your sector.
Through the chair, Asia, thanks for the question. I appreciated the exchange that Councilmember Diamond had with the previous testifier about voluntary. I think there's a lot of confusion. People see voluntary and they think that you can or you don't have to do it, but you can do it. In the whiting fishery, when we say voluntary, that is anything that we're requiring above and beyond what the regulations require. So in the mothership sector in particular, we have what's voluntary provisions, all these closed areas, no night, all the things you've heard about, no night fishing, requiring a salmon excluder. If you're going to fish in the mothership sector, those are not voluntary to you. You sign a contract that says you're going to do that. If you don't sign the contract, you're not fishing. And if you violate any of those provisions, you receive a hefty fine, which I'm pretty proud to say has never happened. There's so much accountability because everybody's watching what everybody does. You have move along rules that again are voluntary, but not, right? That we've created, and we have base rates. It gets a little, I think, difficult for people to understand, but to break it down, if you have, say, a tow and it contains 20 Chinook, one of the provisions maybe you have to move at least 10 miles or something like that. So I think a couple years ago, the entire fleet moved something like more than 500 times, all the different motherships with their boats to be responsible. And as the vice chair knows very well, in the past, both the mothership and shoreside sectors have made commitments to salmon fishermen to do everything we could to minimize our incidental catch. And I think we've delivered on that. As you can tell from the numbers, we have come in under where we could catch every year. over that time frame, you did have some healthier directed salmon fisheries, and we still were able to maintain very low numbers because of all those efforts. And they're costly. I mean, it's fuel, it's time, moving. I mean, we just want to fish quickly, get what we have to get, and get off the water and deliver. So I hope that helps.
Jamie Dimon.
Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Mann. You made a comment that there's misunderstandings about how your sector operates, whiting in general operates, and I just want to say that I really appreciate, as somebody who came to this process having no clue how whiting works at all, the efforts that I've seen over the years in the gap from yourself and Ms. Nayani to help educate. There's still a lot of misnomers, and I think that goes across all the sectors. Like, you don't know how I operate and things like that. And so whether folks agree or disagree on a specific issue, I just want to say I do appreciate your willingness to help educate folks on how you actually do operate, to demystify a little bit, just so we all are working from the same place.
Through the Vice Chair, I appreciate that, Jamie, very much. You're correct in that I don't understand necessarily how everybody else operates, but I also don't get up and testify against those groups with that misunderstanding. You see what I'm saying? And that's frustrating because the national standards of the Magnuson Act, they require net benefit to the nation, not net benefit to California, right? And so while I understand the concerns that people have come up and shared from California, right now, a shoreside boat can catch, or a mothership catch a vessel. We could catch our whole allocation in California if we wanted to. We don't want to, but I just, the thought that we could suddenly, I think one commenter, written comment said, we could go down and we're going to catch 11,000 fish, Chinook. That's not that's not going to happen. We have a 500 cap in the report, and so I hope to learn more about other fisheries. I think we've done that in the past with salmon and been really responsive. We live with, these are our friends, our family, our colleagues. So that's really important to us. But thank you for the comment.
All right. Any further questions? Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Heather. You were talking about the contractual arrangement that motherships and CPs, or motherships and their catcher vessels have. And you described the move along provisions that they must sign on to and the other requirements. Can you talk a little bit about the agreement to not fish at all below 4010? Are you envisioning that be one of those terms that's in that contractual arrangement between the catcher vessel and the mothership, or where do you see that provision being incorporated?
Through the Vice Chair, Marcy, thanks for the question. So that was raised as a concern this week, and I felt very comfortable without going to my board or members saying we'd be fine with that. And frankly, whatever National Marine Fisheries Service thought in terms of where that should be placed would be fine. The fact that the 500 Chinook cap, the start date, all those things are in the EFP, not in an intercooperative agreement, are because the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative wanted it there. Because I think it just makes it very clear what the regulations will be for us under the CFP, and whether it was in the EFP itself or in a intercooperative agreement. Actually, it wouldn't even be intercooperative, so it would be the mothership co-ops agreement. So I'm not speaking for the CPs, just for the catcher vessels, but I have no problem saying that we can abide by that wherever it's located, that gives you the comfort that you need to make sure it's not going to happen. It could even be in both places.
All righty. Any further questions, Heather? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the time.
I think we got last but not least is Miss Lori Steele.
Good morning. I'm Lori Steele with the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. I just wanted to circle back to the Trawl gear EFP because their question came up on the floor yesterday about whether or not there was an application for 27 and 28. And thank you, Mr. Remco, for asking the question. It made me realize that I sort of dropped the ball on this one. So my apologies for that. Time kind of got away from me. I did submit an interim report on the Trawl gear EFP, and as Mr. Pettinger indicated yesterday, our plan is to roll over the participation from 2025 into 2026 to expedite that process, given the furlough and the shutdown that we just got through. However, I did not yet submit an application for 27 and 28 because I am so intent on getting this EFP done. To next year is year 10 of the EFP, and I just, with the effort under the executive order, and I appreciate the council's support in wanting to move this EFP into regulation, or essentially lift the regulations off the books that require this EFP. So I didn't submit an application for 27 and 28. However, my intent is to work as much as I can with the council, with NIMS, to get this EFP off the books before January 1, 2027. In the event that we cannot get it done, I would be asking NIMS to roll over the 26 EFP to 2027 with the exact same provisions. We have not changed the provisions in this EFP, I think, for 6 or 7 years. It's been the same. So I think it would be helpful today if the council, so we don't have to revisit it next year out of cycle, if the council could just express support if we need to have an EFP, a Trawl gear EFP in 2027 and 28. My apologies for not submitting that request in writing. It was my intent to do that. But that's what we'll be doing next year if we're faced with having to do year 11 of this EFP, and I really hope we aren't. So thank you.
Asia?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Lori, for continuing for a very long time to do this. I just want to acknowledge, too, that Lori also tried to bring this forward under the EO agenda item as an item to highlight as one that could reduce, could meet the seafood competitiveness executive order, but then also meet the ask to reduce regulatory burden on industry, or the number of overall regulations. So I think, that could meet a number of executive orders right now. And I know that you have been trying to bring this forward, and also that the GAP again and again has stated that this is a priority, but has deprioritized it in favor of a lot of other actions that are there. So that is all in the record over and over again. I don't have a question. I'm just acknowledging you, and that I know that you are trying very hard, and I still hear you very much. So thanks.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Any other questions of Lori? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, thank you, Lori, for coming up and clarifying the brief exchange that I had with Mr. Pettinger. I was wondering, with regard to, I realize, the ask here is to move it into regulation, and that's the first priority. But in the event you do want a backup plan, do you recall if we need to address the set-asides in the specifications process for 27-28? Has that been a consideration, and are we taken care of there because there isn't an application? And maybe you can speak to that.
Sure. Yes. Thank you for the question. The CFP does not require any set-asides. We have a limit on the number of salmon that can be taken below 42. We've never come anywhere even close to that. I believe it's 100 fish. And so there are no issues with set-asides. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none. Thank you, Lori. So that ends public comment. And I must say to the public commenters, that was this is a high charged issue, and that was very respectful and very to the point testimony, and really commend all on both sides of their heartfelt and thought out testimony. Thank you. So now we're going to back up a skosh and see if Mr. Keith Parker, who for whatever reason of the UROCs missed out on the opportunity, technical difficulties, or we went late, or I don't know what happened, but I'd like to give Mr. Parker a chance if he's with us to read his testimony. Is he out there? Is he in internet land? Keith, are you with us?
Oh, can you hear me now?
I got you.
Okay. Yeah, another technical difficulty, I guess. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, and the council for hearing my comments. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a senior fisheries biologist for the Yurok tribe. We're the largest tribe in California by area and population. I'm also an adjunct professor at Cal Poly Humboldt. I'm a member of the Salmon Advisory Subpanel and the Klamath River Technical Team and many other work groups, which gives me standing regarding this whiting EFP. And so we submitted a letter that you have, and I was going to read off of that letter, not the entire letter, but some excerpts from it, just in the issue of time. So the letter from Joseph James, the chairman of the Yurok tribe, is, I am writing to oppose the issuance of an exempted fishing permit as applied for by the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative. And then in 1992, NOAA Fisheries published an emergency rule that prohibited at-sea processing of Pacific whiting south of 42 degrees north latitude. And part of the rationale was a high salmon incidental catch, 4,600 salmon from the Eureka, California area in 1991. Following the emergency rule, a regulation was codified to prohibit at-sea processing, which has been in effect for over 30 years. If approved, the permit would allow a bycatch salmon allowance of 500 fish. Nearly all Klamath River Fall Chinook stocks, as KRFC, are the largest contributor to ocean salmon fisheries from Humbug Mountain, Oregon to Horse Mountain, California. KRFC salmon stocks are in an overfish status, managed as a de minimis fishery since 2018, and the in-river tribal quotas have been extremely low in recent years. The California commercial fleet has been closed for 3 years, and the Sacramento River runs are also very low, allowing additional pressure on the already depleted salmon fisheries from the whiting fleet is not acceptable to the Yurok tribe. The EFP proposal also lists substantial tonnage of rockfish and flatfish, which are also harvested by tribal members as well. And that's signed by, of course, Joseph James, chairman of the Yurok tribe. Additional comment is that we are concerned by the fast tracking of this EFP is how we view it. And obviously the impacts not only to Chinook salmon, but also coho salmon, our Sant coho, which are protected under the Endangered Species Act. We feel that, we're in a rebuilding phase right now. We just went through the largest dam removal in history with 4 major dams coming out, okay? We took Iron Gate Hatchery offline, with Fall Creek Hatchery only replacing about 50% of Iron Gate's egg take capacity. And that's in a building phase, obviously. And then when we look at the natural origin fish, we're just getting reestablished in Oregon. It's only been a little over 12 months since dam removal. Admittedly, it's going really well. I just received the other day here on my desk, I have 600 Oregon tissue samples and scale age samples that I'm going to scale age, which is, over double of what we received last year. But we have a long time horizon of rebuilding phase that we've seen in other dam removals. like the Elwha Dam removal or the Conda Dam removal on a little white salmon, Sandy River Dam removal, Carmel Dam removal, the San Clemente Dam. Additionally, the Yurok tribe's subquota this year in 2025 was only 1,108 fall Chinook for our entire community of 6,500 tribal members. So that's roughly 1/6 of one fish per tribal member. So this incidental catch is being requested of topping, as high as 500 fish would represent nearly 1/2 of our entire the closed 23 just 2 years ago, our subsistence fishery. And we're just talking subsistence here. We haven't had a commercial fishery, a viable commercial fishery, since 2015 in 10 years. So really, and I know it's been brought up about effective monitoring, but effective monitoring just doesn't really have anything to do with the fact that this would represent, a large chunk of our already low quota. At the heart of it, we are salmon people first. We have survived on salmon since before the last ice age on our Aboriginal territory, right? And in these low abundance years, we see increased domestic violence, alcohol use, depression among our people, because the loss of these salmon populations has significantly impacted our food security and our food sovereignty. Because at the core of our tribal sovereignty is food sovereignty. These salmon are a foundational part of our tribal culture because they feed much more than our physical bodies. These salmon feed our spirits, and that's because they represent our living link with the land and the river. And like that old saying, you truly, you are what you eat. Well, we eat the earth. So in closing, I would just say that, kudos to the whiting fleet on their intensive monitoring practices. But the fact remains that we don't have 500 Klamath Chinook to sacrifice currently. In the future, when Klamath salmon abundance rebounds, we support revisiting the issue. But during this rebuilding phase, we don't feel that we should do, put any additional pressure on these fish, they're trying to reestablish themselves on the Klamath River Basin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker, for your testimony and coming back. And people needed to hear that also. So I know they did. So thank you and the Yuroks for testifying today. Any questions of Mr. Parker? Dave, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you, Keith, for your testimony. It is encouraging to hear. We really do understand how valuable these fish are. And I think we do realize particularly how much effort goes into avoiding bycatch in this industry. But it does seem to be a very sensitive time, and it is encouraging to hear that you're not saying no, just no, but that maybe in the future when these stocks rebuild, might be a better time to look at fishing in the area. So I appreciate that.
Thank you to the Vice Chair for saying that. And yeah, we are open to revisiting this. The reality is many of our tribal members are commercial fishermen, and they fish in all the various species in the ocean. But we just feel that at this present moment, we can't support this. But absolutely going forward, we can revisit this issue.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Just a thought, and going into probably some charged council discussion. Seems like to me we without including anything, but we're on a pretty good way of a pros and cons list to give to Mr. Ryan Wolf to have him do some homework but we've heard some great testimony by everybody, like I said. But anyway, we'll Todd, will you lead us through our next task? I think we see it on the board there.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Your tasks are before you. You have obviously heard from the public and the advisory bodies for this particular agenda item. You're poised to address the first task, all of the tasks really. So I can go through those tasks or you can just look at them on the screen. Be time to open, I think, council discussion on this particular agenda item.
All right. Thank you, sir. So I will open it up to council discussion. And I will pick our most eldest person in the room, Brad. Go ahead.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was, well, first I would say that I'd like to thank the applicants on the YDFP for reaching out to the extent they did. When I first saw this, I was going, ugh. I just know how much of an issue this is. You know, I live in Brookings, Oregon, which is in the KMZ. I drive through Crescent City quite a bit and see all the boats tied up. I get it. I know a lot of those individuals, and so definitely, I get it. I get it. The angst from everybody. I will say that in the call that I had with the applicants, I thought was a pretty good points, right? As far as why. You know, 70% of the stock is below 42 degrees. That's a pretty tough one because they can't take off the trawl gear and put on tuna jigs and do another fishery. I mean, they're limited in what they can do. I think that they're pretty good at avoiding catch. I did mention the fact that asked about the cameras. They do have cameras on those nets. And I asked them why they didn't maybe refer to that more. He said, well, we still have bycatch with cameras because obviously you can't see everything. But it is a tool that it definitely helps as far as in the process. So, but I think it's the fishery today is far different than the fishery when this fishery was had the moratorium went in place 30 some years ago. They have a lot of tools in the toolbox here. I was thinking, I mentioned, I think in the SAS meeting about, it'd be interesting to know more about what is the predation of Pacific whiting on salmon smolts. Because I know they eat them. They eat megalops, the Dungeness crab. I'd be kind of curious why if the 70% of the biomass is off of that area, what the effects are the klamath going to be. And I think it'd be very interesting if we could find more information about what those effects would be. Because it seems like that with the whiting fishery that we've had propagated off the Oregon coast, that I know that certainly the pink shrimp and the Dungeness crab fisheries are far exceeded the 100. I mean, Dungeness crab is 100-year life history of landings, and Dungeness crab has doubled in the last 20 years. And I know our pink shrimp fishery is. I think the average harvest there is per year is double what the old high CPUE used to be. I think certainly there's some good things to get whiting out of the water besides going to market. I thought we've had some really good commentary here. I certainly understand where everybody's coming from. I appreciate the tribe's input we just received. You know, we're not here to say this to go or not go with this thing. We're basically to get our input into it, and I think we've done a good job of that. I do have a motion to put forward, and I'm ready to do that whenever we want to do that. But and I'll talk about that. But we're not endorsing this by stretch of the imagination, the motion. But I think it just gives clarity as far as how to move forward for that National Fisheries Service. So. That's all I have, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Brad. And we'll do a little more comment before it may probably be better. But thank you, and we'll come to you. And it's I got Jamie, and then I got Lynn.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, I'll just start kind of where Brad ended a little bit, but thanking the tribes for their input, and not California tribes, but also the concern from more northern tribes as well. So thank you. I've heard a lot from we've heard a lot, and over the week I've heard a lot, and even previous from folks impacted by salmon in California, and being managed or reduced in your fishery because of a constraining stock or a target, whether it's a target or a constraining stock. It's really difficult, and I can appreciate where they're coming from, and their concern, and that kind of feeling of being backed in a corner, and you feel like there is no possibility of how something can work. And so I just want to acknowledge that. And this is, but I also see, if there was an opportunity, we talk about, well, we were talking in the HMS agenda item, about how difficult it is to create opportunity, and hearing the history of the multiple attempts to come here, for the EFP and over the years, kind of weighing that notion of process and how difficult it can be, and choosing the choice to go with EM over this, and push this to later and push it to later. And I know in my industry, we come and ask for things and we're told now's not the time. And I know I've had the reaction of it's never going to be when's the good time to break your leg? Never. And so this has been a really difficult item for me to navigate through, because I feel so deeply for our folks that are impacted and have the concerns of potential impacts on their fishery, but also recognizing, as Mr. Pettinger said, this is more about us giving guidance, and looking at the different tasks ahead of us. There's a few different EFPs. This isn't the only one, although it's taking up a lot of the discussion, because it is a big piece of it. And I'm just wondering if task number 2, considering benefits of an out of cycle EFP, and hearing what I know that takes a little bit more, and I don't think we've actually had any conversation about that yet. So I don't know if anybody has feelings about that either way, but I'd be interested to hear. And then I would also just like to speak to the CDFW EFP for cowcod and yellow eye, and support for that, strong support for that. We need to get the data collected. There is no retention. And so this is really the only way to get the information needed to allow some type of opportunity in the future for something that has been taken away. This is kind of one of those moments where Ms. Bangos, that spoke earlier from CCA California in public testimony, she said, the notion of once something's gone, it's very difficult to get it back. And this is kind of an example of the difficulty to get it back. But I hope that is something we can move through. And along that difficulty, Ms. Steele's EFP that has been going through the process for 10 years. And I think back to Danny Platt's EFP that just kept going and going and going. It's difficult to see, at what point are we doing it? Like, we need to either say yes or no. And I know with Mr. Platt's EFP, we had a lot of conversation of at what point do we either do this or not do this, make it happen or not. And so into regulation or no. And so I just, bringing that up as well. If there's some way to, I know the GAP has a proposal in there to move that into or deregulate, I guess would be the appropriate way of saying it, not regulate it, but deregulate the issue so it can proceed. And so people who are more informed than I would appreciate feedback or discussion on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I was going to start on the two easier EFPs we're talking about. Supportive of the CDFW one going forward for all the reasons that Ms. Diamond said. I don't think I need to repeat those. And I know we're in the process of trying to get the EFP that Ms. Steele spoke to in regulation, but if it can't be in regulation, fully supportive of using the EFP once again as a stopgap until we get into regulation again for a lot of things, reasons Ms. Diamond spoke to. On the Whiting EFP, do we take an out of cycle EFP? We have done that on occasion. Previously, NIMS has indicated that an EFP takes the same amount of time and workload as a rulemaking. I think that has gotten substantially less, but there will be a workload trade-off for the NIMS to process an EFP, just based on previous experience. The Whiting processing EFP, I have received more emails, calls, meetings, etc. for that one item than I have for any item since we finished gear switching. And I appreciate the folks who have commented on both sides to help provide as much information as possible. We're trying to balance providing opportunity, going back to our Climate and Communities Initiative of nimbleness and flexibility and adaptability, along with some of the ties to the executive orders. So this EFP would help on those factors. And our Whiting at Sea Fleet is a very big business. It does help support other businesses up and down the coast, just because of the volume that they are able to provide. But on the other hand, we're also have concerns about an imperiled salmon stock that the states, the feds, private industry, the tribes, etc., have at this point probably spent $1 billion, definitely hundreds of millions of dollars, to try to reintroduce these salmon stocks into the river, the removal of the dams. The salmon are coming back. They're coming back a little quicker than I think a lot of people thought. As an example, the Oregon State Police has already had a case for poaching in the Oregon section of the Klamath River. I don't think anybody had that on their Klamath bingo card for this first year. So there is the sensitivity, and how do we balance the sensitivity over a weak stock that impacts a lot of livelihoods, also impacts a lot of jobs, impacts recreational fisheries, impacts tribal way of life, etc. Where that balance is I think what a lot of us are struggling with, and how do we move forward? The question that I asked the three applicants, and acknowledging that there's differences in the vessels and how each vessel operates, each one is sort of an independent vessel, but is there maybe a little bit of a staggered or slower approach to sort of dip our toe in? So just some of the pros on each side and some of the concerns. Salmon is not my normal lane. I've spent more time talking with Mr. North, Ms. Lehman, and Ms. Millette at ODFW about salmon. They have a lot of concerns, obviously, because of the Klamath, but they appreciated the efforts to minimize the possible bycatch, including the 500 limit being part of the overall limit already in place, not added on top. Trying to stay out of some of that key zone, and the offer to do genetic testing on all the salmon bycatch. That is some data that is currently not available elsewhere, that at least ODFW folks have had access to. So they do see that as a positive to getting some new data on what salmon are being encountered there. That being said, I don't have a strong thought one way or the other. I'm not sure which of my children to choose or to support as we move forward. Just wanted to lay out a few thoughts as we're discussing and thinking about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Wright or Niles, Jesus.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Before I forget, definitely supportive of what Lynn also meant about CDFW's EFP and then moving the EFP that Lori has done a lot of work on for. But mostly my thoughts, I'm going to play off Lynn here. I think after listening to the discussion here, I'm not passing the buck, but I really think Kyle Addick should be in the seat for this agenda item. I also have some thoughts about the council's role in the EFP, and we've had a lot of good discussions with Asia. And Asia, if I put my foot in my mouth here, I don't really mean it, and we can talk afterwards. But I think what is the council's role in the EFP? And Asia's been pointing out for a while that it could be more efficient for NIMS to for applicants to go directly to NIMS. But then the thought that I have, the goal of the EFP is if it works, is to as Lori's been trying to get us to do for a long time, get the fishery into regulation, and that is the council's role. And on that, I think I'll say the at-sea folks who put this together, I think that is their goal. Is they know that the success of this, getting the opportunity to fish, as Brad is saying, in where a lot of the biomass can be, depends on them achieving the conservation objectives for salmon, which is, again, why I think Kyle should be here instead of myself, because that to me seems to be the concerning factor here. I say this process works really well when we have clear conservation objectives. When we don't, it works less well. I'll just say. And so what I'm hearing and from the UROC folks and others, the SAS, STT, is this stock is rebuilding, and to me that immediately brought back our experience in Groundfish. We have a lot of experience with rebuilding, and the way to address the fairness issues, the conservation issues, is you do the rebuilding plan, and you do your best of your abilities to share. I think the Magnuson Act says the rebuilding restrictions and then the recovery benefits. You share those fair and equitably, and which echoes National Standard 4 about sharing the net benefits from optimum yield, among all U.S. citizens, without prejudice, kind of thing. I really butchered the paraphrasing of that there, but that's the framework we should be using. And I shouldn't be in this seat, because when Michael Farrell gave me the answer of why can't you tell us what the effect of 500 fish would be on stock, I didn't understand his answer. Usually, not that his explanation wasn't clear. It's not my area of expertise. But to me, that's the way that the council would ideally do this. Is what would be the effect of this EFP on the rebuilding of the climate stock, and that's how to have this in the most constructive manner. Which Lynn, other thing Lynn just mentioned is we usually do. The reason we do the EFPs this way through Groundfish is for the set aside reasons, and the most difficult discussions way back when, not that long ago, I guess, but were over Canary rockfish, when there was 44 metric tons for everybody, and when there was 14 metric tons of yelloweye for everybody. And so the set-asides were part of the rebuilding plans. And just on the fairness issue, also echoing that our salmon trawlers off Washington, also had to restrict what they could keep as part of rebuilding. But the council looked, to provide them some minimal lingcod and yellowtail fishing in areas where groundfish fishing is prohibited because of the rockfish conservation area, and that always brought up some fairness concerns. But hey, they're being restricted, but they should also be considered in lingcod, yellowtail, and factoring in like the yellow-eyed canary bycatch for those as part of their building plan. So that's just initial thoughts on what I've learned from all the good discussion here today, and I really think that would be the ideal way to work through the concerns we've heard here. Also, I just want to see the council is built. We have councils all over the country for reasons to be regional in focus. We also have geographic balance among the council members up here for a reason, because the West Coast is a big coast. We do believe, like, for example, ourselves up here from Washington and our co-managers, Mr. Sones over there, we do understand our fishing communities, our region better, and we do have appreciated when the council is recognized and deferred to certain things that we've asked be different than in other areas. For example, one that comes to mind is we still have the RCAs in place off of Washington when Oregon and California, for the Trawl RCAs, and the other states do not. So there's definitely room for regional differences here. So respecting our Californians here know their fishing communities, their fisheries well. Also, you could also recognize, the at-sea fleets here are a part of our fishing communities, and they are, part of our fishing economy. They're big businesses, but as we've heard and we'll hear this afternoon, but they might be big businesses, but their profitability margins are not huge, and so they are really looking. They are in competitive markets. They have big revenues, but they have large costs, and so we are listening to the economic importance to our state as well here. But that's a lot of thoughts there. But yeah, really end by saying I really appreciate all the thought that the applicants put into this, and the STT, SAS, and everyone else. Really appreciated the tenor and the quality of the discussion.
Chairman Haspers.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Like others, maybe just start with the easy ones, the California EFP. I agree with what others have said. I support going forward with that. And the trawl gear, the pathway laid out by Ms. Steele when she was up here sounded very reasonable. I agree with that, and others have. The whiting one is obviously, makes everyone think hard. I've thought hard about that. I've spent my almost all of my career dealing in salmon, and the bulk of it in my positions in Idaho. All of our spring, summer Chinook, summer steelhead, fall Chinook, sockeye stocks, the natural origin, were all ESA listed. So we've dealt with impacts and understand, at critical levels, abundance and how important it is to look at the impact. So from the Klamath perspective here, we've heard that. I look at this very carefully and think about the impacts, and I think the whiting industry knows I always bring up salmon. But this one is hard, because as I look at it, I think it's really important to look at this hard and think about, overall, what do we want to achieve? And as a council, we have to think about all our fisheries, the health of the groundfish fisheries, the whiting industry, and rebuilding of the Klamath stock. And to me, there's some evidence here that with the proper restraints that there's reason to move forward with this and consider what the applicants are doing. It's very risky always to look at 1 year's data, but I was pouring through this year's and not picking a favorite, but there's 3 sectors there in the whiting industry. The mothership industry had the lowest Chinook impacts per metric ton landed, and they're the only ones that fished south of 42. And I think, as Ms. Mann said, in that fishing, there were no Chinook caught down there. The CP sector, I'm not going to got all the numbers here, was considerably higher, but it's still low. The numeric impacts, weren't that high, but they're, why are the impacts in the fishery that can move around a little bit more and catch some fish down there lower? And as I said, they're looking for clean fishing. And again, this year's numbers, I scaled up what I saw as the Chinook impacts to date. I scaled those up to the whiting industry achieving its total allocation, and they would still have been less than a third of the impacts allowed under the biological opinion. So they're fishing clean, and right now there's some clean fishing to be had. Certainly, if there is an impact of one fish south of 42, it's more likely to be a Klamath fish than what we're seeing in the current stuff. But I think that takes us to the timing, and a lot of people have said this is the wrong time to do it. And, as I go through this, I have to build my pro and con list and think about it. And there's a column that says this is the right time to do it because of the constraints we're able to put on it. Fishing under the ESA and let's call them right now, the self-imposed constraints by the applicants, the 500 Chinook limit and the 35% of the allocation. It really puts a constraint on it. The Chinook abundances are low, and I think some of the value is thinking forward, what do we want to do? The reason there are bycatch caps now for the industry is because there are ESA listed stocks, and it comes under the biological opinion. And ideally, there's going to be a day when we recover these stocks, they're built, and those caps go away. And, then we have to think about this. There's an opportunity to gain information, and I think has been mentioned here, some of the genetic information and that. And there are some hard constraints proposed in the EFP application that limit that. And I've tried to scale some of that, and I think they're reasonable. So, as much as I hate to impact a single Chinook, when I look across the fisheries and what we're trying to do more holistically in the council and supporting all of these, I think there's an argument to be made that we should look at this and make sure everything is set up right and managed so, we avoid the impacts we're really concerned about, but it's an opportunity to see how this can occur in that area. And I think, as several people have said, when 70% of the biomass is currently distributed in that area, and we're trying to avoid salmon, limiting the fishing to 30% of the stock maybe isn't the best thing to do. So I think we should, consider this carefully and think about what we can learn from it and be safe about that fishing. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to call on Butch Smith. I think that, I hearken back to when my daughter was 15 and 16 and I'd come home and they'd be at the corner eating, my wife would be at one corner of the house and my daughter would be at the other, and they were just going at it with emotions and whatever happens to ladies at that age. And there was times I could just shut the door and go back to the boat. And I would like to do that now, but of course, you can't shut the door and go back to the boat. But I will tell you this, and Ryan, please don't tell Susan I said this, because I just, whatever litany of concerns or pros that we have for salmon. I can tell you that the best person in the world to look at that, to find out if the interactions and the permitting, is Susan Bishop. Those whiting guys will be put through a fine-tooth comb like they're going into federal prison for life. I assure you of that. I've dealt with Susan for a lot of years, and I love her to death, and she's very good at her job. And with California's input, and I would imagine Brett Cormorus would have a little bit to say. I don't know, but or that I have confidence in our salmon people, whether it's pro or con, that they will find what the true interaction will be and all the possibilities. I have, and Susan and her staff have been down there messing around California now for a few years, in the concerns and stuff they have going with the different Chinook issues and coho issues, and quite honestly, we were happy to loan her out. I mean, but she does an excellent job. So that's number one. Whether and I hearken back to we're really not making any decisions here about this particular, other than to be a conduit for NOAA. And I think we have a fair amount of great testimony. We have our co-managers, both north and south, have some real issues with this that will be obviously weighed in, and so I think that, and I don't want to cut off any discussion because we sit here and talk till midnight. But I think that if we go that way of I say, Ryan, I don't know who's going to do this, but I say you, because you're the NOAA person sitting in the seat, and you're far enough away from me, you can't kick me under the table. So, but I believe that we, once again, we have heard excellent testimony on just an emotional issue, and but I will tell you this, being a salmon person, I have every confidence that that salmon piece will be looked at through a 1,000-power microscope into what they can do down there, and so we did something like this years ago with the whiting people and with salmon, and they have done what they said, and they said what they would do. So I that way I have confidence in however this comes out, that will still be the case. So anyway, end of speech. Thank you, and I'll call on Asia.
Thank you, and I'll try to be quick because I want everyone to remember how many hours of work we still have to do today. I tried to tell you that we should move on the other night, but I'll start with also supporting the simpler to think about EFPs. I would like to just ask for thinking about options for moving the Trawl Gear EFP through the system differently than we have. We've tried to think about agendizing it, and I'm wondering if there's something different that can happen. And so I just want to put out, I was hoping that the creative thinking would come out under the EO, but I want to just put a marker down for can we think about things like secretarials or other ways to look at moving forward the Trawl Gear EFP so that Lori doesn't have to keep doing this because it's just been long. So, and then I want to just address item 2 here on the council tasks. There are a lot of words in our process that have negative connotations. Everyone knows my feelings about the EFP process overall, but out of cycle in this context has a really negative connotation, and it implies, I think, in working on this EFP, I've seen people use it to imply a lack of scrutiny, a disregard for the process, a lot of different things. I'm wondering if we can think of different wording for that when we work on adjusting the. I know that we're working as a council on adjusting the process for EFP, so I'm wondering if we can think of wording that doesn't imply a naughtiness in it. And then I will try to be very fast with my comments on the Whiting EFP. There have been, everyone around the table has noted an extraordinary number of conversations. It's been, in the banquet the other night, everyone said over and over again that this is a good process and that we come together to have really hard conversations together. And I watched it happen over and over again with this one. I know, everyone wanted to go back to the boat and shut the door and not deal with this, but people came out of the woodwork to deal with it and try in really hard ways. So I just want to acknowledge, this was so uncomfortable for everybody, and then everyone still had the uncomfortable conversations. And I think that is really a testament to the system. I am softening a lot. I know Corey and I have debated a lot about the purpose of involving the council in this process. And I know that the way that I view EFPs is an artifact of how I was raised in New England. And I do see the benefits of involvement here. And so I'm trying to bring that softness to this discussion as well. And I see this council process as a place for a venue and a place for holding space for hard conversations. So I do appreciate everyone's hard work to talk about hard things. I said this in questioning George Bradshaw and Mike O'Farrell and Dr. O'Farrell, and this kind of question is not going to go away. This question of overlapping, of the resources that we are charged with managing, shifting into different distributions, running into species that are in delicate condition. And we need to be able to confront those questions really well. And that the kind of hard conversation we just had right now, step one of that, it's coming in the council member ongoing development conversations around that brought members in from around the country to talk about issues related to climate change and shifting distributions, and how that adds pressure to this system where we have to decide on resource use across user groups that have really legitimate concerns. It's present around the country everywhere, and we're going to have to do it again. And then it makes, in my mind, what Corey said earlier, it makes it critical to be able to very precisely answer the question of what the impact of 500 fish is going to be on those stocks. And I don't feel like we got a great, I've heard some answers, but I don't feel like we should be able to answer that with stunning confidence and clarity so that we can assure both the whiting fleet and the salmon industry, salmon fleet as well, folks who on both sides who have given up a lot to support recovery for these species, that we're making the best decisions about how to achieve OY for them. So I would love to, as a community, circle back to how we can get that answer more clearly. And I don't know the space for that because I'm not as familiar with salmon management. I know how it would be analyzed and answered in Groundfish, but I still just didn't hear the strongest answer on the salmon side of it. And I do support that. I hope that Susan, that we can call her and that she can help with thinking about that in a more clear way. Just trying to see what I do need to say here in my notes. I just want to spend one more moment. I commented on words with out of cycle, words with voluntary matter as well. Voluntary in this case, we might need to come up with a better word for it too. I was trying to sit last night and think about, okay, what are better words for voluntary to show what that means to the whiting fleet. I wrote down things and ignore the grammatical match, but willingly, at great cost, with great seriousness, those are words that better characterize voluntary in that context. This council system, having worked in other regions, I used the words earlier, these are the purest souls, the people that come to this process, the people that we work with in this system are dedicated and cautious and amazing resource stewards. It is not careless people who are here. from any industry. And so the points in the discussion, in these hard discussions where carelessness has been implied, have been really hard for me to hear, have been really upsetting overall. And I just want to reiterate that that's not the case with the people that we work with on any from any group. And then I think I'll stop. I just want to thank everyone for showing up for all the really hard conversations here. I think there are other things that I need to say, but I don't think that we should spend the time on them at this moment. So thank you.
So before I call on Ryan, I'm going to call on Ryan and who raised their hand? Okay. So Marcy, Ryan, and then Brad, have your motion ready, and then we'll probably be more discussion looking at and then Corey. All right. And then Dr. Lent. All right. So Marcy, take her away.
Sorry. Yeah, I won't belabor this. I just want to reference back to the supplemental ED report and the guidance for us on considering recommendations and talking about our considerations for NIMS as it entertains the EFP application. I guess one thing that really hasn't been said yet that I want to make sure is made clear is that I do hope that NIMS will consider if an EFP is the appropriate vehicle for this ask to process south of 42. And the reason I say that is reading the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 600.745, B1, the general provisions. A NIMS regional administrator or director may authorize for limited testing, public display, data collection, exploratory fishing, compensation fishing, conservation engineering, health and safety surveys, environmental cleanup, and or hazard removal purposes, the target or incidental harvest of species managed under an FMP or fishery regulations that would otherwise be prohibited. So the general rule makes no mention of processing being an activity that is covered under an EFP. So I would just note that, EFPs are to authorize harvest and just ask that NIMS directly consider that point. Also want to note the oral written testimony from Glenn Merrill on November 6th indicates that the EFP applicants represent all of the recently active at-sea processing vessels in the whiting fishery. And if all of the at-sea whiting fleet intends to be covered by the EFP, NIMS should consider whether exempting processing south of 42 is an appropriate application of an EFP or whether it is an authorization that would need to be addressed via a regulation change rather than an EFP. So in other words, does that clause about limited testing, is that provision met by the application? Moving to CFR 600-745-B33F. This is about the grounds for denial of an EFP application. They include circumstances when the activity proposed under the EFP could create a significant enforcement problem. So without modifying the application to include catcher vessels that are signatories to ensure they're subject to the terms and conditions, the EC report and the exchange with Lieutenant Van Epps suggests that activities authorized under the EFP would present a significant enforcement problem. And then finally, I just asked NIMS to consider where development of this EFP fits on the priority list within the regulatory pipeline. We've heard a bit about the backlog with pending rules that would implement actions that the council has already taken. In fact, just right now, I got a notice from West Coast Region about enrolling in the Trawl Gear EFP for 2026, just as we were up here right now. We've heard Lori's testimony about the desire to get the trawl gear EFP into regulation. I've heard Asia mention that as well, how important that is. We've also had other public comment this meeting asking about effectiveness of the Cordell Bank regulations and also the commercial Pacific Halibut VMS and streamer lines rule. So I would just note that thinking about the priorities, I feel that NIMS has quite a list of rules waiting to be implemented, and thinking about where development of this EFP fits, I feel the actions we've already taken should be given priority. Thank you.
And I'll call you two next before I ask Brad for a motion. How's that sound? Fair enough? Okay, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So quickly, I did want to thank the comments from Ms. Steele. Appreciate that. We are aware of that. Actually, if we were not shut down, we would have come to this meeting with a report on evaluating the trawl gear EFP and kind of charting a path forward. We'll have that report ready for March with some options. So just wanted to acknowledge that and then note that we are working on that. When it comes to the whiting EFP, I really appreciate hearing all of the comments around the table, including those most recent ones from Ms. Yaremko. I thought I had read the CFR EFP regs over and over and over for the past, I think, every council meeting, and you highlighted some areas that I now need to dig into further. But I also appreciate comments by Ms. Shimelo on how much work is put into this, how much dialogue, availability from the applicants, and so this is really helpful. And to Mr. Niles' point, right, I think we are talking about the council's role in EFPs, and I think this is a perfect example how it may vary. There may be a difference, right? This is, I think, a really good venue to get a large range of multiple sectors, multiple fisheries engaged, as well as council input and feedback. So I have heard and read a number of things that touch on suggestions that NIM should consider as it relates to the application process. I've also seen some things that maybe are more related to potential terms and conditions that we might put forward, as we want to. I've also heard things that might connect as it relates to enforcement and monitoring. So we will definitely be taking all of this into account as we review. And then to the point that was just made about workload, yeah, I mean, we've lost 2 months on the NIM side that we were planning to work on this and even have more answers for you at this meeting on how this might fit within the existing environmental analyses, what type of workload trade-offs that this might be that we just are not prepared to speak to at this meeting. I appreciate your comments, Mr. Smith, on Ms. Bishop. She is fantastic. But this is not just a salmon issue for my division. I mean, this will involve workload in our Groundfish branch and potentially some trade-offs with folks who are slated to do IFQ modeling, over the winter here. So there is some significant workload issues that NIMS will have to look at. Ms. Yaremko is right. This will come into overall priorities, just like everything else. You heard from Ms. Kwan on the first day regarding, the rebalancing and the fact that we're almost down 40% of staff in the region. Now, my division has not been hit as hard as others, so we do have some folks, but we will be looking at this kind of holistically. That said, I also appreciate all the comments about the potential to utilize this and to get some really good constructive information out of this EFP. So we will continue to work on this. One way or the other, you will get an update from NIMS on where we are in the process here when we meet again in March. But anyway, I know we're running late, so I'll stop there. But I just wanted to say we will be taking all of this into account as we review this application. Thank you.
So program up note after Mrs. Writings and Dr. Lent say what they're going to say. We're going to take a 10-minute break. I looked at the old TikTok. We've been going now for a long time. So, anyway, go ahead, Corey Writings.
Thanks, Vice.
Just wanted to, I'm going to talk about the whiting EFP here. I think enough's been said about the other ones, and I'm supportive of everything I've heard. Just to cut to the chase, I do not think that we should move forward this EFP for public review as part of the council process. That being said, I want to thank the applicants for coming to the council. I think the EFP was of incredibly high quality, and I think the rationale is strong. I think the case made was incredibly strong. I'm incredibly grateful for having that EFP be so clear and being so thoughtful and with so much consultation with what appears to be every single person in this process, and that's incredible. Why I don't think it should move forward is there's several reasons. We don't fully understand the impacts of fishing and processing on the hake population in the area proposed. And I'm talking about the hake population here itself. I know the GMT recommended that the proponents expand upon the goals and objectives of the CFE to include addressing this biological impact. That matches with the fact that there's a lot of uncertainty in the hake assessment that came out this year. We have, or I've heard, concerns about there being smaller and younger fish in the south, and that there are concerns that the stock is shifting south generally. And that was noted by the GAP report, and I believe the Washington Treaty Tribes as part. In addition to concerns about impacts on the hake population generally, also concerns about bycatch of other groundfish and how might this impact other commercial fisheries, and most importantly, concerns about salmon bycatch. I would like to underscore my understanding and appreciation about the 500 limit proposed is within existing limits, and also that based on current reports, annual reports that are provided to this council, the entire sector has been below their limits. That is an incredible accomplishment, and I think that accountability and reporting is applauded. That being said, and understanding that there are limits set in the BIOPS, and this would potentially be under that, I think that we are in a state in California where every single salmon matters. And that is unfortunate. And collectively, we are doing our best to get out of that. I think Ms. Mattis noted, I think she said billions. I don't have the number, but there has been an incredible effort by the state of California, the tribes, and by the federal government to rebuild the Klamath Basin. The dams coming down is fantastic. We've heard good things, but we aren't reaping the benefits yet. The fact remains that there's enough uncertainty here at the table that we don't know what the impacts on those stocks will be, especially when thinking about ESA listed stocks and the limitations that that might pose on fisheries across the state of California. Something important to me, and I greatly appreciate the UROC report. That was very helpful and a good reminder of our obligations, as well as concerns that we have more broadly for our treaty obligations to the HOOPA, as well as our Washington State Treaty Tribes. I think this is obvious, but I'll just echo what others have said. I'm very aware that this is, the council provides guidance to NIMS and that these applications go to NIMS directly. So I will just urge NIMS as they look at this in whatever form. And thank you, Ryan, for all that you've done and the times this has come to the council floor to assure us that, what happens here, the sort of documentation that we produce will be considered in how you look at this, and I appreciate that very much. And finally, I'm just going to echo, I heard Corey and Asia to my left here talk about this process, and I agree with that. I think that thinking about how this process happens and if we can make it smoother and better and be more dovetailed with how NIMS is doing their work, I think that's important, and I hope we move forward with thinking about that. And I think we are. But I just wanted to echo that. I'm going to stop there. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I know I'm standing between everybody and a cup of coffee, so I will just say, great discussion. thank you, everybody, so much to agree with. Just building on Ms. Writings, I just want to remember that it is not the applicant's fault that salmon are in such dire straits in Klamath. But you are joining a big happy family, unhappy family of fishing communities, tribal communities, coastal communities that are bearing the weight of the fact that there are so many challenges to rebuilding healthy salmon stocks. And a lot of those solutions are beyond our purview at the council. There's always a risk that something could go wrong. It could be a disaster set. Incredibly well-managed fisheries, incredibly well monitored, et cetera, but that there's always a risk. In the case of the commercial salmon fisheries of California, we set that risk at 0 by saying no fishing 3 years in a row. So again, not the fault of the applicants who have been absolutely fantastic in the responsiveness and availability, but it's a very dire situation. We're trying our best to reap the benefits of all the efforts put in so far. So this is a time where we want to be more cautious. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. So Brad, I thought I promised you that you can make your motion now, and then we'll have, well, there it is. Good Lord, magic of TV. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. There, yeah, I knew it was there. I just didn't.
I thought you might.
Go ahead, Mr. Bettinger.
I thought you might be needing glasses, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay. All right. I move the council recommend to National Marine Fisheries Service that should it consider an EFP for issuance to the applicants listed in agenda item F4 attachment 2 to process whiting south of 42 degrees north latitude, that it consider the complete record, including the points raised in council discussion, the recommendations of advisory bodies and management entities, and public comment received under agenda item F4 at the June and September 2025 council meetings.
Is that language on the screen complete and accurate?
It is.
All right. Will you speak to your motion? Oh, what? Sorry. Second, please. Have a second?
Second.
Oh. I called Jamie, sorry. Sharon.
That's okay. That's okay.
You did scare me, though. Okay. I'm sorry. Speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think it was a discussion yesterday. We even need a motion to probably get some clarity to it, so we move forward with it. I would say that this is the second or third version of this, and I think earlier versions kind of assumed, I think, that National Fisheries Service is going to move forward with an EFP, and I think it's unfair to the agency. I think basically that we've been asked to give input into the EFP by the applicants, and I think that this motion encompasses getting all the input that this council has put together in an orderly fashion, so they can move forward with the agency as here over the next few months. So outside of that, I think that's all I got.
Thank you, Brad. Questions of the motion? The maker. Okay. Council discussion. Corey Writings.
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Brad, for providing this motion and speaking to it. I plan to vote no on this motion. As for the reasons I stated earlier, I am fully aware that NIMS will do what NIMS is going to do, and it should do. But it's my opinion that the council does not need to formally recommend it to move forward. I want to be clear that although I plan to vote no, that I do support the part of this motion that indicates NIMS's consideration and, of course, the consideration of the record from this council, as I talked about earlier. I also think that if and when NIMS considers this, that I hope it's deprioritized in the sense that NIMS just came off a 7-week furlough. We have heard about 40% staff reductions at the regional office, and there are a lot of things that need to get done. Requests that this council has made across the Groundfish FMPs and other FMPs, important tasks to keep multiple fisheries fishing. So that is my opinion, and that is why I'll be voting no. Thanks again, Brad, for the motion.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Actually, this does not recommend going forward the FP. It recommends that if they would consider the FP, they should consider all the information that's been put before them. So no way and consider this as an endorsement moving forward.
Corey?
Thanks, Vice. Thanks, Brad. Yeah, the wording's a little confusing there, but thank you for clarifying that. I read it that way, which is just to say that I don't necessarily see this as an endorsement. I just don't think the council needs to say anything on this right now. So does that help? Thanks.
Any other discussion? Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll just try to echo some of what I said earlier. Thanks for the motion. I really do question. I do understand NIMS has the authority to do this, but it only really hit me this morning. But I don't know that. Well, I'm going to go back to what Butch said, and that the NIMS staff is gonna scrutinize this. But I think the natural place, the place we would do this normally is in the rebuilding plan itself. When you're just the main concern about being the Klamath stock, and that's the limited resource needed to allocate. And the way to do that fair and equitably is part of the rebuilding plan, and to then consider how different amounts of fish affect the shortest time to rebuild, taking the needs of the fishing communities and all that. So that is where the Magnuson Act instructs us how to deal with this very, very problem, which I've only really became to realize now. That said, we are, and I trust NIMS will do the due diligence. If they do review it, as Brad said, we're kind of handing this off to NIMS and the applicants here. And on that, the rebuilding plan gives you a clear conservation objective. And I want to say that I think, I came to this process 2007. I was skeptical of the industry, and then over time, I've have nothing but respect for what they've done to achieve the conservation objectives that we've given to them, and they've done this at a cost that no one's been able to quantify. No one's tried to quantify even. They've just done it. And yeah, I really enjoyed the voluntary discussion, but it's basically they're doing it by private contract, which happens all over the world in the business world, and it's effective. And the data they collect, I don't know about the whole world, but in terms of what we have on the West Coast is government. There's nothing better than the data. The only people who have better data than us is the industry themselves, and what they give to C-State. So if we give them a clear conservation objective, they'll achieve it. I'm hearing some really uncertain thoughts and totally understandable concerns about wanting to be precautionary. That we have this council process again works well when we use science and quantification to figure out what those conservation objectives should be. Just a couple. Yeah, we don't have time to work through it today. I fully agree with Marcy and what Corey just about the other reason we bring EFPs through the council process is because Ryan doesn't have unlimited staff, and it is a workload priority issue. But I'm also I'm still not understanding some other Marcy's points about enforcement. I would question maybe I'm sure the council made a very deliberate choice back in the 1990s when it did this out of concern for salmon. But the concern was over the fishing for the salmon, and the processing was a nice, elegant way of stopping the fishing. So I don't understand, and I don't understand the enforcement concerns at all, really, because again, this is the prohibitions on processing, and you can fish there now, and so all you really have to do is watch the processor. And yeah, I would enjoy hearing more from Marcy after discussing this to understand that better. But I kind of agree with what Heather Mann said. You could watch where the processes are. Anyone in the member using marine traffic or any other number of tools, you can see exactly where they are. I think that's all I want to say. I'm a little disappointed that we are handing this off to NIMS, but it's I think it would be better considered under the salmon aspects under the salmon FMP and the rebuilding plan, and I'll leave it there.
Dr. Lent, and then Marcy.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Could I just ask a question? As I understand this, that the goal of this motion is to make sure that NIMS reads the record of this council meeting. So I guess my question is, is it necessary, if we didn't have this motion, would NIMS consider the record of what's been discussed at this council meeting and the advisory body reports? Thank you.
Who are you addressing that to, the motion maker or NIMS?
Well, we had discussions with the council leadership about that yesterday, and I think it was, the motion was the recommended venue here, move forward. That was that's what we came up with. So I would defer to Executive Director Byrd, potentially on that. Or?
Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lam, for the question. I mean, yes, of course we would, right? I mean, the whole EFP process in general lays out pretty clearly in the regs that there should be some engagement with the council. So we would do this. I think this motion specifically directs us to certain aspects of the record, advisory body reports, public comment. It also references previous meetings. So, I mean, it's not that we wouldn't take those into account, but it is a very clear recommendation from the council. Thanks.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just very quickly feel the need to respond to Mr. Niles. My concern is with the biological opinion. Fishing is authorized, but has not been analyzed because it does not occur in any appreciable amount. Then if I may, I just want to follow up on the exchange we just had with Ryan and Rebecca. I'm struggling with the difference in how NIMS will undertake this activity with or without this motion. You just highlighted that the motion specifies some areas which may be construed as priority because we put them in the motion. But that makes me somewhat concerned that there might be things that aren't covered in this motion that you would need to look at closely, that I can't decide that I would want those to be more or less a priority than what's on this list. And so I'm struggling, with the need, and I'm struggling to understand if I'm making the right decision to prioritize the things that are on this list. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit about the process that you would use with this motion in place versus the review process you'd use with no motion. Thank you.
Ryan?
Yeah, through Vice Chair. Thanks, Ms. Yaremko, for the question. Having this motion does not mean it is going to prevent us from looking at anything else, right? I mean, I think this motion clearly covers all aspects of this council process and previous council process where this issue has been raised, right? So it accurately references all of those. And that's in general what NIMS would have done anyway, or will do, right? We are going to be taking in council feedback, public comment. Of course, there will be if we move forward with this, it will also go out Federal Register notice for additional public comments. And we'll be taking all of that into account along with this input from the council as well. In addition, as I noted earlier, which we didn't have a chance to report at this meeting on because we were going to do it over the last couple months, NIPS will be doing its own analysis of things that we, concerns we might have, be thinking of things, very similar to points that have been raised. We're going to be looking at all of those kind of same points. This is consistent with the environmental analyses, looking at monitoring and enforcement, looking at terms and conditions, potential things. So we're also going to be doing our own review, and that will involve, as I noted earlier, multiple branches in my division. So, and that will happen either way. I hope that helps.
Corey, then Asia.
Yeah, I think, well, again, we could hopefully talk in the future, but I'm totally understanding your biological concerns or whatever your biological opinion concerns, but the enforcement aspect of it was what I meant to speak to, if I didn't say that precisely. But what I heard Marcy asking about workload priorities was, I'm assuming part of what you'd come back with, right? Like you're going to do your analysis of the EFP, but you would come back with, like, and probably with Keely in the seat, explain what the workload situation is. Like you guys done a really nice job of the last however many years now to say, like, this EFP stacks up. Here's all the workload you've asked us, and here's the EFP, and then talk about what I think what Marcy asked about at that time, whatever that would be, March, April, or June, or
right.
Yeah, through the vice chair. Thank you, Mr. Niles. Yeah, it's a good point. Normally, you would have heard at this meeting on day one, here's our priorities, right, from them. We do that every November typically. That obviously was not, we canceled that agenda item because of the shutdown. So yes, by the time we get to March, you're probably going to hear across the board, not just in Groundfish and the workload management measures. You're going to hear from NIMS in all of the various agenda items, kind of where our priorities are and how that's being impacted. You know, there will be some follow-up to what Ms. Kwan said initially on day one, that we probably would have had more information for you on at this meeting that will now have to happen in March. Yeah.
Asia, then Sharon.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll just say quickly that I see in this motion a lot of clear guidance to the applicants to deeply consider the information that came out of all the discussions that happened this week and endeavor to incorporate as much of that as possible into the application that's submitted to NOAA. That's also just noting too that a lot of the things that came up are things that NOAA would have to address if it considered approving this in the terms and conditions. So Ryan noted this earlier, but there's some difference between what is required in the application and then what, if NOAA ended up approving it, would have to happen in the terms and conditions. And then underneath all of that, all the environmental review that's required of every action that the agency authorizes would back this. So I think all of that is very clear here in this discussion.
Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my opinion, I see this as a very neutral motion because should NIMS consider an EFP, and recognizing that Ryan has indicated that, well, of course we'll look at the record and do this and do that. But on the other hand, I think it is the council's responsibility relative to all of the individuals who have testified to the council, not NOAA Fisheries, but to the council, to ensure that that record goes forward. Furthermore, with all due respect to Ryan, he doesn't know what tomorrow's directives to NIMS at a national level might be that might intersect with their work and what they do relative to EFP. So I just see this as just a neutral insurance that all of the people who have taken their time, their words, their heart to testify to us and our committees, that ensuring that that is, from our perspective, something that should be concluded in the consideration, in NIMS's consideration of this EFP. Thank you.
Thank you. And to add to that a little bit, I think we almost have an obligation to do this. I mean, these people for months have poured out their testimony, whether it's for or against, and, you know, an avenue to make sure that testimony and the AP's reports get to Ryan, not leave it for chance that, oh, I forgot that. I mean, he has it, or I say he, I'm sorry, right? Whoever is going to do this has what everybody has traveled here for, whether it be we're for it or against it. And I think that's an important piece. We're not giving our blessing. We're Switzerland on this deal. I feel we're simply taking the information and providing it to Mr. Wolf to hopefully make an educated decision, thumbs up, thumbs down. And he has all the resources, although limited now, but the resources to, you know, look at the science, the impacts, the Endangered Species Act, all that stuff that will probably go into this. So that's why I feel comfortable, but I'm not going to vote. So that's good. I got the gavel. So I will go with Lynn and then Krista.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Ms. Kiefer hit on a lot of the things I was going to say, that We're not endorsing the EFP, but we're trying to be very specific in what we want NIMS to include when they consider it. It is a rather neutral motion in that regard. I'm going to mention John Holloway twice today because I know it's coming up later today, but he always said, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And I see this motion as trying to help ensure that we're at the table and helping to set the menu and the ingredients that are used. Again, I'm not 100% sure which way to go on the actual EFP, but to consider everything and have NIMS do the analysis, I will be supportive of. Thank you.
Krista.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Considering everybody else has weighed in, I think I probably should put my mark on the table as well. I will be supporting the motion. I am appreciative of the maker of the motion clarifying that this was not an endorsement. It does feel like a bit of a punt in terms of, we've spent a lot of time at the council talking about we want to provide our input, et cetera, and we shouldn't go around the council process. And here we are saying, okay, we're going to hand the whole package to NIMS. That being said, I think we have heard from a wide variety of stakeholders, and this is the appropriate course of action. I do want to acknowledge the tremendous amount of effort that has been put forward by the applicants. It has been admirable before we ever even got to the meeting, but also the time and effort and outreach at this meeting to find a solution with a whole variety of stakeholders, I think needs to be recognized in this process. I do want to temper that with the large amount of outreach that we have heard from a variety of stakeholders that come from commercial, recreational, the tribes, charter sector, the environmental community, in terms of concerns on this, and particularly our fellow council members here in the state of California that have expressed concern and opposition to this particular motion. At the end of the day, this is going on in their waters. And I do think that that does need to be acknowledged. And I recognize that currently we can fish in those waters. This is about processing. And I think it is an opportunity. So with that, I will close by saying thank you to NIMS. I think you've got a tall order to go through all of this information, do all of the vetting that needs to happen across multiple FMPs to ensure that we have a decision that will be acceptable. Maybe not successful for everybody, but acceptable as a path forward.
Mr. Sones.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I think it's getting a little clearer to me now. That's whether I do think we do need to support the information going forward. Our tribes have made their arguments in opposition. And so those will get considered under this motion, I believe, and we probably would have direct contact with NIMS if there was concerns. That is a lane available to us. But having that said, I'm also concerned with, is it really needed? I'm looking at the catches for the industry. They've almost achieved a lot of what these exceptionally high quotas. I mean, these things are really high compared to what they were 10 years ago. And a lot of times I'm not even clear on whether we are accurate in our stock assessments. They seem so high. It's the opposite of what we're seeing with other species, where there are all kinds of fish out there, but geez, they're having a hard time finding them. And I think the 70% below 40 whatever is a red herring, really. I don't really agree with that, but just the purpose and need I have a lot of concern with, because they are achieving a lot of what they're their quotas are. And the reason they're spending so much time out there is because there is huge quotas that they have to take. But they are getting them. I mean, we've even been asked from the Kaw tribe or the tribes in the north if we could pass fish on to a sector because they are getting closer to their numbers. So it's not like they're not able to achieve their allocations. And I don't know if that even got really brought up in this whole conversation, so I'd like to get it on record. But because of what Brad is proposing here, I can support the motion to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I realize the language was developed totally with the intent that it be neutral and that it not presuppose anything with regard to support or opposition. But I have to say the language does imply that NIMS will do some work in the form of reviewing the application, whatever it may be, determining the application's complete. And I'm not clear of the necessity for us to, I mean, they've said they're gonna review the record anyway. And I believe that, as well as conducting their own review. Because of the implication that they'll be doing work here, I'd prefer they do other work on the other regs that are in the pipeline. So for that reason, I will be voting no. Thank you.
Okay. Guess we have come just to the time where see no other hands up, so I will call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Those abstain?
Abstain.
Well, I heard lots of things. I thought I heard the yeas have it, but we could do a roll call if you feel more comfortable.
I don't know that we need to. Just to recap, Mr. Vice Chairman, I heard Mr. Remco and Ms. Writings vote no. Did I miss anyone? Okay. And yeah, the motion passed.
And then we had an abstention
by Mr. Wolf.
So the motion passes. Regardless, thank everyone for their hard work on this issue. We are not done, however. We need to bring those other things up we need to get to. Isn't that correct, Mr. Phillips?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As soon as that, oh, there it is, the task list. I would say that you have looked at number 1, 3, 4, and 5. The outstanding one would be, of course, the number 2, which is consider the benefits of an out-of-cycle EFP and endorse the process as appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, so Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I did prepare a motion on the other items, the other EFPs. With that, I'd ask Tower of Power, can you pull up the CDFW motion, please? Thank you. I move the council approve for public review the California Department of Fish and Wildlife EFP renewal application to collect cow cod and yellow eye rockfish biological samples in 27 and 28, as shown in F4 Attachment 1. In the event that regulations identified in the appendix of F4A Supplemental Gap Report 1 are not effective by January 1, 2027, the Council recommends NIMS reissue the Trawl Gear EFP for 2027 and 28.
Does your language look accurate and complete?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I will ask for a second. Dr. Lent for the second. Speak to your motion.
I think we've covered the territory adequately. Thank you.
God bless you. Council discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, we've got one abstention. The motion carries. Okay. Asia?
Thanks. In the interest of 8 hours of scheduled agenda items after this, regarding item 2, I know that we have a bigger process coming up for evaluating the COP19. So I'm wondering if we can defer that discussion until that place. Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Shamila, for that question. I would look to pass the buck to Executive Director Burden on that one.
Yes, thank you for the question. I believe we have, we will take our experience here and look forward to what we can do more efficiently under COP19, and I think we can defer that decision until that time.
Mr. Phillips.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. I apologize, Mr. Remco. I totally forgot that you had a motion there regarding the CDF and WEFP. So looking again at your task list and with the question and guidance from Ms. Shamilo, I would say that you have addressed all 5 of these tasks and that this agenda item is complete.
Thank you, sir. All righty. I will gladly be passing the gavel back to Chairman Hassemer.
Thank you very much. And as we get ready for this, Ms. Keely Kent will be in the virtual NIMS seat. We'll give Ms. Jessie Waller a chance to get set up here. And I ask you, in the interest of finishing by 5, reset your watches now. It's 8 a.m. Tuesday morning, and we're starting on our Tuesday agenda. So you have that benchmark. And Jesse, when you're ready, you just go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this is agenda item F5, harvest specifications and management measures flexibility. On day 1, which I forget what day that was, you received my presentation, which covered the materials in the briefing book. I would be happy to answer any questions or go back to any slides if there were some over the last few days that council members have thought of. Otherwise, you have an SSC, a GAP, and a GMT report to consider and some public comments. As a reminder, your council action for this meeting is to adopt a problem statement, a range of alternatives, and a preliminary preferred alternative if possible. And I'd be happy to, again, take any questions over the council action or anything in my PowerPoint as I get it pulled up.
All right, as Jesse said, yes, you saw the presentation on day 1, Saturday. If there's any questions that have come up between then and now, we can address those. She has access to the PowerPoint. And not seeing any, we'll go directly to our reports then. First, we have a Scientific and Statistical Committee report. Dr. Dan Holland and Dr. John Field, I believe, are online. Dr. Holland, are you doing the report? Or Dr. Field?
Yeah, no, sorry, I had myself muted. Yes, I am. This is Dan Holland. Can you hear me?
All right.
Okay. Hi, I'm Dan Holland. I'm a member of the SSC. I'll be reading the report today for agenda item F5A, the supplemental SSC report 1, SSC committee report on harvest specifications and management measure flexibility. Jesse Waller of the Pacific Fishery Management Council provided a presentation on proposed options to increase flexibility in establishing harvest specifications in an effort to add long-term stability to the fishery. The proposed alternatives will provide exceptions and deviations from the traditional application of harvest control rules that may complicate scientific advice and increase the risk of biological overfishing. The SSC discussed considerations surrounding opportunities for greater flexibility and can provide feedback to address concerns that arise during further development of the alternatives, including understanding complex interactions among the options. However, additional time for review is required to fully evaluate the proposed action. In addition, input from federal colleagues who did not have time to review documents provided in the briefing book due to the furlough is required for a more complete review and response. The SSC considered the 4 questions presented in the SSC memo and identified a number of potential issues with each of the alternatives, but did not have sufficient time to review and discuss these in detail. The SSC proposed a focused meeting of the Groundfish Subcommittee to further consider this item prior to the March Council meeting for a more comprehensive response to it before a final decision. As such, the SSC recommends that the Council postpone final decision-making to at least April 2026, given the proposed need for further SSC review in March. With the limited time available, the SSC was only able to provide overarching considerations rather than specific recommendations. There are often trade-offs between competing management objectives. The proposed options for increasing flexibility may result in increased risk of overfishing and the long-term costs associated with overfishing. They may also increase year-to-year variability in landings. Furthermore, many of the proposed options decouple the setting of acceptable biological catches, ABCs, from the traditional P-STAR framework, which converts decisions regarding risk tolerance from an explicit decision to an implicit result of an emergent ABC buffer. More generally, a better understanding of the drivers of underattainment and fishery stability would be helpful to understand if and how the proposed alternatives are likely to address the problems identified by the Council. The proposed options for flexibility would also make harvest control rules, HCRs, increasingly complex and will result in frequent departures from the default harvest control rules, which were carefully designed to achieve management objectives. This increases workload and risks due to the application of untested harvest control rules. There is growing evidence that ramped HCRs, such as the 40-10 rule used for rockfish and the 25-5 rule used for flatfish, provide many benefits resulting from added precaution at low stock sizes. Many of the proposed practices would reduce the level of precaution prescribed by the default rules, limiting their ability to deliver benefits, which include rapid rebuilding, resilience to climate-induced shocks, stable catch, and high long-term yields. A best practice in designing harvest control rules is to test their ability to achieve objectives under uncertainty through management strategy evaluation, MSE. The proposed options for increasing flexibility would effectively introduce more HCRs that have not been evaluated for their likelihood of meeting objectives. MSCs are time and resource intensive and are unlikely to be available to support near-term decision-making. However, there are many published papers and recent analyses that have used MSC to look at the effects of harvest specification changes that can provide insights on potential benefits and pitfalls of these strategies in other regions. An MSC for select U.S. West Coast fisheries could be performed to compare these proposed strategies and quantify risks of overfishing. This would take time, planning, and likely a dedicated analysis with pre-specified analysis goals. That concludes the SSC statement. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Holland on the SSC report? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dan. This is not gonna be an easy one, probably. On your statements here about the 40-10 adjustment and increase also, and the other one about increasing the risk of overfishing. My impression after reading the materials in hearing the presentation Saturday is we could really use a big picture backup to understand this stuff better. Because I'm just on the part about the 4010 adjustment. You know, when I started in 2007, and I remember Phil Anderson for the first time, many times, talking about how, you know, their experience, the council's experience with sablefish, you know, fishing it down to B40 and being told that it'll level off at B40, but then the plane went right through the one runway and went into the precautionary zone. And then it was just assessment after assessment. Even though we were applying the 4010 adjustment for many, many years, it was stuck there. Then in 2021 or maybe the assessment came out, Sablefish said the stock was never below B40. And then, you know, a couple assessments later, you know, the OFL is up by like, I don't know, 8 times. Now, and then we get this latest assessment last year. Now it says Sablefish was overfished for like 20, 30 years. And the way that we rebuilt it was just by overfishing it for 20 years. And it just took those, you know, huge gear classes to get us above B40 finally. So I think what people are hearing, you're hearing with it is like the amount of volatility, even the Sablefish assessment, which is one of the best assessments, species that's well sampled by the bottom trawl survey, is relatively well. I'm having an issue with like some of these statements in here, and I think the bigger picture about what's going on. And Widow, I think Brad pointed out the other day that, you know, we spent a lot of efforts rebuilding, and this latest assessment says it was also never overfished. So, yep, I guess my first question is, because I know you were on this National Standard 1 work group and made some recommendations about being limited by the interpretation of the National Standard guidelines. So do you think there'd be benefit to taking a bigger picture look at some of these ideas as part of the risk focus agenda item that Merrick has been recommending that we take up next spring?
Thank you for the question, through the chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. Yes, I guess I would agree that it would be good to take a step back.
Mr. Holland, I think you might be muted on your end.
I'm not muted on my end.
Now you're coming through. Please.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. I would agree that taking a step back and looking at the risk picture in general is useful. I think there also hasn't really, you know, been enough analysis of this these flexibility options to date anyway. There was to be a work group, which I was supposed to be involved in, that you know, did not do the work that it would have otherwise done because of the furlough. But I would say that, you know, the examples you bring up are concerning, of course. I mean, we're all concerned that the assessments are often wrong, but I think that's a fact of life, that assessments are models. There's a lot of uncertainty associated with them. And that's exactly the reason why we're concerned here with these kind of untested changes to the harvest control rules. The harvest control rules have been tested, you know, with an MSC kind of framework to address management under uncertainty, whereas some of these changes that we're talking about here potentially increase the risk as you get the fishery, as the fishery gets down, or the assessed level gets down into the precautionary zone. That actually creates a bigger buffer that allows for a bigger carryover or a bigger amount of drop in increase in catch in a phasing thing relative to what would have been the ABC. So you're actually sort of reducing the risk buffer more and more as you get further into the precautionary zone, because of the fact that the ACL gets further away from the OFL and from the ABC. So I guess going back to your main question, yes, stepping back and doing more analysis of the risk associated with some of these things, so it does seem likely to be useful.
Corey, a follow-up?
Yeah, okay. So I think I should just take that answer and go with it. But so the other thought, if you might respond to, is that the council didn't have the direct role, but within the last few years, we looked at the harvest control rule for albacore, North Pacific albacore, which did have a management strategy evaluation. The Southwest Center and International they put together to help everyone, stakeholders, understand how these work. And we had National Marine Fisheries Service, both the region and Science Center folks, endorsing this harvest control rule, which is an SPR-based control rule, just like we have for groundfish. And the advice we were getting there, and the way NIMS was science side and policy side, we're explaining to industry is that you have an SPR harvest control rule. You know, it presumes it it's reasonably close to the true value. With the SPR rule, it's if you're bouncing around that SPR, if a catch is actually bouncing around that SPR, then you know they explained SPR as escapement. You're letting by bouncing around that, you're having a level of escapement, the level of spawning that you're wanting to, and by getting that level of spawning, you're getting the level of recruitment that you've been expecting, and then you keep your stock, you know, but wherever it is, B40, B50, you're good. So this bouncing around idea we hear in the international realm is okay, but then when we get to the Magnuson Act world, it's not. So that's, yeah. So on your comments about not having a management strategy evaluation, we do have it for very similar species. I'm just wondering if we might look and gain some experience from that.
Thanks. Thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. Yeah, I think what I'm talking about is we don't have a management strategy evaluation for these very specific kind of changes that we're talking about here, like the phase-ins and carryover rules and such. Although there have been there was a sort of a generic study of MSC study of carryover that was done that I was a co-author on. There is work going on now. Student of Andre's on the phase-in controls. That's again is general. So what I'm talking about there is mainly is you know more general MSCs, and there have been these more general MSCs that have been done to look at these control rules. My understanding is like the 4010 rule and the 25 rule and how they perform under uncertainty. So, you know, I think you can ideally you do specific MSCs for specific fisheries, but these MSCs I was talking about were in the past, I think, were more general MSCs.
Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Holland. Just something a little less technical, more process-oriented, but I note that the SSC looked at the papers that were available from the council staff earlier in our week of meeting, and there's a text in here talking about how this could complicate scientific advice, increase the risk of overfishing, and even increase variability of landings from year to year, which is kind of contrary to our goal here. And then you recommend, or the SSC recommends, maybe waiting for April 2026 before taking final action. So since then, the advisory bodies have gotten together and adopted a problem statement, range of alternatives, and PPAs. Are you saying that given the lack of time and, of course, all the full complement of your scientists from the federal agencies, that it's not a good time now to adopt a PPA? Or what are you saying in terms of you need more time to look at this in the SSC? Thank you, Dr. Holland.
Thank you for that question, Dr. Lent. Yeah, I think we are saying we're definitely, suggesting not taking final action in March. And if doing a PPA now then puts us in a place of doing final action in March, then I think we're saying that we're suggesting that it isn't a good idea, and we are suggesting that there is a need for more evaluation. That the SSC did not have time for a full evaluation of these, and that there was this misstep that there should have been a chance for the Groundfish subcommittee to evaluate these things before the full SSC did. That might have been even without the furlough. I think we didn't really have that scheduled. So yes, I think that we're concerned about adoption of a PPA here yet, that where the SSC hasn't had a chance to weigh in and suggest whether or not what that PPA might be, or comment on it. And it seems to be setting up a process for potentially for final action in March, which we would suggest it would be a bit rushed.
Other questions on the SSC report? I think Brad Pettinger has a question. Brad?
Thank you, Chair Asmer. Thank you, Dr. Holland. I'm just kind of curious. The council can't, there's no big C carryover, right? Because we can't go over an ACL or OFL in a given year. I mean, if a person could, if we could actually roll over uncaught fish, potentially minus the national mortality and whatever factors that the SSC might deem appropriate, wouldn't that be a lot simpler than what we're trying to do? It seems like the council's trying to get more flexibility, but just can't get where we'd like to. But we're trying to do what we can, and it's just causing a lot more work needlessly. Is that did I characterize that properly?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Pettinger. I guess I don't think we're suggesting that all of this is creating a lot of extra work needlessly. We understand the need for flexibility, and the the desire to be able to adjust to situations where the industry is facing reductions in catch that are problematic for them, or are not able to utilize to fully really utilize their ACLs because of uncertainty in catch and such. But we are saying that there are trade-offs associated with that doing that will increase risk in ways that we are uncertain about, and we have not had a chance to really evaluate how much that risk will be increased. We haven't had a chance really to evaluate what those buffers might, if you should still have some kind of a buffer below the OFL. We haven't had a chance to say, how should things be different for cases where a stock assessment is older, and we would normally have a bigger buffer because of bigger buffer between the OFL and the ABC because of the staleness of the assessment. And now you're creating something that potentially creates catch in a given year up to an OFL. So there's just a lot of details that have not been fully explored. The SSC hasn't had a chance to really evaluate them, and we're asking for more time to do that.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Holland.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Next, we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Jeff Lackey. Morning, Jeff.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Lackey. I'll be reading from agenda item 5A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Gap Report on Harvest Specifications and Management Measure Flexibility. The problem statement, the GAP recommends that Council adopt the problem statement as written. For the range of alternatives, the GAP recommends that Council move forward with the following range of alternatives. No action is noted, but assumed to be included. Summarized below with an asterisk indicated for the GAP's preliminary preferred alternative where applicable. So I will not read through this list of summary of recommendations on page 1. I'll start with the explanation for those recommendations at the top of page 2 with carryover header. For carryover, the GAP recommends the Council adopt both Alternative 1, ABC carryover, and Alternative 2, ACL carryover, as ROA and recommend both as PPA in order to add both tools to the Fishery Management Plan framework. These alternatives are not mutually exclusive, and the options we recommend adding below would include utilizing both methods of carryover issuance. While both alternatives are anticipated to be used on a select basis for key stocks, the GAP believes that this provision could provide relief from the constraints and provide stability. The GAP supports all three of the eligibility criteria, options A through C for carryover remaining in the range of alternatives, and recommends adding 3 more criteria. Option D, stock has not exceeded the OFL in the past 4 years. Option E, ABC carryover for stocks above management target, B40 for rockfish. Option F, ACL carryover for stocks below management target. These additional criteria would serve the purpose of adding more precaution and specificity on how carryover would be issued. Under option C, carryover would not be issued when a stock's ACL was exceeded more than once in the past 4 years. But the GAP wanted to add another eligibility criteria for analysis that carryover would not be issued if the OFL was exceeded in the past 4 years. In addition, the GAP recommends that the Council add specificity that ABC carryover would be issued for stocks above target, and ACL carryover would be issued for stocks below target as an extra precaution. For process options, the GAP's PPA is option A, stock by stock. Species for which carryover would be beneficial would be determined by the Council and its management bodies during the biennial process, so that the only priority species were to have carryover issued for. This would greatly reduce workload for the SSC and Groundfish management team, since they would only need to review the carryover for selected stocks and not every stock. For example, carryover for species such as 02 flounder would not have much utility for most groundfish participants under current harvest specification levels, so would not need to be considered. In addition, species with high attainment or where the ABC or ACL is projected to decrease in the next cycle may not have much, if any, room for carryover and may not need to be analyzed. For the first year of the upcoming biennium, the mortality estimate from year 1 would be available for the upcoming biennium, i.e. year 3. You can see the next paragraph there. And therefore, the Council would understand potential carryover that could be eligible across the groundfish stocks. While this could create additional step and work in the specifications process, it would be less overall compared to than option B, default for all stocks. The GAP recommends removing option B from the range of alternatives. For data options, the GAP weighed the pros and cons of having carryover issued from year 1 to year 2 under option B versus year 3 under option A. We ultimately decided that using the final groundfish mortality multi-year GIM report under option A would significantly reduce workload compared to option B, which would require attainment projections to be made by the GMT or other entity. In addition, if the attainment projection and resulting carryover issue was wrong, it could result in messy accounting with fish having to be taken back later. Final GIM data would be much cleaner. The GAP recommends removing option B from the range of alternatives. For the buffer between OFL and ABC, the GAP would like to keep both options in the range of alternatives for further analysis. For specifications and management measures considerations, the tribal representative on the GAP indicated that carryover may not be necessary for the tribes in all cases, but there could be situations where receiving carryover would be beneficial. The GAP recommends including a case-by-case tribal issuance of carryover in the analysis using a proportional method. For allocations and harvest guidelines, The authors did a nice job of thinking through actual carryover scenarios and identifying option C, which would be fair to all sectors and simplify workload. Under option C, stocks with a percentage-based trawl non-trawl allocation would have carryover issued as a proportional increase. For stocks where the allocation or harvest guideline is set as a metric tonnage for one group with the remainder issued to the other group, a conditional test would apply based on whether or not 50% mortality of the baseline allocation or HG was reached. If it was, proportional carryover would be issued. If it was not, the carryover would be issued to the remainder sector. The GAP recommends removing options A and B from the range of alternatives. For the at-sea set-asides, the GAP recommends issuing carryover as a proportional increase. Note that under agenda item F8, at this meeting, the GAP and the GMT are recommending overwinter analysis of an alternative allocation framework that would include performance standards. If the council chooses to proceed with that analysis, it may be worth addressing under harvest specification flexibility, as well as in terms of adding options for carryover issuance. Phase-in of ABC changes. The GAP recommends the council include the phase-in framework, alternative 1, within the FMP, as it is already available in the National Standard 1 guidelines and has been used before in an ad hoc manner. Under the 2027-28 harvest specifications and management measures, the council is considering several alternative harvest control rules that include ad hoc ABC phase-in. Formalizing these procedures as a phase-in framework would clean up the FMP and provide more clarity. For eligibility criteria, the GAP recommends that the council include option A, stock not selected for ABC carryover in the same year, in the range of alternatives, as this would provide process efficiencies and clarify that a species cannot receive ABC carryover during phase-in. This aligns with our above recommendation under carryover eligibility. Mid-biennium harvest specification change. The GAP recommends that the council include the mid-biennium harvest specifications increase or green light, alternative 1, within the FMP. A red light is already available, and adding the green light tool to the toolbox could provide a more responsive tool than currently exists. This tool would have been highly beneficial in this biennium with the stocks such as quillback rockfish off California or short-spine thornyhead, or in recent history with sablefish. This aligns with the GAP's recommendation for harvest specification frequency below. Regarding the management measures options, the GAP recommends the same options described above for carryover. Accounting for off-the-top deductions, the GAP sees a lot of promise in alternative 2, which would move off-the-top deductions from the ABC instead of the ACL, with the exception of any exempted fishing permit EFP deductions, which would come off the sector-specific allocation. Under this alternative, the fishery/activities, which would be accounted for off the top, would not count against the ACL, which could provide benefits for more closely tracking the ACL because the data is often available in season. For stocks where there is already a reduction between the ABC and ACL, such as the canary rockfish example in F5 attachment 1, this change would have provided additional yield to the fishery and fishing communities, which would have been critical at that time. In addition, if the ABC were no longer equal to the ACL, it could provide the benefits for individual fishing quota sector carryover, for which most species are not eligible for carryover now. The GAP discussed any EFP issued tonnage coming off the sector or trawl or non-trawl in which the EFP is occurring, and agreed that would be more equitable than off the top. Harvest specification frequency. The GAP preferred to remain under the biennial harvest specification cycle, so no action is our preferred alternative, but we would like to keep alternative 2 in the range of alternatives for analysis, as there is potential to create efficiencies in the process. The GAP has concerns about an annual cycle and recommends removing alternative 1 from the range of alternatives. And that concludes the report, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Lackey on the GAP report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Lackey, for the report. And thanks to the GAP, it's obvious that in looking over these options, you were thinking about priorities and workload and practicability, which is responsive to some of the concerns by the SSC, including like reducing the number of stocks that you would necessarily apply this to and making use of measures already in place. So thank you for that.
Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Thank you, Mr. Lackey. Question, and I believe you can channel your best gap response to this question. The SSC in their report mentioned they're looking for a better understanding of the drivers of underattainment, and I'm wondering if you can speak to that at all.
From
what industry might see as the reason for underattainment?
For trawl and non-trawl would be different for trawl. In a multi-species IFQ fishery, when there's so many, there's individual accounting, there's so many different vessel accounts. If you have a facilitator species that you're not necessarily targeting, and it's used in bottom trawl and midwater, dark blotch, canary, short spine, you can be very constraining at 50 and 60% attainment. And so you're almost going to expect yearly and have results have shown under attainment for facilitators that are either non-target or a minor target. I'm not as familiar with non-trawl, but I believe there's similarity in that there's a very precautious management system where it's not just one bucket. You have different states and other buckets yet still where there's precaution in the management.
Thank you.
Other questions? Corey Niles and Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Jeff. Yeah, very clear report. I just, on this small point of clarification, you did note, as you were just speaking, that you will hear under F8 how you discussed the idea for backing away from this idea that everyone's 100% likely to take all of their allocations for canary. And then you say, if the council chooses to proceed with this, that analysis, it may be worth addressing here under this agenda item as well in terms of adding options for carryover issuance. So can you, if you remember, elaborate on that last part as well in terms of adding options for carryover issuance?
Elaborating on the options for carryover issuance, and that is on.
Starts on page 3, the last phrase, and just before the phase-in of ABC changes section.
Okay.
And if you don't recall a discussion, no, please no.
I apologize. I am a lesser replacement for Sarah Nani. And so I came to this a little late. However, and Jesse might be able to better describe, but I may have to punt on that one because I don't think I can describe in detail.
No problem.
I'm not sure if I.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other question or writings?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jeff, for being here. I think you're as great as anyone on the GAP. So thanks for being here and providing this. My question, and just thinking about what the SSC said and thinking about the problem statement, and also thinking about really stability and this concept of long-term stability, which after hearing the SSC statement, they have essentially said, we're just looking at increased risk, which is certainly the purview of the council to think about those things, but is sort of the opposite of long-term stability. So as I'm thinking about these different items, I really appreciated how thorough the GAP report was. Obviously, a lot of thought went into that, and these suggestions are extremely helpful. What I didn't see, and something that I've struggled with since the beginning of this item earlier this year, was which of these items is helping who? You know, which sectors? Are there certain ports or locations? You know, trawl, non-trawl. So if you can, if you feel comfortable sharing some of the discussion in the GAP and your own personal expertise, if you don't mind going through the 5 different sort of alternatives and maybe illuminating for us a little bit better, sort of what is the benefit of these? And I realize you can't get too specific because we haven't really picked options yet or picked exact things, but I just want to get a sense from you and from the GAP, sort of the comparative value of these things and why it might be worth it for the council to move forward with them, given that we're probably going to be looking at increased risk associated with all of these.
So the GAP has been together on this one. If we just take a species like canary, and everybody can understand canary is used by everybody and is very critical for everybody. And if you, and as far as going issue by issue and where the value lies for different people, maybe carryover overall is going to maybe hold the greatest benefit across sectors and across a lot of participants. Just because, you know, if you look at phase-in or mid-biennium harvest specifications change, hopefully those don't have to be used very often. The carryover is something that you could see it being used consistently for canary, dark blotch, short spine, maybe yellowtail. And I'm thinking trawl. I know there's others non-trawl that people would have examples of that aren't immediately coming to mind. As far as the stability and risk, there are eligibility criteria A through C that are in the report, and the GAP adds 3 more for precaution. And also the GAP choosing for the process option, choosing A, the stock by stock, is also another measure of precaution, because you're not just doing the blanket for all species, but each biennium spec cycle, it would have to go through the council. It would have to be considered by the GMT and the GAP stock by stock, and there can be risk assessed at that point as well. So there's a check in the system to help assure that stability you're talking about. Another issue related to stability is, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I know I've heard others say this before, that we're talking about fish that the SSC has already determined as okay for fishing mortality in a certain year, but yet you can, if you didn't use that mortality in 1 year, it's carried over less natural mortality into another year. So I would like to hear, if the SSC has a groundfish subcommittee, I'd be interested in hearing their discussion through that. And as they get to process that and where the risks are, I'd like to hear further from them what they think about it, because I'm looking at, and in the GAP we thought about, well, the SSC has already considered these fish dead, and so if I'm thinking of it incorrectly, or if we thought about it incorrectly, it'd be interesting to hear what thoughts there were there. But the GAP, by putting these eligibility criteria and going stock by stock and going within a lot of what's already in the National Standard 1 guidelines, the guidelines updates from a few years ago, the GAP sees that there's a fair amount of precaution built in, especially if you consider stocks that can often be constraining, like canary or short spine for trawl and non-trawl, that have a lot of times have a 50 to 60% attainment level, but because there's so many buckets, they're constraining, they're also co-occurring, that there's a lot of precaution built in just in that the nature of their use in the fishery.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Jeff. Next, we have a groundfish management team report. Christian Heath. Good morning, Christian.
Morning. Morning, Chair Hassemer, council members. My name is Christian Heath, and I will be reading a supplemental GMT Report 1, the Groundfish Management Team Report on Harvest Specifications and Management Measure Flexibility. The GMT appreciates the thorough preliminary analysis offered by Council and NIBS staff under the agenda item. The GMT and the GAP discussed the problem statement and the range of alternatives brought forward under the Harvest Specifications Flexibility Analytical Document. The GMT provides the following recommendations for Council consideration. The GMT recommends that the Council adopt the problem statement as drafted in Agenda Item F5, Attachment 1, November 2025. The GMT discussed whether a deeper description of the groundfish workload challenges would help flesh out the problem statement to inform a future purpose and need statement. While the GMT endorses the problem statement as written, the GMT does offer the following addition for council consideration. Addition to the first paragraph. Additionally, a substantial amount of council time is dedicated to the biennial harvest specifications and new management measures development process, as opposed to a measure brought forward to holistically improve how the council manages groundfish fisheries. Addition to second paragraph. Frameworks considered in this action could streamline and reduce incremental workload each biennial harvest specification cycle. The GMT recommends further analysis and coordination between council and NIM staff over the next several months, particularly with added information regarding the potential impacts on the long-term health of the groundfish stocks and the practical impacts on stock assessment prioritization, terms of reference, and stock assessors team and GMT workload. The GMT sees the most merit in the council considering the provided measures in the aggregate as the greatest potential benefit, and problems for the fishery are likely to be found in the interplay of the options brought forward under the agenda item. The GMT encourages the council to continue to prioritize these measures in hopes that some or all of them will be available for implementation for the next biennial harvest and management measures cycle. The GMT recommends adopting the range of alternatives provided in agenda item F5, attachment 1, with the modifications described for each measure below. Carryover. The GMT recommends that the carryover eligibility criteria be alternative specific because of the inherent differences in the buffers between overfishing limit and acceptable biological catch between the two alternatives. For example, Alt 1, ABC carryover, option 1, the stock status is known and the stock is above target. Option B, the stock is not subject to ABC phasing. Option C, the stock has not exceeded its annual catch limit more than once in the past 4 years. Or alternative 2, ACL carryover. Option A, the stock status is known. Option B, the stock has not exceeded its ACL more than once in the past 4 years. And option C, NIMS has not made a finding that rebuilding progress is inadequate. The GMT recommends that carryover data options remove option B, projected mortality from year 1 to year 2, because issuing carryover based on projected mortality could introduce additional uncertainty for little benefit. The GMT also recommends that the analysis continue to explore the question of whether the same off-the-top deductions for tribal set-asides should apply to the new ACL, and add a new option C regarding at-sea set-asides under carryover alternatives as follows. Option C, conditional allocation based on recent attainment. Phase-in of ABC changes. The GMT recommends removing option B from the eligibility criteria for phase-in of ABC changes, as this would be an overly prescriptive measure. Mid-biennium harvest specification change. The GMT recommends that the analysis continue to explore the question of whether the same off-the-top deductions for tribal set-asides should apply to the new ACL. The GMT also recommends adding a new option C regarding at-sea set-asides mid-biennium harvest specification change alternatives as follows. Option C, conditional allocations based on recent attainment. Accounting for off-the-top deductions. The GMT supports forwarding this for an analysis, but notes that this would likely provide the most tangible benefit for stocks where the ACL harvest control rule is applied, such as rebuilding stocks or stocks in the precautionary zone. With relatively fewer stocks with ACLs set in this manner in recent years, the team sees this as a lower short-term priority relative to other mechanisms. Having a framework in the fishery management plan, however, could provide potential benefit in the future as needed. And finally, harvest specification frequency. The GMT recommends removing alternative 1, annual specification cycle, from the range of alternatives due to workload and process concerns. Alternative 2 could alleviate workload associated with adopting numerous harvest specifications while maintaining a biennial cycle. And with that, I will take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Heath on the GMT report? Corey Ridings, then Marcy Yaremko. Corey?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Kristen, for the report. I'm going to build on what I said a few minutes ago. I'm just noting that the GMT endorses the problem statement as written, and yet it's not really, especially if you're looking at the SSC, I'm still concerned about this concept of long-term stability. So I'm curious if the GMT specifically thought about that. Again, as we're weighing the cost and benefits of all of these actions, I think it is important to have a thoughtful problem statement and a purpose and need. So I'm just honing down on that, and I'm just wondering if y'all had a discussion about that and or anything you'd like to share as we think about that. Thank you.
The chair, Ms. Ryan, thank you for the question. The team did discuss looking ahead into future kind of overarching themes, concepts. We didn't dial into too many nuances based on the timing of this process coming forward, the team's ability to digest this complex information and pursue into the future. So we were recommending kind of having more discussions with both NIMS staff and council staff to further flesh out what this might entail into the future. I know that's a broad answer. Apologies, I don't have any more specifics.
Marcia Remco?
Yeah, kind of along the same lines, looking at the third paragraph and the proposed addition that the GMT is contemplating. I'm struggling with the sentence. You say a substantial amount of council time is dedicated to the specs as opposed to measures brought forward to holistically improve how the council manages groundfish. Like, what are you trying to say there with as opposed?
Through the chair, Mr. Remco, thank you for the question. I'm going to struggle with this one. I know we're trying to just get at, in general, workload concerns, but you're right, that is worded a bit odd. Maybe this would fall outside of the harvest specifications process. We can look at different measures. For example, I think this might be referring to like canary, where we can look at that outside of this process, but also in conjunction with it, parallel with process. It might be trying to alleviate some constraints in how certain processes unfold. But I could follow back up on that one. I apologize.
Thank you.
Asia Shumalo.
Thank you. This is a little bit discussion, but I want to say what I see in that. I see what I see in the wording that Ms. Yaremko just questioned, but what I see in it is that the specifications process really dominates the activity and the analytic energy that our advisory bodies can put towards the FMP. And so in my view, that's saying like, if we can lift some of those constraints, then we might be able to focus on things that actually make the fishery better for participants. Is that a characterization that works?
The chair, Mr. Miller, thank you for the assist. I think you nailed it.
Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Christian. I think that completes our reports and takes us to public comment. There are 2 signups. First is Michelle Conrad. Come on up, Michelle. And good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hassemer and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I'm providing comments on behalf of Ocean Conservancy in Oceana. We appreciate the efforts of staff to identify and analyze the alternatives. However, we think the analysis would benefit from including descriptions of the potential consequences of not accounting for scientific and management uncertainty and the broader environmental effects of the alternatives. We support improving attainment of ACLs, increasing profitability, providing fishery stability, and promoting resilient communities. We appreciate the desire to add and improve the Council's management tools for groundfish and want to ensure they are used within the broader context of the long-term sustainability of fish stocks. To that end, we have recommendations to the problem statement and the range of alternatives and options for analysis. Increasing ABCs up to OFLs is extremely risky and would not account for scientific uncertainty. As described in Attachment 1, groundfish are commonly caught in mixed stock fisheries. While the problem statement describes how an ACL for one stock can hamper the attainment of catch limits for other co-occurring stocks, the inverse is also true. And increasing a limit for one stock can have magnifying effects on other stocks as well. Therefore, we recommend modifying the purpose of the action to add the phrase preventing overfishing to signal the council's intent in moving forward. We also recommend the council avoid layering multiple adjustments to harvest specifications. Each of the proposed action items represents a major departure from how the council has managed its groundfish fisheries for decades. The effects of each action, much less the cumulative effects of multiple actions on stock status and long-term fishery sustainability, are unknown. Specific to carryover, we support Alternative 2 with the inclusion of the proposed eligibility criteria of options A, B, and C, and do not support Alternative 1. While increased ABCs would be reviewed by the SSE, increasing the ABC up to the OFL would not account for scientific uncertainty. Should the council select Alternative 1, then we recommend including a buffer between the ABC and OFL. We also recommend that option C be expanded to include stocks that have been selected for carryover, such that the carryover allowance can be applied to a specific stock only once every 5 years. On the phase-in of ABC changes, similar to carryover, we recommend including a buffer between the ABC and OFL and the inclusion of the proposed eligibility criteria of options A and B and additional eligibility criteria for phase-in increases to only allow stocks with full assessments. OFLs for stocks with data moderate assessments or catch-only updates or that have not been assessed at all have a much higher degree of uncertainty. Therefore, increasing the ABC up to the OFL for those stocks could easily result in overfishing that would be difficult, if not impossible, to detect. If the council selects a stock for ABC phase-in, then we recommend the council confirm that overfishing did not occur by requiring a full assessment of the stock in the last year of the phase-in, which would be year 3. On the mid-biennium harvest specification change, we recommend the council include the same eligibility criteria as for carryover, options A, B, and C, and for stocks that meet the criteria, revise the terms of reference for groundfish stock assessments to include an alternative calculation for mid-biennium implementation in the decision table. This would allow the council to better assess the risk to the stock associated with implementing a mid-biennium harvest specification change. For accounting for off-the-top deductions, we recommend the no action alternative to continue to account for scientific research, tribal fisheries, incidental fisheries, and EFPs against ACLs. Should the council select alternative 1 or 2, then we recommend the expected mortalities associated with EFPs at a minimum continue to count against the ACLs and that the same eligibility criteria for carryover apply. EFPs include special provisions that exempt specific activities from regulation, however, they still constitute fishing. On harvest specification frequency, we do not have a preference for either alternative 1 or 2, but we recommend that a maximum of 6 years be included. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to provide comments on these proposed modifications to the Groundfish FMP, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Conrad on her testimony? Corey Writings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Michelle, for being here and also for submitting a letter. It's helpful. My question is regarding the recommendations on carryover and that your clients do not support alternative 1. Can you talk a little bit more about why that is?
Thank you. We support the carryover of alternative 2 for carryover, which would be relative to the ACL instead of the ABC. We think that this council has done a really good job of avoiding overfishing and rebuilding overfished stocks well ahead of schedule, and has, through its responsible management practices, avoided many of the problems that we face in fisheries around the country that are the result of overfishing or having rebuilding plans in place for multiple cycles. And we think that much of this council's success can be attributed to its management to ensure that the fisheries stay within ACLs. And we're recommending that the council continue that process.
Any other questions? And not seeing any. Thank you, Michelle. Next, we have McKenna Carlson. Good morning, McKenna.
Good morning. Thank you to the chair and the council. I just wanted to speak briefly on this agenda item. I'm a master's student studying marine biology at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography with a focus on improving policies for ecological recovery through fisheries management and marine protection. I'd like to caution the council on action 4.1 within the area of carryover as previously discussed within the comments. I understand the council's desire to overcome issues within the groundfish fisheries related to underattainment, and agree that policies should prioritize the safety of fishermen, which may be compromised due to pressures to fulfill the ACL in unideal weather or market conditions, as mentioned within the summary materials. However, I believe this must be balanced with the biological needs of this historically threatened group of species. As explained in a 2020 study by Dr. Wiedemann and Dr. Holland, who previously spoke on this item, in the agenda and recommended that many of these areas be postponed for more research to take place. These carryover policies may inadvertently lead to unsustainable harvesting due to annual fluctuations in species recruitment and possible uncertainty in stock assessments. This inadvertent overexploitation, as cited in the study, could result in species depletion and overfishing, if the lack of catch in a given year reflects specific ecological factors, reducing recruitment. While many of these in the study were observed in species with a shorter life expectancy, the study suggests that long-lived species such as groundfish are not exempted from these risks. Moreover, with the increased variability in annual conditions as a result of global climate change, warming sea surface temperatures, and ocean acidification, which can all impact species recruitment, caution must be taken in addressing the scientific uncertainty of these changing marine conditions, with the risk of carrying over of unutilized ACLs in the event that a decrease in species recruitment may reduce this yearly catch. In the event that the council decides to proceed, I concur with the previous statements and caution the adoption of alternative 1 due to the increased risk of this because it may cause the catch to near the overfishing limit, and the possibility of overfishing under this alternative due to scientific uncertainty or unprecedented ecological factors could, especially given the history of overfishing in the groundfish population, could inhibit the rebuilding of several species. Under alternative 2, the risk is mitigated, and I suggest this alternative if the council proceeds with the adoption of a carryover program because it mitigates the risk of overfishing and maintains a more cautious threshold. In summary, I caution the council on adopting this action 4.1 for carryover of unutilized ACLs due to the risk of overfishing in recently rebuilt populations and uncertainty of the impacts of a changing climate and annual recruitment and catches. In the event the council decides to proceed, I concur with the previous comments and recommend the choice of alternative 2 due to greater precautions and at this time would recommend that further studies be conducted as explained in the guidance of the SSC report so that this agenda item could be postponed for further scientific study. Thank you so much for your time and for allowing students to present public comment and just being very welcoming. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me look around and see if there are any questions for Ms. Carlton on her testimony. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Not a question, but just a thank you for trying to learn about the process. Some of us are getting a little, our otoliths are starting to curl around the edges, and we're going to need new people to help fill these seats. So appreciate you and your classmates trying to learn about our process and be engaged and learn. So hopefully you can help be the next cohort coming through.
Thank you so much. It's been a great opportunity and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions? And not seeing any, thanks for taking the time to be here and
Thank you.
participate. That completes our reports and public comments. It's getting close to lunchtime, I believe. Let's flash the tasks up here so those are refreshed and we can make sure we know what we will tackle after lunch here. Adopting a problem statement, a range of alternatives, and PPA if possible. So with that in mind, let's take lunch and Corey Niles.
Could I just maybe ask a question? Appreciate that plan, but maybe can I just ask a question of America or Jesse, just to also get people thinking before you break for lunch? And I had the benefit of talking, benefit of talking to Merrick and Jesse earlier. Just wanted to point back to our motion from June where the scoping on this, and one of the items which was I was very appreciative to see in the motion was to task staff with opening a dialogue with the SSC on the scientific aspects of how their fishing level recommendations for preventing overfishing could be established for multi-year periods. The purpose of considering overfishing risk over a multi-year period is to facilitate ABC carryover and similar ideas for quote-unquote pooling the risk created by the variability in catch experience within many fishery sectors. So maybe not, maybe just refreshing Merrick and Jesse's memories, and if they want to come back after lunch, I know Merrick had some, and Jesse had some thoughts on why that didn't happen at this point and where that could happen as part of the risk discussions coming up.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the question, Mr. Niles. Didn't forget about that part of the motion. I think just for everyone's benefit, we do have workload considerations, and especially as our NIMS partners are on furlough status, everything is slowed down. And so I think the way you framed it is right. It's a matter of when and where do we take this up. Obviously, it's not here now under this agenda item, but we do have a couple of others where we could contemplate that. I think groundfish risk management is one. There are a couple of others that are escaping me at the moment, but all of those have different timelines. And so it's just a matter of identifying where we take that up.
Thank you. Anything else clear up before we go to lunch? Not seeing anything, then let's be back here at 1 o'clock. All right, let's move to our chairs. Give you 1 extra minute for lunch. Okay, as we get started here, can we get our task list back up on the screen? Everybody's buckling their seat belts to stay here for a while. All right. Excuse me. With that, we've finished all the reports, the public comment, and the good presentation on day one here on this. So I'm expecting somebody's prepped and ready to raise their hand and start discussion. Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just say, in the interest of time, I have a motion ready. And perhaps I'm wondering if just putting it out there and letting the discussion happen after that would be helpful.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I move that the council adopt the problem statement as drafted in agenda item F5, attachment 1, November 2015, with the adjustments listed in agenda item F5A, supplemental GMT report 1. The range of alternatives indicated in agenda item F5A, supplemental gap report 1, with the adjustments listed in agenda item F5A, supplemental GMT report 1, and then the PPA listed in agenda item F5A, supplemental gap report 1.
Thank you. I've followed along and all appears accurate and complete. Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Brad Pettinger. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. So first, just want to start, and thank Jesse and Gretchen. I know that this was crammed onto already a very full plate, and you guys came back with a report that was very thorough and clear and easy to understand for me at least. And I know that saying that as like a big Groundfish nerd, and it may not have been totally easy for everyone, but I followed along really well, and I appreciate the clarity and the speed of the report, and you made something very technical really easy for me to understand and think through. I hear the SSD's concerns, and I know that they were limited in their ability to review the report because of the furlough. And then I really appreciate that there are changes that are proposed in this right now that complicate scientific advice and that could increase the risk of overfishing without the right analysis for it. And then Ms. Conrad pointed to these concerns as well. But I hope that an additional SSC Groundfish subcommittee review leading up to, I guess, the March meeting will help kind of push through some of those concerns and think about them a little bit more. I want to point out, related to those concerns, that this action is a framework, or it provides a framework. The impacts, I think, should come through in our specifications action so that we can, the report for this agenda item did provide a lot of examples of specific stocks to help us think through what things would look like and the flexibility that would actually be provided around things. But I do think that when we actually get to implementing or like picking up these tools and using them, that we'll look at what the real effect will be, both on the target stock and on any stocks that those target stocks interact with in the annual specifications process. And then as I was thinking about this, so I know that I was one of the biggest proponents for this action coming forward. I know that there's a lot that needs to change with this fishery to make more flexibility available to all of us, and that this action isn't quite perfect. I know that there are some things that like definitely could be refined. I know that we're also putting Band-Aids on a but yeah, I see this as a lot of Band-Aids, a big package of Band-Aids rather than a wholesale adjustment of the system. And I know that a lot of that thinking about a wholesale adjustment of how we do the specification setting over top of things is coming through some analysis that the council is doing. And in the risk agenda items that are coming up in the future. So I'm hopeful that now that we have tools, Band-Aids, that we can alleviate some of the stress while we do this longer term thinking about how to address the risk balance overall for all of the fisheries and some other action later on. I think we really do need these short-term fixes for now, even if we end up adjusting the system in a really different way later on. I just don't see how we're going to be able to go forward in the meantime through that really big discussion. I do expect it to be really challenging and long without putting these short-term fixes, this framework in place to do some minor changes in place in the meantime. So I expect this motion will be different when we get to the final action stage, but I think for now, pulling in the suggestions from the GAP and the GMT and taking those into deeper consideration will provide us the information that we need to take final action later on when we get to it. And I'll stop there for more discussion. I'll also note that I did not choose to write out everything in the interest of time, but I also know that that makes things a little bit harder for people to think about. So I apologize for that, but hope that this provides enough for us to just move forward for when we don't have such time constraints. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or clarification on the motion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Asia, for putting this out. My question is just in regard to what you noted about the SSC concerns. Thank you for noting those. Do you have anything particular in mind? I know what the SSC said itself was a little bit vague, kind of they just wanted to have an opportunity to take a look at it. Do you have, like, are you envisioning a meeting or just letting the SSC decide on their own what they consider? Just curious if you have any sort of a little more meat to put on the bones there as guidance so council staff can move forward.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings. So I imagine leading up to this meeting, there would have been a more thorough SSC discussion, something a little bit bigger to start to get at this question. And so the first thing that comes to mind is like whatever would have happened leading up to this meeting, having that later and having like, more time for them to touch this would be enough. I don't think that it needs to be a different separate meeting than the preparation that would go into going into any meeting traditionally. I know that the SSC, well, we haven't decided what happens with Widow yet, but I know that there are some overwinter times that are potentially coming up for the SSC to, maybe the Groundfish subpanel or the full SSC to meet. So there may be some pairing that could happen between those things. I don't know the entire mechanics of it, but I do envision it as something that just looks like the analysis that would happen leading up to a council meeting. So I think that should be enough time for them to think through hypothetical interactions with risk. And then we also, Corey Niles, prior to the break, mentioned a piece of the initial motion for this consideration. I'd love that to be picked up as well. Maybe one really good way to look at it would be to take one stock and really sort of play through what this would look like after, compounding the impacts of carryover, for example, for a couple years, or I think that might be the one with the biggest set of like cascading future concerns. But if there are other ones that rise in the SSC's view as creating like a specific risk for overfishing or a specific challenge to thinking about the interplay between increasing targets catch for a stock that might result in additional non-target impacts, I think that might be a good way for them to like look through it and think about it. That also might come through in the additional analysis that comes from us moving this forward. I'll stop there. I don't think I'm helpful anymore.
Thank you, Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let's see, I heard your question, Ms. Writings, and I think it's a good one. And notwithstanding Ms. Shumalow's prior answer, I would just say, as staff and as your executive director, we have to have a package that can pass muster before we go final. And we're under no illusion that we're not there yet. And so we've been talking internally about what we need to do to get the package to that muster. And we have to have conversations with some of our Science Center colleagues. We will be hiring a new staff officer with scientific credentials. I'm really excited about some of our candidates that I envision plugging into this right away. What that looks like at the end of the day, I don't quite know. But I think it would address some of the SSC's concerns. I guess I would say doing a full-blown management strategy evaluation of all of these options, I'm not picturing that. I'll be very clear. But I think we can do something that that really helps to bridge some of the gaps that exist now. But we just have to have some of those conversations.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Asia. Thanks, Merrick. That's really helpful. That sounds like what I was thinking about. I also note, I was just looking down here at the papers on my screen, and it says that the SSC did propose a focus meeting of the subcommittee, the Groundfish subcommittee, before March. So I see that as a minimum, and then also meeting what both of you just described, I think is reasonable.
Thank you. Other questions for clarification? Asia.
Sorry, I wanted to add one thing for clarification on my own motion. I forgot to say this, but I am pro annual specs, but I know that that's not the vibe right now. I know people do not like that idea. I see mid-year, like the mid-year biennium changes as like effectively annual specs in my mind. And I've seen annual specs work for a lot of species when the scope of the specifications action is tightly constrained to just changing the catch limits. And so I believe that that is a very big possibility. I don't want people to think that I don't support that, and I would love to go there in the future, but it is not in the range of alternatives that the GAP and GMT put forward. And I trust them that if they do not see the utility right now, again, with my broader intention that this is a bridge to something bigger, then I'm fine with leaving it off the table at the moment. So I just wanted to address that one directly.
All right. Thank you for asking and answering your own question there on that. Any other questions for clarification? Not seeing any. Discussion on the motion? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Asia, for the motion, supporting it. I have to say, yeah, I've definitely supportive moving this forward. Use the word Band-Aids. I'm not sure in the end. I think the green light aside, I'm not sure that the carryover will remains to be seen. But I kind of see the carryover without the multi-year part being kind of a how big of a buffer do you want to make your carryover work type of thing. And I don't know if that's going to be the best use of council time. So I'm really hoping to what Merrick spoke about before lunch about taking up this broader risk discussion, and also the Asian, thank you for that mention. I think these things will dovetail and help one another. And just, I kind of, in my question with the SSC, I think if we had the scientific advice that we got for albacore, then Brad's big C carryover idea works automatically. And, doing this a long time, listening to the SSC a lot, you hear scientific advice from people who do work internationally, and then you get answers that have some mix of what they think lawyers and the policy people tell them is allowable, and a pretty narrow definition of what preventing overfishing means, and which I think I think we'll see tomorrow about from some of us arguing that we can take a different approach to widow while still preventing overfishing in a scientific sense of it. So I really think that risk discussion that Merrick recommended, whenever that was last meeting, is really going to be important here. And lastly, I have to share one thing. And first, I should say thanks to council staff, Jesse in particular, for all the work went into it. That was a really good document. I fed that to the Claude AI together with the national standard guidelines and a bunch of other things from the council record. And I asked it what it thought about leaving out the multi-year discussion of it, and came back with a couple phrases that I just will read real quickly. They don't rhyme like a lot of the AI you do, but it says, without a multi-year evaluation, these flexibility measures are incremental improvements within a fundamentally conservative framework, rather than the structural reforms that match biological and operational reality. The April 2026 risk management framework discussion could be pivotal, but it is also potentially where real reform gets stalled by procedural conservatism. And I know there's AI hallucination problems, but I think it's on the right track here. Again, I'm just overly making the point that we need to have those risk discussions together with this. And thank you for the motion.
Thank you. Other discussion, Lynn Mattis.
And thank you, Chair. Appreciate Ms. Shamilo working on this motion and trying to get us moving forward, and trying to think. You're probably glad she did it, because if I did it, there would be tables and tables and tables of what all is included here. This is very complicated. There's a lot of moving pieces and parts. I do believe the presentation by Ms. Waller, who I accidentally called Ms. Dorpinghouse the other day, I do believe that helped. It helped us guide us where we needed to go. Most of the things that are talked about under this item have been talked about at one point or another during my tenure around this process. So I was somewhat familiar with them, but even there, it was still pretty complicated. So I appreciate the time and effort the GAP and the GMT and the SSC, with their limited time with the feds, were able to put in and try to synthesize and figure out what would work, what may not work. I still worry our range of alternatives and our PPA may be a little too complicated, but it's a good place to start. I also, overwinter always sounds, oh, it's great, we've got a whole lot of time. With the March council meeting, the briefing book deadline is usually mid-February. With the holidays, it's only about 8 weeks of work time between now and the March council meeting. And we've got specs, and we've got the widow supplemental possibly. So just trying to be a little cognizant. I know Executive Director Burton will work and figure out what's the best timing for things. Supportive of this going forward, and hopefully we can figure out which of these items would maybe provide us the best bang for our buck, the most benefits to the most folks with some of the lower amount of workload. And I really appreciate all the thought that's gone into this to try to help our fishing industry while still protecting our stocks. Thank you.
Thanks. Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. I keep going back to that statement in the sentence in the SSC statement of them wanting a better understanding of the drivers of underattainment. And I see Mr. Lackey's response was definitely once it's in the fisheries hands, how that happens. But I keep going back kind of to where this is taking us. And there are so many exponential compounding layers of buffer and precaution that get put in to what comes out in specs before we put any other management precaution into it even. And because what we're working with on this end of things has been truncated so much typically from where it could be because of all of the uncertainties that get put in. And again, it compounds depending on how it gets added in there. I think about the collapse of fisheries in early 2000s with all of the overfish declarations, with rebuilding plans that went out 100 years, anywhere from, I think it was like 60 to 100 years worth of rebuilding for these different stocks, only to less than 20 years later go, oh, actually, we're okay. And for some of them, they came back and was like, actually, we may not have ever actually been overfished. And I just think about the beyond abundance of precaution that gets baked in before it even gets to us from a management level to add precautionary layers. And so my feathers get ruffled a bit when I keep hearing more and more comments of more precaution built into these things on the management side, because that goes straight into why we are not able to fully attain our stocks. And that's what we're supposed to be doing here. The goal is to catch the fish. In any other job, if you weren't fully executing it, you'd be fired. I mean, really, like we're not doing our job well as a fisherman if you aren't able to catch your fish. And you're restrained by we are restraining fishermen by the rules that we put in place and the management measures we put in place, but those are constrained to what we are ending up with as this small pot of fish to work with at the end of the day. And so, again, this is a Band-Aid to a bigger picture until we can get to the bigger picture, I feel, but thank you.
Any other discussion or writings?
Thanks, Chair. I'll say that I am planning to vote for this motion. Thanks to Asia and others who put this together. I will add that I still have a lot of heartburn about the problem statement. I still think that this long-term stability is the wrong term to have in there. I think it's not accurate in terms of what we've been presented with thus far. I think even the fact that we're calling it a Band-Aid would suggest that this is short-term in nature. So I'm struggling with that a bit, but I don't want to hold this up, and my understanding is this is not important enough to sort of to go too deep on that. Just noting that I think it's good to be thoughtful and specific about these things, and I see this very much similarly as a Band-Aid. The other thing I noted is just going back and rereading that statement several times in the first paragraph. It talks about steep changes in the harvest specifications that are resulting from the council's scientific understanding. And I think, and then it goes on to sort of have this whole roots of a tree of causality. And I think it's really important that this council very clearly own that we set the harvest specifications. The science does not set the harvest specifications. We set the specifications. We use estimates from science with associated uncertainties to make our harvest specifications decisions. So I think it's really, it's a small point, and I really appreciate Ms. Waller for putting this together. That is not meant to be like overly picky on that. Just noting when we think about these things and the problems, I think being specific and intentional is really important. And then further down, like getting to those sort of roots or branches, whichever way I guess you're going on the tree, there are so many things that can lead to changes in fishing behavior, harvest strategies, market disruptions. We've heard so many things. We're about to go into the Trawl 5-year review, and just previewing that a little bit, I think one of the biggest things we found out from that is that there were many levers that the council can't push. and they don't actually have to do with what we do here. They're coming from outside, and they do have to do with the market and cultural trends. Anyway, I'm going to stop going on, just to note that I think for now I'm going to go along with this, but I just wanted to bookmark those concerns and have that in mind.
Thank you. Other discussion? Corey Niles?
Hopefully 30 seconds. I just also want to say I understand what Corey's saying and the purpose and need, and I would again look to that risk discussion. But I think everything in here and everything we'll be arguing for is about the long-term sustainability of these stocks, and I don't hear anyone saying that at all. So I don't see the same. The long-term stability is about, that's what preventing overfishing is about, and the trade-off between short-term and long-term and all that. And that's, none of that is changing this. And I also, just to make sure, just to balance off my other comments, I think you'll be hearing me or NWFW argue that P-star of 0.45 is not conservative enough when you have a stock where you're fully attaining it necessarily. People in this process seem to think it is, and I look forward to saying why I really don't think it's not. So I think that it really is about risk, but I think everyone here is on that same page about, this is about balancing, our national standard 1 and national standard 8, which I think we'll speak to specifically tomorrow with Widow. But just I forgot to kind of balance out some of what I was saying earlier, but sorry for the extra time, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other discussion? Not seeing any, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously.
Hold on.
Thank you, Asia.
Come on.
Back to our council action. Jesse?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, you have completed your action for today to adopt a problem statement, range of alternatives, and a PPA if possible. I'll note that to Mr. Niles, the multi-year idea that was being brought forward, we are still planning to continue those conversations with the SSC. And then, work towards that SSC review that was discussed by the council members here in the coming couple of council meetings, whenever we can get that appropriately scheduled. So you've completed your action for today.
All right, thank you. Nothing else to do on this one then, looking around. We'll close out this agenda item and move directly into F6. We'll have Mr. Ryan Wolf back at the table in the NIMS seat. I'm guessing Caroline McKnight will be in the California seat and Heather Hall in Washington. And as they're getting settled, Todd Phillips, let's get us started here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Council. So before us, we have agenda item F6, which is in-season adjustments for 25-26, including Pacific whiting off-the-top bycatch deductions. So under this item, the Council will consider two items: in-season adjustments and the Pacific whiting annual catch limit deductions, or off-the-top set-asides in both research and shrimp fisheries. Firstly, the council will be informed by the Groundfish management team regarding the status of the fishery relative to harvest goals and objectives, where the council can consider, as appropriate, in-season adjustments to routine groundfish management measures to attain but not exceed annual catch limits. The second topic is the Pacific whiting yield set-asides. So you are scheduled to Adopt yield set-asides to accommodate incidental mortality of Pacific whiting in the 2026 research activities and in the pink shrimp fishery. You'll note attachment 1 provides reference information to the council relative to Pacific whiting mortality over the past 10 or so years. Looking into your reference materials, you have a report from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and reports from the GMT and the GAP. Your action today is to adopt final in-season adjustments for 2025 and 26 to achieve but exceed annual catch limits and other management objectives as appropriate, and to consider and adopt the Pacific whiting 2026 yield set-asides for both research activities and the pink shrimp fishery as appropriate. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Otherwise, I'd recommend moving into reports.
Thank you, Todd. Before I look for any questions, I'm going to turn to Executive Director Burden for some additional guidance on this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see, reflecting back on our first day, where I was summarizing my executive director's report, I highlighted 2 items where you would not be able to take final action because of the lack of a Federal Register notice. This is one of those items. So you are unable to take final action at this meeting on groundfish and season matters. So that raises a couple of questions. One, as you all know, we do have another item that we do need to act on in relatively short order, and that is Pacific halibut. So we are moving forward with a special council meeting in December. And then that raises the next question, why don't we just latch this on to that meeting? I would ask that you make a high bar, and any items that you do want to take up need to meet a high bar before we add it to that December meeting. So our last agenda item, we just talked about all of this work that we get done over the winter period. December is that winter period, and so is January. And a council meeting, no matter the number of agenda topics, is a fairly heavy lift by your trusty fellow staff. There's a lot of administrative stuff that goes into that, into making it happen and then wrapping it up after it's done. So a groundfish in season item would involve our groundfish staff officers who, as you know, are very, very busy now. So your 2 items, I would, I guess, really invite you to ask yourselves about the importance of the canary item. The whiting and set-aside item is maybe a little bit different thought process. And I know that NIMS has in the past used some authority to deal with set-asides. And so, Mr. Chairman, I wonder if Mr. Wolf could speak to whether NIMS can act independent of the council on those set-aside items as part of this contemplation that we're having here right now.
Sure. Thank you. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Executive Director Burden. Yeah, we've been doing some thinking about this as well, especially given the situation of a special meeting. So yes, we would then be able to do this. We would intend to use our 305D secretarial authority to implement the whiting research set aside of 750 metric tons as part of the 2026 Pacific whitings specifications rulemaking. And that's consistent with the amount obviously requested by the GAP and the GMT in their in-season reports. And if we do this, just as you noted, Director Burden, that this would prevent the need of the council having to take up this issue in the winter, or at the special meeting, excuse me, this winter.
Thank you. So with that, hopefully it's clear on what we need to do here. Let's just jump into the reports. I will start with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, for the sake of time here, I'm just going to mention that this report's been in the briefing book since before the start of the meeting by a few days. This is the standing report that we submit every meeting, providing just some metrics on how the fishery is performing. So it's there for reference material. I'm happy to answer any questions. I will just note that we did take in-season action in state and federal waters in September as a result of our rolling back quillback. And these data do not quite reflect those changes. So we expect to have a report next year at our March meeting providing a full, complete picture of 2025. With that, I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. McKnight on the California report? And excuse me for a minute, there's another funny symbol. No one has their hand up, so I think we're okay. All right. Next, we have the Groundfish Management Team report, Mr. Thompson-Benez. Good afternoon, Thompson.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Council. In an effort to save time and per Council staff guidance, I'm going to summarize our recommendations in Agenda Item F6A, Supplemental GMT Report 1. I'm happy to provide any additional details as requested. First off, I would just like to thank the Executive Director Burden for this recent direction. I will note that the GMT did not have time to discuss our recommendations since this update. Because of that, I will still summarize our recommendations. Our initial recommendation stated that if the Council schedules a December meeting, the GMT recommends a groundfish in-season adjustment item, i.e. Canary rockfish, be on the agenda to consider for adoption. We also noted that we do not see merit in scheduling the additional agenda meeting, the additional December meeting, if it would only include the Canary rockfish item proposed here. In that case, the GMT can revisit this action item in March 2026. It is the GMT's understanding, and per recent direction by Mr. Wolf, that the Pacific whiting set-aside can be implemented without the December meeting. Again, our previous recommendation for in-season action, the GMT recommends that the 2026 Pacific set-aside for research and pink strip fishery at 75 metric tons, the same as 2025. The GMT recommends option 2 of increasing the limited entry fixed gear Canary rockfish strip limit north and south of 4010 to 4,000 pounds per 2 months, and the open access Canary rockfish strip limits north and south of 4010 north latitude to 2,000 pounds per 2 months as indicated in Table 1 of our report. Scorecards for Chinook salmon, Canary rockfish, and yellow eye rockfish are included in Appendix 1. With that, I'm happy to take any questions or elaborate on our rationale.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Benez? Thank you, and appreciate the summarization there. We do have your report with all the analysis there. Next, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, Mr. Gary Richter. Good afternoon, Gary.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Save us some time. GAP fully supports GMT statement. Be glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions on that? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Gary, for the very brief ditto. I just want to ask just to be really clear here after the messaging we just got from Mr. Burden on the bar being very high and noting the GAP statement does say, you know, this doesn't have to be in by January 1. It looks like there was some comfort around the GAP in this being postponed until March. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Chairman, Caroline, yeah, Harrison and I had already talked about it. It's not an issue. If there was going to be any hiccups about other meetings or whatever, we wouldn't even have brought it forward. You know, if there's room to do it, fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any.
Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to public comment, and there is one sign up. McKenna Carlson. McKenna was here this morning. She may have signed up earlier and we are behind schedule. Yeah. And she is not online. So, all right. Then that will complete our public comment, take us to our council tasks. And get those up on the screen. And you heard some potential pathways to deal with this. NIMS 305D authority on the whiting set-asides and a pathway on the other item. Ooh, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a procedural question for NIMS, and Mr. Wolf may need to phone a friend. I'm not positive. Based on the guidance from Executive Director Burden about not trying to do too much in December and the back and forth about the gap being okay with waiting on the trip limit adjustments to March. Since we're discussing it now and we have it in reports now, does that still qualify for our new information? What has changed when we come to March? Or would it have to be a new request and the GMT redo analysis for our in-season so we don't have to do the public notice? I've got years of the GMT. Well, what's new? What's different? What's changed? If talking about it now, but not doing anything until November, does that bar change for us? Thank you.
Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. Thanks, Ms. Mattis, for the question. Yeah, I mean, I do think they would need to at least see if the data's changed and probably rerun the models and confirm the results. And if it was different, yeah, that would require a new report. But only if it was.
Thank you. Any other discussion here? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ryan, for the clarification on NIMS's ability to handle the whiting set-asides outside of, any motion here. And also, Mr. Burton, thank you for the messaging about high bar. Given that we've just heard from the GAP that there isn't an imperative need for January 1 implementation of these trip limits, I think that leaves us with a deference till March. And since there's no other remaining items or requests within this agenda item, it feels a little weird to not give a motion, but I think we might be just at a guidance to come back in March.
All right, thank you. I'll look around. Guidance to come back in March on the trip limits on that in-season adjustments, and also the allowing NIMS to use its authority on the set-asides. I'm seeing some thumbs up. I'm not hearing disagreement. So is there anything else we need to discuss? Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you summarized the agenda item very adequately and very appropriately. Just to reiterate, it is the potential for coming back in March with the Canary trip limits is open, as well as noting that the agency, National Marine Fisheries Service, will use their Magnuson authority to promulgate the Pacific whiting yield set-asides for research and trade shrimp fishery. I would say that you have addressed this agenda item, and the item is complete.
All right, thank you. Now that seems too easy, but I'm not going to drag this on. So thank you all. We'll close this agenda item and move on to F7. Our staff will be changing seats here. Jesse, when you're ready You take us away on this.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I should have just stayed up here, y'all. Flew through that last item. So this is agenda item F7, the Trawl Catch Share Program Review. So as a reminder, the MSA states that catch share programs should be reviewed 5 years after their implementation and at least every 7 years after that. The previous review was initiated in June 2016 and completed in 2017. You began discussing your second catch share review in September of 2022. However, work on the review and hosting of hearings was put on hold due to your consideration of gear switching. We took final action on that in March of 2024, and you provided guidance on the scope and focus of the Trawl Catch Share review in September of 2024. And specifically, the council requested examination of Trawl Catch Share program performance and provided diagnosis of why the program did not appear to be meeting its economic goals and objectives. So in September, you received a preliminary draft of the Trawl Catch Share program review, and you provided recommendations to the project team. The project team has incorporated the applicable edits into Attachment 1 and created a response document to those recommendations in Attachment 2. Additionally, the preliminary diagnosis, which was a new part of the review document, can be found in Section 4. The council should provide feedback on the Trawl Catch Share review document, including the diagnosis, and identify any research and data needs and conclusions about the program performance. These conclusions could then shape future program changes through follow-on actions to address program problems identified. Currently, consideration of the follow-on actions is noted during the standing workload and new management measures agenda item in March, with proposed scoping in June of 2026. So in terms of briefing book materials, I already mentioned the review document is Attachment 1, and then the response document is Attachment 2. You also have an SSC report, including the appended SSC Economic Subcommittee report there, as well as a gap in GMT report and public comments. We also have Melissa Aaron and Daryl Brannon here to give you a presentation about the Catch Share program review document. And I'll note we have Dr. Aaron Steiner is online in case there are any additional questions regarding the EDC program. And with that, your council action for today is to adopt the final Catch Share program review document. And I'd be happy to take any questions on that overview.
Thank you, Jesse. Questions on the overview before we proceed? Seeing no questions, then I'll welcome Melissa Aaron, Daryl Brannon, and I'll let you go into your presentation.
Wonderful. Well, I'll kick us off here. Again, I'm Melissa Aaron. I'm an economist at Northern Economics, and happy to be here again giving you an update about the Trawl Catch Share program alongside Daryl Brannon, my co-author and collaborator on this work. Next slide, please. Thank you. So today, as Jesse mentioned, we'll largely be focusing on giving updates since the last presentation and the delivery of the draft document in September. We'll focus on a brief summary of the edits and changes that were made to the main body of the report, after which we'll spend the majority of the time talking about the findings of the initial diagnosis that was added and completed for the review. To start with the summary of edits and changes, again, as Jesse mentioned, this is an attachment 2 of this agenda item, and as a preview for the findings of those edits and changes, none of them were substantial or substantive in nature, and were all relatively minor. And overall, the conclusions that were presented in September did not change as a result of those edits. From a high-level perspective, since there are over 20 edits, individual edits and changes that were made to the document, some of the primary edits that were made were adding to the summary of initial findings to provide additional context and synthesis about social and community impacts, in particular looking at the findings of the social vulnerability indicators and what they say about community and social vulnerability of participants in the program. We also added substantial information about the mothership and catcher processor sectors throughout the document where such information were missing, and acknowledged where such information were not available. We also added information to the headings and legends of respective figures and tables to indicate and better identify which sections are providing information on which sectors. For example, if some sections were only focused on the shore-based IFQ program. And lastly, we also did make a suite of additional edits and additions to add additional information at the request of the GAP or the GMT on ex-vessel prices, particularly in the pre-catch year period. We also added additional analysis with respect to monitoring costs and the proportion of monitoring costs with respect to ex-vessel prices for different target species. And we provided additional information and clarification about quota lease costs and the proportion of quota lease costs to active participants and inactive participants in the program. So moving on to the initial diagnosis. Again, as Jesse mentioned, this stems from the Council's tasking motion last September at the onset of this program to focus on diagnosing why the catch year program is not meeting its goals and objectives, with a particular emphasis on the bottom trawl sector. And so per our contract with the Council, we sought to include an initial high-level diagnosis of preliminary questions, factors, and needed information or analyses to better understand the outcomes under the program. So as you might recall, this is a slide that we presented back in September, which summarizes the findings of the review with respect to the goals and objectives of the program. And so largely what the diagnosis seeks to evaluate is changes to the goals and objectives where there was either progress that was not met or there was mixed outcomes since the last review. So largely these were with respect to the economic goals and objectives of the program, such as increasing net economic benefits, creating individual economic stability, and providing for a viable, profitable, and efficient groundfish fishery. So what might be causing the declines in economic performance that have been observed, particularly over the last 4 years of the Catch Share Program report? We focus on a suite of external factors, which are largely outside of the fishery and program and may be affecting either global fisheries or other fisheries in the United States, as well as factors that are more specific to the program. And I'm going to pass it to Daryl, who's going to talk first about the external factors examined in the report.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. As Melissa said, my name is Daryl Brannon, and I will be walking you through a short section on the external factors. And these are primarily factors that are outside the control of the council to change. But there are some gray areas like markets. There's both external to the program, and there are perhaps some things that the council could change to address those. The list of things that we'll walk through briefly are the impact of tariffs, the COVID-19 pandemic, which occurred since the last program review, inflation and structural changes throughout the supply chain, exchange rate changes, and markets overall. And some of these we'll just touch on briefly. Next slide, please. So for the COVID-19 impacts on the West Coast ground fishery and essentially fisheries throughout the U.S., the impacts were largely transitory for most U.S. fisheries, but it did change the way the markets worked. People weren't going to restaurants and eating out during the COVID-19 pandemic as much as they had before. People were eating more at home, and so that would change the way the markets for some of the species operated and who they were selling to. One of the measures of inflation that we talk about in the document is looking at the producer price index, which has risen dramatically since 2020. And just as a reminder, the producer price index measures the average change in selling price received for domestic processors for their output, and it's really a tracker of wholesale inflation. It's also a leading indicator of the consumer price index, which is because as prices increase for producers, it's passed on to consumers generally. And you can see in the slide, in the figures to the right, there are two figures. The top basically shows cold storage. You can see the dramatic increases in cold storage costs that occurred after 2020. And the bottom portion of the figure is the seafood production portion. And again, you see a similar trend with a spike kind of during the COVID time period where costs increased dramatically. Next slide, please. Looking at tariffs and the value of the dollar, tariffs were first imposed on seafood in 2018 when the U.S. imposed a 25% tariff on seafood imported into China. China responded with tariffs of up to 35% on U.S. seafood production. And throughout this analysis, we basically looked up to the 2023 period because that's essentially when the EDC data that were available ended. You're all well aware there's been a lot of tariffs going on since we stopped looking at the data that probably in the next review may have some impacts when you look at 7 years from now. U.S. seafood competitiveness has been reduced in key markets, and we looked at Japan specifically because, for one reason, its impact on purchases of sablefish. There was a big sablefish buyer in the past. There's been a recent study that we don't reference in the document, but I think since 2003 through early in 2025, the average consumption per capita of seafood in Japan has decreased by over 40%. And there's also been changes in the way the various countries that buy our products in the U.S. deal with their monetary policies. One thing that Japan has done is increase the supply of yen, which basically drives the price down, which makes imports into the country more expensive. And so that's also been a factor on being able to sell into the Japanese market. And there's a lot of other things going on with sablefish, as you well know, large year classes, a lot of supply, and declining demand has really negatively impacted the sablefish prices. Next slide, please. And just a quick look at markets. In the 2017 review, it noted several challenges with utilization stemming from challenges in rebuilding the markets that had occurred. And when we talked through the review last time, and Melissa will go over a little bit, looking at utilization rates in the various fisheries, the groundfish fisheries and the whiting fishery, we've realized, or we've noted that there's been low utilization of the fishery, which leads to lower inconsistent supply to processors. It's difficult to create markets because of those conditions. And the low prices lead to low demand from vessels, from processors to the vessels. And we also kind of asked the question, what impact has COVID had on groundfish markets, and have we been completely able to recover from that? We don't give you a good answer, I don't think, in the document. It's one of those things that's kind of hard to wrap your heads around when you're looking at a historical perspective of an analysis with the data that are available to us. But it's just one of those questions that I think still has an impact on markets, but we haven't been able to provide a lot of information on it. And with that, that's kind of an overview, a quick overview of the external factors. And as I said, like markets, there's both internal and external factors in the marketing portion of the species that we're looking at. But with that high-level overview, I'm going to turn it back to Melissa, and she'll go through some of the internal factors and the diagnostics of the program.
Thank you. So with respect to internal factors, some of the things that we were able to look at in the diagnosis included how participation in other fisheries changes largely our conclusions in the catch share review, and we consider other sources of revenue outside of the catch share program. We also looked deeper into how changes in costs might be affecting some of the profitability outcomes that we find in the document. We look more at the role of stock assessments and allocations into the utilization trends and conclusions. And finally, we also dove deeper into the functioning of the quota market, since this is a critical component of how catch share programs operate. Starting with participation in other fisheries, you might recall from the September presentation that one of the findings was that we see for catcher vessels and non-whiting catcher vessels in particular, that the share of their catch share revenue has, or a share of their revenue coming from the catch share fishery has declined over time. But as part of this, it was unclear whether or not this is simply just from declines in groundfish revenue, or if this was also combined with increases in revenue and participation in other fisheries that they participate in. Next slide. Thank you. When we looked into this further, what we see is that for non-whiting catcher vessels, outcomes do look better when we consider revenue and profitability across all parts of their portfolio, especially compared to the baseline period. That profitability is higher even in the 2020 through 2024 period than it was when we look at just their catch share revenue. So this is good. This is consistent with expectations of the program, that participants have responded to the program by maximizing their opportunities across other fisheries. However, the downside and the bad news of this is that we don't necessarily see that they have been able to dramatically increase their effort or revenue from other fisheries in increasingly bad groundfish market conditions. So in recent years, you don't necessarily see that their revenue, their days at sea or their trips have been higher, which makes sense considering that the other core components of their portfolio include fisheries like Dungeness crab and pink shrimp, where they're likely already maximizing those opportunities as they become available. So it's good news and also bad news at the same time for their full profitability and their participation in those other fisheries, offsetting groundfish-related losses. With respect to non-whiting shore-based processors, we see a slightly different story. When we look at the revenue from all parts of their operations, we see that in recent years there are some signs of processing shifts, that revenue from other species and processed product volumes of other species has increased in the most recent 3 years in particular. However, in contrast to what we saw with vessels, their profitability has actually declined over the same period. And largely this is stemming from what appears to be large increases in fixed costs for shore-based processors. So despite maybe these signs of processing shifts or increased revenue from other species, we still are seeing these relatively poor profitability outcomes for the sector. So we looked a little bit more into changes in costs, in particular for the bottom trawl sector. And what we see is that on the figure on the top panel is that particularly in 2022 and 2023, we do see some increases in total costs. However, the magnitude of these costs remains much smaller compared to the magnitude of revenue declines that have been seen over the last handful of years. And a key part of the analysis that we talk about in this diagnosis is the role of inflation, since all of the costs and revenue figures that we provide in the report have been adjusted for inflation. So when we look at this in terms of nominal terms, what we see is that actually what's going on is that costs have been increasing, but they have been keeping pace with overall inflation, whereas revenue has not. So it changes the way that the view looks like, but the story is still the same, is that revenue and ex-vessel prices have not kept pace with inflation, which leads to those apparent revenue declines over time. Another key part of this story is, of course, what is going on with sablefish. The declines in sablefish revenue and ex-vessel prices since 2017 have had a major impact on the profitability of the trawl sector. And of course, as we talked about in the last presentation, when we account for how active participants disproportionately bear the costs of leasing quota, this further impacts and decreases their profitability relative to non-catch share fisheries. In terms of shore-based processors, as I mentioned previously, we see that there are signals that fixed costs in particular are leading to decreases in their profitability. We also heard during the September meeting that there are some non-fishery regulatory changes that have been affecting processors as of late. And so this was something that we also wanted to better understand. And so we looked in particular in EDC data, they have a waste and byproduct disposal cost category. And so shown here is as much information on different types of shore-based processors by region. And so Washington and Oregon is separated from California California. And what we see is that regardless of shore-based processor type or region, we see that there is this increase in waste and byproduct disposal costs. But it's not necessarily isolated to just Oregon, which is where we've heard of those DEQ regulatory changes affecting shore-based processors. So there likely is more to the story here, and certainly it's unclear in the underlying fixed cost information how much those regulatory changes are leading to changes in purchasing of equipment and other purchases required to meet the new standards for effluent discharges. With respect to changes in stock assessments and allocations, we built on the findings of the review to look further into what's driving the declines in utilization over the most recent review period. And we find that, of course, the increases in allocations for several key stocks over the review period have been quite large. And even though catches have increased for several stocks over the same period, they haven't increased as much as the allocations, which is what's leading to those apparent utilization declines. What's going on with sablefish is also important here because as the market has deteriorated for sablefish, catch of sablefish and associated species in the complex for thorny heads and Dover sole have also declined, which further decreases the utilization changes that we've seen. In terms of the quota market, as I mentioned previously, a well-functioning quota market is critical to the functioning of a good catch share program. And so for this analysis, we relied on a recent report by Dan Holland and Aaron Steiner that looked into the IFQ quota pound market functioning through the terminal year of the review, 2023, and largely their conclusions are consistent with earlier reviews of the quota pound market, which finds that based on the nature and volume of transactions, it appears that the quota pound market is operating and filling a lot of key roles in the fishery, that it's sending information to participants that they need about the fishery. However, there are still some signals that suggest that it might not be operating as efficiently as it could be, namely in terms of the number of stocks that have ex-vessel prices that are far lower than their quota pound prices, but are not nearly fully utilized. And so the number of those stocks has declined over time as species have rebuilt and are less constraining to the fishery, but there still are several stocks that are being held on to for insurance purposes and are sending those highly constraining signals through the quota market. The authors do conclude, however, that even if inefficiencies do exist in the current quota pound market, that likely market forces and demand are likely a larger factor and player in the underutilization of the trawl sector allocation overall. So in conclusion, we looked at a variety of factors and features, both external and internal to the program. Clearly, there have been a number of factors outside of the program which have affected outcomes over the last handful of years that are affecting markets globally, but maybe acutely affecting groundfish markets due to the pre-existing factors of the markets, which is that they were being rebuilt since the near collapse in the early 2000s. We further looked at a variety of internal factors which we could be affecting outcomes, including participation in other fisheries, but we find that the flexibility provided under the program helps, but does not completely offset the conditions of the fishery that we have observed in recent years. We also find that the changes in costs and profitability, that revenue is a key problem here, but we do note that costs are higher than expected, since it was expected that increased revenue and increased profits under the program would offset particularly the increased governance costs of the fishery. Finally, we also note that the stock assessments and changes in allocations play a key role in utilization rates, and it appears that the quota market is functioning, although there are still some signals that it is not necessarily completely efficient. So I think at this point, it's important to note that many of the internal factors and features that we explored and the findings of those internal factors in terms of how they're affecting performance are not new and were noted during the first review of the program back in 2017. So really what is new in this review are the combination of these internal factors with the external factors and conditions of the fishery. And so we're not able to point to one factor or one thing that's really resulting in the economic downturn that we've observed. It really appears to be the cumulative output and cumulative effects of all of these factors combined. So it's relatively unsatisfying that we can't point to just one thing, particularly not one thing within the program, but we do point to all of these things working together to result in the outcomes that we've observed. So for that, we think that it would be valuable to spend more time on these issues. I don't think that, as all researchers, I think, do, we wish we could have spent more time doing it and want to spend more time understanding how all these come together. In particular, we think it's worth looking into more how the changing makeup of processors and vessels affects the outcomes that we've noted. Largely, we're reliant on looking at these moving averages and moving distribution of outcomes across vessels and processors, but as vessels have entered and exited the fishery, we're not always looking at the same population. And so it's important to control for those changes in participation over time to see really and truly how well or how worse off participants are. We also really want to better understand what factors have led to shore-based processor closures that we've heard about recently. In particular, in the first review, it was noted that changes in the program might have led to more instability and groundfish landings, and that this could be negatively affecting shore-based processors. So better understanding if that is occurring and what other factors might be contributing to those shore-based processor closures would be beneficial for us to understand. And then finally, we note that we have already spent quite a bit of time understanding what governance costs are in the program and investigating some options to reduce those costs. But furthermore, we don't fully understand how those costs are changing participation decisions in the fishery and how that's affecting long-term viability of the fishery. And so it could be beneficial to better understand really the margin at which those governance costs are changing outcomes for participants. So with that, I think we'll wrap it up and open it up for any questions that you all have. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for the presentation summary. Are there any questions for our two presenters here? And Executive Director Burden. Rebecca Lend.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Melissa, and the others, the whole team that worked on this study. And I'm happy that Aaron Steiner's on the line as well. We're going to hear a lot from the advisory bodies, and I don't want to cut that off too soon, but I do want to ask a couple questions. Well, first, I just want to make sure everybody saw on slide 20 that the ratio of the quota price to the ex-vessel price for yellow eye in 2023 was 102. So there's really some interesting stuff going on in that market. So thank you for shedding light on that. I know that Aaron and Dan Holland's study was a big part of that. I'm wondering how you feel about the structure of the ex-vessel market. There has been, as you said, some consolidation. To what extent do you think the program, the catch shares program, has had an impact through consolidation on the competitiveness of that? Are fishermen getting a good deal when they come into port with their catch? Thank you.
I can start. We're negotiating who answers the questions through the chair. And yeah, that's a really good question. And that really gets to the kind of the meat of what's going on in these fisheries. You know, what's driving these changes for both the harvesters being able to access markets and the price they receive once they do access the markets. And we hear about processors leaving the fishery, which gives the harvesters fewer markets. There's a lot of fish that are going unharvested. And what's the cause of that? Is it because the harvesters don't have or the processors don't have markets to sell those into? The price is too low. You know, looking at arrowtooth flounder as an example, arrowtooth flounder had been harvested at a higher rate early on in the catch share program, and recently there hasn't been a lot of harvest going on. And what's driving some of these flatfish fisheries? Is it the increase in the rockfish harvests that, you know, people are focusing more on that and they're less in the flatfish fisheries? Are there halibut issues that are constraining catch in some of the bottom fish fisheries? There's a whole lot of factors that are going on which are really difficult to sort out and how they affect markets. When you just look at like aggregate EDC data and do a quick, it wasn't a quick, but do an overview of the fishery in a retrospective way. I wish I could give you a really good answer on what's driving those. I'd be in very high demand if I could probably, but I don't have the answer to those questions specifically.
Thank you. Other questions? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Earlier this year, there was a industry did a workshop, Trawl workshop prior to this the review. And I'm curious, did you have access to that? Did you have a chance to look at that by chance?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Pettinger. So yes, we did look at it, though we did not directly consider it in the review, but we are aware of the report.
Other questions? Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see, I'm reflecting back on when we were first contemplating the implementation of this program, and some of us, did some analysis of that program. And at the time, we were trying to establish an outlook of what was likely to happen, and I think that set some certain expectations around the council that I would assume led to the final decision and design of that program. Most of those things haven't actually happened. And so I guess that gets to my question. If we're thinking about the diagnosis here, it is often helpful to compare what you're looking at to some sort of goal or objective and say, did we meet that goal or objective? And the council never explicitly stated it one of those things, but I think the expectations were set. And so you had the Quinn-Wenninger analysis that I'm sure you're familiar with. And it showed that there was likely to be a certain level of profitability that would transpire. There was another analysis that I did using some Washington Arrowtooth EFP data that showed it's likely that catch might go higher because we could avoid choke stocks. Again, none of those things happened. And some of that might be driven by external factors. Some of it may be driven by design elements of the program. And did you give any of that any thought? Like if you were to back up and say, are there designs or maybe too much design that has gone in that's kind of prevented the attainment of those forecasts? Have you given that some thought, and especially given that some thought in a way that doesn't criticize the analysis of the executive director?
Through the chair, thank you, Executive Director Burden, for the question. Yes, we absolutely did think about the expectations of the program in results of what we have found. I do think that it does get down into the weeds of the confluence of both of those factors. And so clearly what's going on in markets and the viability of the fishery plays a key role. And I think it's some of those assumptions of those analyses of what profitability would be like that it assumed the markets would be there. And so landings and profitability associated with the fishery would be there. It also found that consolidation would be higher than what we've seen. That's something that we do talk about in the report. As far as design features that are further limiting what is going on, I think that we do talk about that and do think about particularly the quota market, right? Are people able to get the quota that they need? Are they acting more conservatively because they're not able to get the quota that they need, or worried about attainment of constraining stocks? And so that's one of the conclusions of the findings, I think, of Dan Holland and Aaron Steiner's work, is that maybe, but it does appear that market forces are likely more important in determining aggregate, I guess, earnings and aggregate landings in the fishery. Does that get at your question? Oh, sorry, Daryl, please feel free to.
If, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would argue, Mr. Burden, that you are half right, because your projections were doing pretty well until about 2018. You know, there were improvements. There was increased profitability. The markets or the fisheries did look better. People in general were making more money. There was some variability, but then something happened. And I don't know that a lot of those changes were driven by internal factors, the structure of the program, because there weren't major structural program changes that would affect those changes. But we do notice those declines. And as Melissa indicated, we did look at some of these factors, and I know one of the things that you talked about under the initial review was, you know, the accumulation limits, and we talk about those in the analysis. And well, there's only a handful of vessels or companies that are approaching those accumulation limits, like at 90% or 50%. I think those still may be having some effect, and I know that was one of the things that the previous council had indicated they may want to consider in the future, and I think it's kind of in your batter's box, or whatever the terminology is you use for things that you may want to consider in the future but haven't gotten to yet. And so issues like that may take a deeper dive, but in terms of specific internal programs, structures, you know, outside of costs that people worry about for specific elements that were built into the program, I can't think of any off the top of my head where I would say you were completely off base and got that wrong.
Yeah, thank you. And I think Dr. Aaron Steiner might want to weigh in on this also.
Hello, Aaron Steiner, Northwest Fisheries Science Center. I just wanted to sort of put a little bit more perspective into the expectations versus reality framing, where we were coming out of a period in Alaska where we saw that race to fish, and then you slow things down with an ITQ program, and all of a sudden your ex-vessel prices go through the roof because you can take your time catching your fish, you're more careful. But that was a different problem that they were trying to solve. Whereas in our fishery, at least my understanding, I wasn't here pre-catch years, was that the biggest issue was bycatch in this extremely complex fishery where you're trying to balance all of those individual species in this trawl fishery. And so I know Councilwoman Mattis would sort of emphasize that it was incredibly hard for the GMT to figure out how to set all of those bi-monthly catch limits. And it turns out what we've done is moved that burden onto individual fishers. And it continues to be a really difficult issue to figure out how to balance all of those quotas in their portfolios. So overall, I sort of just wanted to make the point that when the program was first introduced, there was this idea that revenues would increase. But we haven't seen that revenue increase because there hasn't really been a mechanism to increase that ex-vessel price that's so key to a profitable business. Just with that, and I just want to commend both Melissa and Daryl for a really excellent review and amazing synthesis of all of the information that we have.
Thank you. Any other questions? Brad Pettinger.
Well, maybe not a question, but I think this is pretty good information. I think it's interesting to see that you highly point out the COVID effect that it was from that. And then the resulting inflation that we're seeing shortly afterwards, because it seems like to me that everybody's trying to retain their margins on the back of the person below them, and it all runs down to the fisherman. And so what you're seeing is there's been all the profits taken out of the fisherman's back, and everybody's looking for someplace else to go. Shrimp fishery, no limits, no observers. Crab fishery, $7 a pound last year in the middle of the start of the season. So it's a very dynamic and it's not a simple solution. It's just a lot of dribbles basically taken from degrade the big picture of a healthy groundfish fishery in the West Coast. So I guess we're just trying to do what we can under this regime. And certainly there's, I think you talk about target stocks or choke stocks. I think back then they were overfish stocks. And now I think they've, well, certainly Canary isn't overfished, but the quota is much smaller than it was last year, much bigger than it was over the previous 15 or 20 years. That is now a choke stock because you don't have enough of that, because one tow you could be out of the fishery. If you can't get enough petroli to make, I mean, pretty soon, I guarantee you, you're out petroli if you fish inside of 100 fathoms in the summertime. I mean, it just, they're healthy stocks, just not, the quotas aren't big enough for people, for the 50 boats to propagate a fishery. To give a little context for folks. Anyway, but this is good information, appreciate it. And, but you say it's, there's a lot to this. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Look around. No other questions. Thank you very much. I think I'm trying to pace this here so we can get through it all efficiently. Let's take a 7-minute break. We'll come back. We've got 3 reports and some public comment, and I think we can wrap that all up together then. So let's take about 7 minutes. Thanks. All right, let's get back to our chairs, please. All right, thank you all. We're going to continue with our reports. First is the Scientific and Statistical Committee report. And looks like Dr. Holland, are you there?
I am, yes. Thank you, Chair Hasmer. I'll go ahead. So my name is Dan Holland, member of the SSC. I'm also chair of the Economic Subcommittee of the SSC, although I was not able to participate in the subcommittee's review of this report due to being on furlough. But that report is appended to the end of this statement that I'm going to read here. So I'd like to read in our the SSC report under agenda item S7A, the supplemental SSC report 1, the SSC committee report on the Trawl Catch Share program review. The SSC reviewed the review of the West Coast Trawl Catch Share program. The economic subcommittee of SSC reviewed the report during a November 7th, 2025 webinar, and Matt Reimer of the SSC provided an overview of the subcommittee report to the SSC, and that is appended below. I will not planning to read that in full today. Jesse Waller, council staff, was available to answer questions. The Catch Share program review provides a thorough and comprehensive evaluation of the Catch Share program's performance and the factors inhibiting the program's ability to meet its economic goals and objectives. While the report does not assess the program's performance relative to a world without the program, the SSC does not expect such an analysis to be technically feasible. The presented analysis provides a good foundation to guide future council actions aimed at improving the program's effectiveness. The SSC emphasizes that one reason for the thoroughness and utility of the program review is the systematic collection of data aligned with the program's goals and objectives. Economic data collection is a rare case where efficiency and profitability goals can be evaluated through a sector-wide census of revenue, costs, and profitability measures. Furthermore, the quota share owner survey implemented since the last program review allows for a detailed analysis of quota leasing and royalties, while the participation survey offers information on non-fishing income and miles traveled between home ports and sources and services and supplies. The SSC acknowledges that collecting such data can be burdensome for the industry participants, and assessing ways to reduce this burden while maintaining the value of the survey is an important research need. However, the SSC stresses that continued collection of such data is essential for evaluating any future council actions to improve the program's performance. The SSC endorses the 4 research and data needs identified and detailed in the economic subcommittee's report. I'm not going to read those in detail, but they are appended. Those include data and studies on administrative costs, identifying observed drivers of change, understanding attainment rates, and evaluating the performance of the quota pound market. The SSC identified 3 additional research and data needs. These are not more important. They're meant to emphasize them over the ones that are in the subcommittee report. I'm reading them out because they were not in the subcommittee report and were added later during the whole SSC meeting. So of those additional research and data needs, the first is reasons for better performance in the catcher processor sector. The review finds that the catcher processor sector of the whiting fishery generally performed better than either the shoreside or mothership sectors. This may be due in part to differences in marketed product forms, for example, fillet production, that arise from differences in the size and quality of catch or differences in prior investments in processing equipment among sectors. But a better understanding of the reasons for these different outcomes could help improve performance in the shoreside and mothership sectors. Number two, a lack of vertical integration in the non-whiting fishery. Understanding whether and why a lack of vertical integration in the non-whiting fishery is inhibiting utilization and profitability could be useful for evaluating needs for program modifications. And three, price declines in the non-whiting fishery. The decline of ex-vessel prices for sablefish is a major reason for the poor performance of the bottom trawl fleet in recent years. A better understanding of what led to these price declines and whether and when they might reverse is key to understanding how the program will perform in the future and whether there is a need for major changes to the program to ensure its long-term viability. Understanding how alternative harvest strategies for sablefish over the next decade could impact the size distribution of landed fish, their prices, and the value of the sablefish fishery would be useful. That concludes the main SSC report. And as I mentioned, the subcommittee report is appended, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Holland on the SSC report? And looking around, Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Holland, for the report, and thank you from the SSC for the careful review of this report. Just want to ask you one question in the list of additional research needs at the end. Number 2, the lack of vertical integration in the non-whiting fishery. Is there a hypothesis being suggested here that more vertical integration could result in a better economic outcome for the catcher vessels? Thank you.
Well, I guess the question is, sorry, thank you for the question through the chair, Dr. Lent. The question, I guess, is whether that would potentially enable the processors to develop markets and get greater utilization as a result of that, and maybe be able to pass on some of those benefits on to the vessels. It has been noted. In fact, I was just looking at the statement from the GAP that the lack of a year-round fishery is a problem for the processors, and so vertical integration would be one way for the processors to have more control over the catch that's coming in, when it's coming in, and to ensure more stability for them and an ability to build those markets. That is a hypothesis. Whether that is the case or not, whether that would actually happen is sort of an unknown, but that is the kind of the hypothesis behind that question.
Rebecca?
Thank you, Dr. Holland. One other thing, in the discussions in the SSC, it was noted by one of your colleagues that this was one of the best program reviews they'd ever seen. And I guess they've seen some reports from other fisheries. There's plenty of catch share fisheries around in the U.S. And this is a follow-up to Director Burden's question. Is there a possibility, in terms of looking at benchmarks and performance, of comparing the economic outcomes in this fishery with other catch share fisheries around the United States, surely facing the same external constraints in terms of inflation, COVID, markets, et cetera, to see what we could learn? Is that kind of comparison possible? And maybe Dr. Steiner wants to weigh in on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Lent. I think a comparison is possible. Maybe not a complete kind of apples to apples comparison, as you noted, or as our report noted, the subcommittee's report, that the information available to us here is, in terms of economic information, is better than exists in other areas. They don't have nearly as detailed information of a full census of participants in the fishery, in particular post-landing and processing sector. And so it would be, difficult to do an exact comparison. There are also different factors, I'm sure, that are affecting different fisheries, and we have a lot of different things going on. But I think you're right that in other regions, they're struggling as well. I know that that's, the case in Alaska, and they're struggling with some of the same problems up there that we are, sablefish price being one of them. So yes, I think a comparison would be useful. and possible.
Any other questions for Dr. Holland on the SSC report? And no questions. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Jeff Lackey. Good afternoon, Jeff.
Afternoon. My name is Jeff Lackey. I'll be reading from agenda item F7A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Gap Report on Trawl Catch Share Program Review. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel recommends that the Pacific Fishery Management Council finalize the Trawl Catch Share Review document, including the initial diagnosis as presented in agenda item F7, Attachment 1. Additionally, the GAP reviewed the supplemental SSC report and supports the recommendations for research and data needs, especially with regard to external versus internal drivers of change and the reasons behind low attainment rates. The September GAP report on program review discussed and highlighted in detail many issues related to the program and the review, and those points are not altered by the updated review document. The GAP appreciates the responses to September 2025 Council meeting recommendations in Attachment 2 under this agenda item and the updates in the review document. Regarding the diagnosis that was added for the November meeting, the GAP believes it covers the various internal and external factors impacting the success of the Catch Share program. Specifically, the program not meeting its economic goals and objectives seems to be due to a combination of factors and not specifically due to the Catch Share program itself. For example, the shoreside processing sector are indeed facing increased costs. The September GAP report noted that fishing and support businesses and communities depend upon the success of processors. They are a bellwether. As noted in the draft review, shore-based processors' increased costs are contributing to lower revenues. The GAP appreciates the addition of tables 103 and 104 to show the revenue of whiting and non-whiting processors by production type and total cost net revenue of whiting and non-whiting processors by production type, respectively. These tables help show a more complete picture of the problems processors are facing under the Catch Share program. They help illustrate some of the operational predicaments processors face, e.g., changing global market conditions and disrupted supply chains. However, processors note there is still a limit to what data can show. The report makes clear that processors have had to depend upon the variability of other seasonal species to remain operational, and that the historical dependability of a year-round groundfish supply no longer exists. Regardless, this report demonstrates the need for follow-on actions that will help both shoreside processors and the trawlers that deliver to them. Changes to support a year-round groundfish season will help keep processors in local communities. This will additionally enhance their ability to process other species and provide year-round employment for more workers. Based on the results of the review, initial diagnosis, and discussion by industry, the GAP provides the following conclusions. First, the Catch Share program continues to meet the environmental goals and objectives of the program, including individual accountability of catch, environmental outcomes, sustainability, and safety. Second, the Catch Share program continues to fall short of its socioeconomic goals, particularly in the bottom trawl sector, where underattainment, low profitability, and high operating costs persist. Challenging markets, including declining ex-vessel non-whiting prices and rising inflationary pressures, have reduced year-round fishing effort, limited economies of scale, and further eroded profitability. These conditions have accelerated consolidation among both harvesters and processors that have negatively impacted coastal communities that rely on a stable and diverse fleet. Based on these conclusions, the GAP sees primary program issues affecting program results to be contained in 5 categories. First, monitoring costs and operational burdens, vessel observers, electronic monitoring, and catch monitors. Second, cost recovery costs, monitoring oversight, economic data collection, and other. Third, quota-based restrictions, carryover limitations. Fourth, adaptive management program uncertainty. Can an alternative implementation of AMP improve socioeconomic outcomes? Fifth, program complexity. EDC, declarations, midwater exempted fishing permit. Regarding items 1 and 2, even seemingly small costs can be impactful, not only because profitability and viability is already challenging. For example, costs can be tipping points for bottom trawl vessels when deciding if and how many trips or targeting strategies in which to participate. Quota-based restrictions, including limitations on carryover, can impact overattainment on a vessel and fleet level. Development of A&P is likely to be contentious and time-consuming. It would be helpful to understand whether different uses of A&P would be likely to improve the socioeconomic outcomes of the program before going through the full exercise developing it as a tool. Additional analysis on that point, e.g. whether redistribution of A&P to active participants would likely lead to greater effort and attainment, would be useful for the Council as it begins to develop follow-on actions in April. Finally, the Catch Shares program is likely one of the most complex fishery management programs in the world, resulted in overly burdensome regulations and restrictions on participants that could be changed to promote flexibility and provide greater economic benefits. While not a part of this action, the GAP sees primary broader Council issues that could affect program results to be contained in 3 categories. The GAP continues to believe that attention to these items could provide meaningful benefits to Catch Share participants in the groundfish fishery and communities as a whole. The 6, 7, 8 here, the 6 is surveys and data collection to better inform stock assessments. 7, stock assessments. Some results from the past 2 assessment cycles have led to increased constraints, which has in turn asked if there are processes, communications, and/or data streams that could be reviewed and modified. 8, harvest specifications flexibility. There is potential opportunity to improve attainment and positively impact program goals and objectives. The GAP sees primary non-council issues that could impact the program results to be contained in 2 categories of 9 and 10. 9, buyback and cost recovery. While cost recovery is mentioned above, the GAP sees there are needed changes at the federal level for buyback. Active groundfish participants continue to pay the buyback loan, which is additional cost outside of the Catch Share program. 10, retaining coastal infrastructure. This is foundationally critical to long-term viability to have geographically dispersed processing centers and achieve program goals and objectives and national standards. There are many challenges in this regard related to regulations, cost increases, profitabilities, etc., to maintain what exists. Many of the above issues were explored in detail in the April 2025 Trawl Catch Shares Program Review Workshop Summary Supplemental Informational Report 3. The review document is comprehensive in its scope and does an excellent job of illustrating the economic uncertainties of the industry involved in the Catch Share program. It is frustrating that so many of the factors causing these uncertainties are outside the Council's ability to effect change. The GAP would like to emphasize that the document in whole or in part would be useful in illuminating these economic challenges to anyone outside of the Council sphere who could then possibly effect change to improve the performance of the industry. The current state of the entire West Coast groundfish industry leaves a lot of room for growth, which, when evidenced through the review document to the right audience, could invite enhanced investment in infrastructure and market development, to name a few. And that concludes the report, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions on the GAP report? Asia Shumlo.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer, and thank you, Jeff, for your report. I noticed on the first page that there's a discussion of shoreside processors, and I'm curious, I didn't see much discussion of at-sea processing, so I'm curious if the GAP had any discussion about impacts there, or if you could add anything to characterize the discussion. Thank you.
Some of the GAP discussion was relative to, a charge is a correct word, but a request to focus on bottom trawl. But as far as at sea, there were some things that were meant as for all sectors, whether it's program complexity, cost recovery. There could be monitoring and operation burdens. There were some that were meant to cover all. And one reason the processors had a couple of paragraphs there that focused on shoreside processors is there's a general feeling that there's some consolidation and some fragility of infrastructure that is sort of the foundation of being able to have a geographically dispersed, healthy um, trawl industry. And that affects not only trawl, but other fisheries as well. So that's kind of a bedrock, and that going back to bottom trawl being a focus.
Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Jeff, relative to some of your concluding remarks about maybe trying to use this report for illuminating economic challenges outside the council sphere for those who might have additional tools or opportunities beyond the council. I guess this is sort of a general question. I know that certainly the council has an incredibly good track record in terms of being very open about reports and so forth on their website, but that's more of a you come to us. Just curious if you have any thoughts about how we could use this report, getting it into the hands of perhaps those outside the council sphere relative to illuminating these economic challenges that might have some influence, such as perhaps to the Secretary of Commerce.
I believe the idea was that maybe not the report in whole because it's so large, but if there are communications to state or federal representatives, that there could be that this report could be mined, dependent upon the issue and the audience. There's a lot of cost and regulatory items that are state related. Federal related would be more so the regulations or grants or whatever the opportunities were there. So maybe this report could be mined for whatever would be helpful to highlight the issues.
Thanks. Just curious if you had some thoughts about that. Thank you.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jeff. I'm hoping you can just refresh my memory. I'm looking down at number 5 on the second page. It says, based on these conclusions, the GAP sees primary program issues affecting program results to be contained in 5 categories. And then 5 is program complexity, EDC, declarations, and midwater EFP. Can you elaborate on what you mean by declarations?
Oh, yes, that maybe would have been helpful if we'd done that. For example, it was changed to where if you're fishing at the mothership and you wanted to declare for shoreside, you had to come into port and do it and then go back and fish. That was changed, but it wasn't changed between midwater and shoreside whiting. And so just so that's one. Maybe look at the other declarations as well and see if there's any issues.
Krista Svensson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Jeff and the GAP for the thoroughness of this report. Same section, different question. And really appreciative of breaking all of this out into categories that are relevant to the council, and then categories that are kind of external but still relevant to the fleet. Was there any kind of prioritization in terms of this first set of categories?
There was not intended, however, in discussions, in GAP discussions, and other past discussions, probably number 1. Probably number 1.
Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Lackey, for this report. I do appreciate the attention that's being paid to processors, and I assume that one of the reasons there was more of a focus on shoreside is because over the past 5 years, they struggled more than the folks at sea. But to that point, and I should know this after the great tours that you and Lori Steele provided for me when I was on my field trip, but when the catcher vessels, the ones who are just the catcher vessels, not associated with processing ships, When they fish for other species, do they generally take their landings to the same processor, or is it totally different? Thank you.
For trawlers are usually have a home processor. And there can be a few exceptions, but for the most part, maybe 95% of the time, it seems like you're delivering to your one processor.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Jeff. And next we have the Groundfish Management Team Report, Christian Heath, but it doesn't. The name has changed. Come on up. We have Caitlin Lockhart here. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Caitlin Lockhart, and I will be reading Agenda Item F7, Supplemental GMT Report 1, the Groundfish Management Team Report on Trawl Catch Share Review Program Review. The GMT reviewed the updates to the Trawl Catch Share Review document and appreciates the analysis team efforts to accommodate the GMT's request from September. Given reduced capacity due to the recent federal furlough and competing workload at this meeting, the team's discussion and analysis of this agenda item was limited by the time and capacity constraints. The GMT recommends the council finalize the Trawl Catch Share Review document with the addition of the research and data need described in this report. We also offer some high-level comments. First, in reference to diagnosis and conclusions, the analysis document demonstrates that there are a variety of external factors contributing to the constraints felt by the trawl fishery, including tariffs, competition with imported products, inflation, and other external economic conditions. These external factors are generally outside of the council's purview and control. However, the document outlines several internal factors that the council has some control over. Yet it is still unclear which of these, if any, could address the root problems in the fishery. The internal factors explored are participation in other fisheries, changes in costs and profitability, changes in stock assessments and allocations, and quota market functioning. Given the increasing reliance on other fisheries in recent years, as the review analysis shows, the council should more consistently consider accounting for participation in other fisheries when considering actions to groundfish fisheries. The GMT agrees with the overarching conclusions made in the document and is prepared to work on follow-on actions moving forward with many improve utilization and flexibility in the trawl fishery, recognizing the limited ability for council action to control some of the major drivers of economic impacts. The GMT has compiled a list of all follow-on actions proposed by industry and public to date and has begun considering them to prepare for our council prioritization in March of 2026. In reference to research and data needs, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, or GAP, and public comment have expressed that costs are the priority to address, given the decline in profitability within the fishery. While administrative costs of the program are a component of overall costs, the analysts also indicated that it is still unclear what exactly is driving other costs that have increased for processors, such as additional equipment needed, environmental compliance costs, or something else. The loss of infrastructure and contraction of processing capacity along the West Coast appears to be a large contributor to the problem the trawl fishery is facing, since it is fundamental to the operation of the fishery. Therefore, a better understanding of if and how the council can support the health of shoreside infrastructure would be helpful. For example, While the council does not have control over costs for processors, they can indirectly help processors maintain markets by reducing volatility in species limits and providing access to product year-round to the extent practicable. Therefore, the GMT recommends adding a research and data need that explores economic impacts to shoreside processors in more detail, and if and how the council could take action to mitigate those impacts. The SSC identified a research and data need to explore price declines in the non-whiting fishery, which is available in the supplemental SSC report. The GMT notes that discussions with the GAP indicate that sablefish prices have been severely impacted by changes in the value of the Japanese yen, along with declining seafood demands in Japanese markets, which are a large export market of the West Coast sablefish. An initial discussion between economists and participants in the sablefish fishery could help focus any research efforts based on fishery knowledge. And with that, that concludes my statement. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report. One hopefully quick question. You have a comment in your GMT statement that you compiled a list of follow-on actions proposed by industry and public to date. I did not see that as an attachment, and I'm wondering if that is publicly available, and if not, what it would take to make that available in the future.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Svensson, for the question. The GMT has not made that list available to the public yet. It is an internal list that we have compiled and summarizes the suggestions that have been made by various groups in reports that have been available in the briefing book previously. And that includes the public hearings, the Trawl catch share review workshop that was in March and available in the April briefing book, and other GAP and GMT reports on this item. I believe that the GMT could provide this list in more detail for the March briefing book when we have the Groundfish workload and prioritization agenda item.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this may be a little bit of an unfair question. We might need to phone a friend with folks who did the report, but it just occurred to me relative to the notation relative to the decline of seafood demand on the Japanese market. Do you have a sense of whether that is relative to tariffs on the U.S. market, or relative to just an overall population shift relative to reduced consumption of seafood in favor of other proteins?
Caitlin, you want to take a try at that?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, we did discuss this in the GAP as a joint session, and it was mentioned that there are two components to this. One is that the Japanese markets have been going through a recession recently, and so they have purposely devalued their yen, and that has resulted in a reduce in sablefish prices. And the other component is that, as you said, there has been a shift in the popularity of sablefish for other protein choices.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys thought about it.
Other questions? Let me just make sure. Sharon, your hand was up, but I assume you've asked your question, but speak up if you haven't. And not seeing any other hands around the table. Thank you, Caitlin. That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. It shows 2 signups, but I believe there is going to be just one. Looks like we have more than 2. All right. We will start with Michelle Conrad. And that's the one I may have been wrong on. We're going to start with Shems Judd, and he will clarify this. Shems, good afternoon.
Members of the council, yep, I'm Shems Judd. I'm not Michelle Conrad. We had initially asked Michelle to give EDF's comment, but at the last minute, I decided to give it. So here I am. We did submit a letter. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it ended up in the right place, but you'll see it in the View Sign Up tab if you'd like to reference it under Michelle's sign up there. So sorry that didn't make it into the written comments section. With that out of the way, I'm not planning to read the letter. Instead, I want to focus on a few key points. As I mentioned, I work for EDF, and it might seem strange that I'm up here focusing on trying to improve the socioeconomic outcomes of the Trawl Catch Share program. So why is that? I think there's really 2 key reasons. The first, and thankfully, is that the conservation benefits of the program have really been a slam dunk. I think it's firing on all cylinders or almost all cylinders on the conservation conservation standpoint, which is really exciting and to be celebrated. So secondly, the fact is that it's not working from a socioeconomic standpoint, or not working as we'd like to see it. And we really want this program to work for the participants as well as the environment. So what does success mean for this program? It's not as obvious as it may seem initially. I remember when we were developing Amendment 20, and the goals felt like the kitchen sink. Everything was in there. There's some goals that I think would be impossible to fully attain, other goals that are sort of competing or mutually exclusive. And so it's not necessarily exactly clear what success would mean. But what it means for EDF is a thriving fishery with more year-round fishers harvesting healthy and sustainable groundfish resources. It means the fishery continuing to support coastal communities, particularly as trawl landings have long played an important role in keeping working waterfronts functioning. And it means a profitable fishery with the resources to continue to build on the creative efforts to figure out how to harvest target species with minimal bycatch, especially in light of changing ocean conditions. So how do we get there? Thankfully, there's a great review document. I think it was really thorough and excellent. There's a lot of information there. Unfortunately, what it highlights is that many of the challenges facing the program are really external to the program, and the council doesn't necessarily have a lot of power to influence some of those challenges. A lot of them have been touched on here: relatively strong dollar, competing imports, weak markets, inflation, changed consumer behaviors after COVID. A lot of those things we can't deal with in this room. But as noted in the GAP report and in some of the other reports, there are some challenges internal to the program that the council could improve. Costs is one, operational burdens, program complexity, quota constraints, and AMP uncertainty. As noted in the document, costs are high, and I think this in part is driving low profitability, especially for the bottom trawl sector. And those costs appear to be at least partly responsible for reduced effort in landings and shifts into other fisheries. At the same time, I've heard from processing representatives that relatively low and fluctuating landings have made it difficult to rebuild markets. This is a complex fishery situated in a complex market environment, and there's not necessarily a direct through line that if we take X action, it will lead to Y outcome. But we believe that by reducing costs and through development of the AMP, we could see greater profitability, leading to improved effort and attainment and resulting benefits for communities. Just quickly on monitoring, I'm a strong proponent of full accountability and transparency. I think it's been vital to the success that we've seen in this program. But at the same time, I think monitoring costs is one where the council could really make some significant improvements, especially on the EM front. I think there's opportunities to streamline the program, to reduce costs, but maybe most importantly, to reduce some of the operational burden that's currently required on the back deck that prevents a lot of bottom trawlers from using electronic monitoring. With regard to the AMP, we don't yet have a concrete view for what development of the AMP would look like. We understand it could be administratively burdensome, it could be contentious. At the same time, it's a really innovative tool, and I see some potential there to help the program meet its goals, and we'd really like to see that explored. So with that, time's up. I'll wrap up my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. And your letter is available on either tab, so people should be able to get there. So thank you. Any questions for Mr. Judd on his testimony? Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Asmer. Thank you. Shim's coming up here, sharing. There was a question earlier about Japan and as far as the eating habits and less fish. It was my understanding of just a few years ago that there was more of a historical focus or Western focus as far as their eating habits. You know, just, I mean, you've been over there quite a bit. You understand that culture far better than probably anybody in this room. Could you give us a background on just where that's going?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Pettinger. I can try. I think some of the comments touched on here today are right. I think it's, a few different things going on. The economy's been relatively weak. Seafood, even over there, tends to be more expensive than some other protein forms. That's part of it. Certainly, younger folks are eating less seafood than their parents did. I think that's part of it as well. So I think those are probably the two primary drivers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Shems, for your report or your comment. I'm trying to find the document, but it was about a year ago we had the Trawl Phase 2 report that talked specifically about two programs, the observer programs, monitoring programs, and the EDC, and calculated the cost of that, and also looked at potentials for dialing some of those back. How would that work? I just want to make sure that we don't lose focus of that work that's already been done so we can hit the ground running. We want to look at least at those two programs and how those might be adjusted. So thank you for your testimony and thanks for the letter from Michelle.
Thanks.
Anything else? Not seeing any. Thank you, Shem.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff Lackey. Welcome back up here, Jeff.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jeff Lackey. I manage 2 trawlers in Newport, Oregon, and I had zero intent of testifying until I had something just kind of spur a thought during just about 10 minutes ago, well, longer than that, while I signed up. And what spurred my mind was talking about a lot of problems since the pandemic and before, and it just kind of spurred my mind that there's been some issues coming for a long time. And it made me remind me of something I went back and found, and that was the 2016 port hearings. There were processors that testified in each port, and I'll just read some of these real quick. Fort Bragg, September 6, 2016. As a processor, our production has dropped 38%. We lost half of our workforce. Eureka, September 7th, 2016. Packing crews are down 50% of what they were. Coos Bay, September 8th, 2016. Under the Catch Shares program, we lost 45% of our fillet crew, gone down from 5 fillet plants down to 2.5 plants. Astoria, September 28th, 2016. A processor saw a 40 to 50% percent reduction immediately after implementation, some increases since then. Newport, September 29, 2016. The backbone of the fishing industry has been the trawl fishery. We're losing infrastructure and the markets are suffering. I remember I tried to go back and I gave a public testimony that if if we don't figure out how to have coast-wide production at a certain level, that we were going to have consolidation. Now, I'm not Nostradamus, but the writing was on the wall, and you started hearing whisperings, and over time, it came to the point to where about the only place on the coast you could bring in a bottom trawl boat year-round and have a trip that had decent trip limits, enough to have a viable fishery, but the only place you could do that was in the river. And that's really bad, because you can't have a coast-wide fishery where you're trying to have all these economic goals and cut fish year-round in one port, and all the other ports feel like you're hanging on. Just the writing on the wall. And so I don't bring this up to relitigate anything, because it doesn't need relitigating, because we're here. The question is, what do we want to make this program work? I think the Trawl workshop report is a great report that was very well done and segmented into different sections. But the thing for me, Lori Steele knows, I've been a long proponent for processors, because they are in our community, they're the bedrock. I often tell the story of my wife's uncle, Mark Cooper, taking his kids and wife down to Bodega Bay, because back years ago when Chris Cooper was probably in kindergarten, because the limits were better down there, and he was down there for a couple years, and the fishing was really good down there. But in Bodega Bay, how's the fishing now? What happened once trawling left? Trawling, both in the processor and the vessel, is a very capital-intensive endeavor. And as so, it helps sustain the brick and mortar processor that helps the other fisheries and the support services within a community, and make a whole, give you economies of scale for a fishing community. And so also bottom trawl helps, even though I manage 2 trawlers whose bread and butter is whiting, bottom trawl for one of them is really important, not only for the vessel itself, but I think it's extremely important to have that, to be diversified, and to have the bottom trawl that it's a filler fishery sometimes, because crabs at a certain time and whatever volume the ocean gives you, shrimp, but bottom trawl, it can fit in. It can keep your processor employees going. It can keep your vessels and your crew going during the times when the other fisheries aren't happening or when the other fisheries are down. So in the GAP report, it was said the processes are a bellwether, and that's what, if we're going to have a successful fishery, and whatever we do on the other end of it, we want a geographically dispersed fishery. We need Eureka, Fort Bragg, Coos Bay, Newport, the river, Westport, and whatever other little ports we can. We need brick and mortars, and they need to be healthy. One last story, a processor told me years ago, I hope that somebody opens up a processor down the street from me, because if they do that, I know that there's going to be a net profit in the fishery. And it's going to be worth being in, and there's going to be competition from processors. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Lackey? Not seeing any. Sure. Thank you, Jeff. We're going to flip the order of the last 2 here. Jerry, if you can hear us, you are on an unsupported browser right now, so we will not be able to hear you. You need to connect via computer using either Microsoft Edge or Google Chrome. So we'll go to Heather Mann and see, Jerry, if you can get connected in the meantime. So with that, Heather Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Heather Mann. I'm with the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. Just really briefly wanted to make a couple of comments about the economic data collection. As many of you know, I participate in the North Pacific Council as well as the Pacific Council. Several MTC members fish in both areas. In October, we took action both at the AP and then at the council to eliminate the remaining economic data collection programs that existed. And earlier in the week, there was a comment, I think, made that the Magnuson Act required this type of activity, and that was just inaccurate. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. Cost recovery is something that's required through Magnuson, but economic data collection is not. And it is quite a burden on folks. It's my belief that it's too detailed, it's collected too often, and the fact that there's a punitive attachment, whereas if you don't fill it out, you can't get your permit and quota, also is that just seems overly aggressive. I also think that we manage a lot of fisheries without economic data. I'm not saying it's not important, but it seems like it'd be more fair to have economic data collection program for all fisheries versus just this catch share program. We also have a catch share program for fixed gear stablefish, and they don't complete an economic data collection report, and they don't have the punity of having it attached to their permits. And so the way that we're applying EDRs, in my opinion, is inconsistent across fisheries as well. So I'm not saying economic data isn't important, but even with the very detailed economic data we have, and a really, really well-written report, I commend the authors on, there's still economic questions that weren't able to be answered. So I just wanted to get that on the record, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's all I have. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Mann on her testimony? And I see no hands, so thank you, Heather.
Yep, thank you.
Now I will check back to see, but I don't believe Jerry has been able to connect. No, he hasn't. Oh. All right, that completes our public comment then and takes us to our council tasks. And there it is, guidance and recommendations for finalizing the Trawl catch share review. Any research and data needs, and conclusions about the program's performance. So with that little delay to let you organize your thoughts, whose hand is going up? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Asmer. A lot of good information here. There's a lot going on in the world. A lot going on in the fisheries world. And I think that, I think we've got to do the best to control our world and what we can do to make sure that there's fish available to harvest and be available to processors, the fishing vessels, to have a successful business. And you got the best docks in the world, the best fish plant in the world, but if you're not getting fish across if there's not fish there going across the dock to those facilities, it doesn't matter. I think we got to take care of certain things have to fall in line. And I think that you think about if you want people to invest in the fishing industry, you got to give an environment for success, not failure. That means stability. That means flexibility. So I think whatever we do as we go forward, we got to be looking at those two words to create the environment for successful fishing, successful fisheries up and down the coast. So anyway, I just there's a lot of reasons for a lot of stuff, but I just we need to concentrate on what we can do. I think we're the base, we're the foundation, making it better. It's got to start here in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Other hands for discussion? Krista Svensson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't want to cut off discussion,
but I do have a motion prepared if there is nothing further people want to discuss.
I've looked around pretty hard and I saw no other hands. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And if you can give me one moment, I'm going to open this on my own computer because for my eyes, that is a little too small for me.
Can you blow that one up a little bit?
Okay, thank you. I move we adopt the review of the West Coast Groundfish Trawl Catch Share Program Report. Agenda item F7, Attachment 1, November 2025, with the inclusion of the data and research needs as identified in F7A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, and the F7A Supplemental SSC Report 1, and the inclusion of the two GAP conclusions found in F7A Supplemental GAP Report 1 under Section 5 of the report titled Council Conclusions.
I followed along. That language there appears accurate and complete.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second to your motion? Seconded by Rebecca Lent. Please speak to your motion.
All right, thank you. I'm recommending the motion to adopt the review of the West Coast Groundfish Trawl Catch Share Program with the inclusion of the data, research, and needs as identified by our advisory bodies. And to start this out, I'd like to reflect for a moment on the countless hours that have been spent on the review. This has been multiple agenda items. It's been multiple public hearings, staff time, consultants' time, council members' time, and most importantly, the public's time. This topic was important enough to generate a trawl industry meeting outside of the council process that has informed and shaped the quality of reports found under this agenda item. And I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to serve as a hearings officer in Newport because it gave me a firsthand account of the issues that were going on in a community outside of the one that I typically hear from, which is Astoria. And it was interesting to find out that people had similar concerns, but the nuances were different, varying by port. And you could see that in all of the reports that we had from the different hearings. I will also say that core items found in the GAP and the GMT conclusions, acknowledging our collective work on the Catch Share program, are that it continues to meet the environmental goals and objectives, but it does continue to fall short on socioeconomic goals, particularly in the bottom trawl sector, and that this is an area that should be prioritized in the scoping of trawl follow-on actions. So this leads me to conclusions about the program, at least from my perspective, and I'm grateful for the thoroughness and the thoughtfulness of the GAP statement outlined in a series of conclusions broken into categories. And I'm just going to take a moment to talk through the ones that are seen as primary program issues affecting the program. These are found on page 2 of the supplemental GAP report. And these include monitoring costs and operating burdens, so vessels, observers, electronic monitoring, cost recovery, including monitoring oversight, economic data collection, and other items of that nature, quota-based restrictions, adaptive management, and program complexity. And I did ask the question about, do you think, or did the GAP prioritize these? And the response was, well, number one rose to the surface, essentially. Those are my words, not our GAP representatives. And I would tend to agree with that assessment just in all of the people that have spoken to me in this process. I will also say that they've provided conclusions on broader council issues that could affect the program, including things that are not necessarily something that the council can impact, but that definitely impact our fishermen's lives. And I think that the ability to see both the details and the challenges that we can focus on here internally, but also those that are outside of our perimeter, are really important to take in mind, because as we work through this, we'll need a holistic approach. So I will conclude with one recommendation, and that is that we do take up the GMT when appropriate to provide the list of all of the topics that they have heard about for a list of following actions potentially. I am a little bit concerned that that will be the equivalent of the omnibus for those of us sitting around the table that remember the omnibus. And I'm hopeful that we can look at that list through the framework that was provided by the GAP and also the GMT, where they did kind of break these out into category conclusions. So hopefully they can bring that back to us at a future date when appropriate, and we can all work together on topics that bring intention and benefit to our trawlers when we take this up again.
Thank you, Krista. Questions for clarification regarding the motion? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion? Seeing no need for discussion on the motion, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Again, Krista. Back to our action list. I believe that motion captured all three, but Jesse, how did we do? And what else should we do?
Mr. Chair, y'all did great. You have completed your action for today, so we will finalize the catch share review document with the new research and data needs and conclusions and get that posted on our catch share program's website. And then we will be back in March under the new workload management measure item, where we will start scoping out your trawl follow-on actions. So that is it for today.
All right, and we will close out this agenda item and proceed on with F8, our last of the day. Okay, as everybody's getting set here, we have Keely Kent back in the virtual NIMS seat for this agenda item. And Todd, it made you rush, but whenever you're ready, it's all yours.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again, Council. So before us, we have agenda item F8, which is part 2 of harvest specifications and management measures 2027 and 2028. Under this agenda item, the Council is scheduled to consider management measures necessary for the 27-28 groundfish fisheries to achieve the goals and objectives of the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan. In general, management measures applicable to this agenda item are those characterized as routine. Key decisions include adopting preliminary off-the-top deductions from annual catch limits and determining if any trawl or non-trawl allocation adjustments should be considered. The council could also consider new management measures. So those are ones that have not been analyzed previously as part of their decision. However, as discussed at the 2025 council meeting, the National Marine Fisheries Service indicated that they will likely not be able to include any new management measures in the 27-28 harvest specifications and management measures rulemaking package. The management measures the council adopts under this agenda item will be analyzed during the overwinter period by the GMT and council staff and others as appropriate. And this will facilitate an efficient overwinter analysis. This agenda item has several specific tasks for the council to complete. The first one you have completed, which is to adopt any interim harvest specifications. All of your harvest specifications were adopted under agenda item F3, with the exception of widow rockfish, which will, of course, be taken up later. Second, the council will need to identify preliminary ACL off the tops, so these are your set-asides, which account for mortality from the treaty tribal harvest, scientific research, non-groundfish fishery mortality, and exempted fishing permits. And this decision allows the analyst to ensure that the harvest guidelines are calculated correctly and the yield amounts distributed to the fishery are accurate for detailed analysis. Related to off-the-top deductions, the council may identify modifications to the at-sea whiting fishery set-asides as part of this action, which will assist in the analysis of the overall trawl fishery. The council should also adopt preliminary biennial allocations under this item, as an opportunity for the council to contemplate adjustments to biennial trawl, non-trawl sector allocations. While adjustments to formal allocations may be considered in the 27-28 process, any change to those formal allocations will require an F&P amendment, which would likely be categorized as a new management measure and potentially delay implementation. Biennial allocations, however, are considered routine and do not require an F&P amendment. If the council does recommend any allocation adjustments for detailed analysis, identification of specific allocation percentage adjustments for investigation will expedite the overwinter analytical process. Lastly, the council could consider adopting a range of management measures necessary to implement harvest specifications not identified above, which includes such things as groundfish conservation area adjustments, commercial trip limits, recreational bag limits. So just to give you an oversight of what the next steps in the process will be is that at the March 2026 council meeting, the council will be given an update regarding the overwinter analytical work by the GMT and staff, and have the opportunity to provide additional guidance to us of anything that you see fit to do so. The complete analysis of the management measures adopted under this item will be provided at the April 2026 council meeting, at which the council is scheduled to adopt preliminary preferred for those management measures. After public review period, the council will, or is scheduled rather, to take final action on all specs, harvest specifications and management measures at the June 2026 council meeting, with the aim to have this product implemented by January 1st, 2027. So your action is to adopt any remaining harvest specifications as necessary, which you've completed. Adopt preliminary 2-year allocations and a range of alternative management measures for detailed analysis. The tasks are to, obviously, adopt any harvest specifications as necessary, which you have completed. And regarding the ACL's deductions, you should adopt the yield set-asides. You should consider adopting at-sea set-asides for the Pacific whiting at-sea fishery and annual catch targets for analysis as appropriate. And then adopting 2-year allocations for analysis, and then provide guidance and adopt a range of management measures for more detailed analysis over the winter. And with all that repetition, I would like to say that I am completed my overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions on the overview before we proceed? Not seeing any then. We've made up some time today, but we're still a bit behind. So people can be brief and cover what we do. I think we're ready to get to our reports. And first up, there are two tribal reports that have been in the briefing book. I will turn to David Sones to address those. David.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, as you stated, these reports have been in the briefing book, so I won't read them out loud. But if people do have questions on them, will be happy to answer those.
All right, let me look around and see if there are any questions regarding the tribal reports. And not seeing any, thank you. Then next we have a Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife report. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Hessmer. This also has been in the briefing book since the supplemental deadline. I can run through it briefly. This report follows from the September council meeting where we highlighted how the council's allocation scheme for canary rockfish is not working well. The fundamental problem is that allocations are not weighted by the likelihood that they will be fished each year, either individually nor collectively. Instead, each sector's share is deducted from the ACL as if the probability that it will be used is 100%. Based on our experience, this practice is not rational, yet we continue to follow it, and it causes the council to restrict fisheries more than necessary. In September, we also suggested a way to make the allocation scheme more risk-based and flexible. We continue to see this as a win-win for providing additional opportunity to multiple sectors without the need to reallocate from or further restrict other sectors. We supported the council's recommendation to take up fuller consideration of the approach as part of the harvest specs and management measures flexibility discussion. We look forward to the next step in that discussion, which we just did earlier today. At the same time, we continue to urge the council to look for ways of improving flexibility when planning for the 2027-28 fisheries. And for that, we introduced two proposals for doing so. One, replace the recreational harvest guidelines for canary with if-then performance standards centered on catch amounts for each state's fishery that are 25% larger than status quo harvest guidelines. And two, do the same for at-sea set-asides with the performance standard amount of 25 metric tons and provide the status quo set-aside amounts for 2027-2028 to the IFQ fishery. The performance standards would be used to plan seasons in much the same way as we've done. The difference, as explained more below, is that the council plans the 2027-28 management measures using the risk to the ACL approach that has been used in season in recent years. This involves backing away from the assumption that the performance standard amounts will be fully caught. And it involves considering likely catches across all sectors and whether an ACL surplus or overage is expected at the end of the year. These proposals are intended to spark discussion and encourage the council to consider their inclusion in the range of alternatives for 27-28 management measures considered for PPA in April and FPA in June. The proposals change planning and improve flexibility. Bag limits, season structures, closed areas remained under the scrutiny of the council under these proposals for recreational fisheries, with changes based on analysis of possible catch amounts per usual. Likewise, the incentive for the at-sea sectors to avoid canary would remain in effect. The performance standard would just better reflect that the co-op's avoidance measures are likely to mean that canary catch spikes only in some years and remains low most often. What changes under the performance standard approach is that the amounts are not deducted from the ACL during planning. Actual catches would, of course, still be deducted during the season. Yet when planning, the council uses projections of likely catches across all sectors to gauge the risk of catch exceeding the ACL. Under present conditions, the trawl, non-trawl, and off-the-top sectors would remain unlikely to reach their full amounts. We expect the analysis would show that the performance standards would maintain an acceptable risk to the ACL. To use the at-sea sectors as an example, as shown in Table 2 of the GMT report from September, the performance standard of 25 metric tons would not be expected every year. Also shown in that table, the IFQ sector has not attained more than 60% of their allocation. At the time of writing, the IFQ fishery has caught 43.8% of its 2025 allocation and has 220 metric tons remaining. Even with an optimistic view about conditions in the IFQ fishery improving and reaching 80% attainment, the amount of the IFQ left unharvested would be more than enough to cover the at-sea catch, either at the most likely or performance standard amounts. A projection model would likely suggest an almost less than 10 metric tons per year. For the recreational fisheries, the evaluation of the performance standard would consider the probability that each fishery reaches its amount, which is the status quo harvest guidelines plus 25% for recreational sectors and 25 metric tons for the at-sea sectors combined in a year, and gauge the chances of overages against the likely catches in the commercial non-trawl sector, the trawl sectors, and those accounted for in the off-the-top deductions. Again, the overall focus would be on the risk to the ACL. The proposals are not very different from the concept of an annual catch target or harvest guidelines. The intended difference, again, is to establish amounts for planning without deducting them in full from the ACL. The proposals are not intended to lessen the vigilance the Council has long shown in managing fisheries responsibly. As we described in September, cannery management poses a complex joint probability problem and one made more complicated by the dynamics of the IFQ fishery and concerns from the participants over lower frequency but large magnitude catch events. The intent is to make incremental progress towards the goal of attaining more of the ACL. It would be a matter for analysis of the range of alternatives, yet we would expect the probability of exceeding the ACL to remain low. In September, in our September report, the National Marine Fisheries Service advised that the numbers put into regulation could not add up to more than the ACL, but also expressed willingness to work on solutions. With the government shutdown, we have not had the chance to coordinate further. The idea here is that we can make progress toward a solution by removing the amounts from regulation. The performance standards would instead be recorded in the FMP or perhaps a COP9 and its description of the biennial management cycle. As part of the flexibility discussions, ways for the regulations to reflect the reality that catch varies should be looked at further. Logically speaking, the numbers do not add up to more than the ACL when weighted by the chance that they are caught. Such risk-based weighting of allocations would be consistent with National Standard 6, which requires the Council's conservation and management measures to take into account and allow for variations among the contingencies in fisheries, fishery resources, and catches. Not coincidentally, the NS6 guidelines recommend that councils prepare for such contingencies by establishing a flexible management regime. The goal of the performance standards would be to provide benefit to the fisheries while serving as part of the overall framework for managing catches to the ACL. The if-then conditions would therefore be designed to identify when circumstances or new information call for reevaluation postseason. For discussion, we propose the following if scenarios. If the sector's amount is exceeded more than once in a 4-year period, the sector amount is exceeded by more than 20% in 1 year, the ACL is exceeded or projections show that is likely to be exceeded more than once in a 4-year period or in a single year if the magnitude of the overage causes concern for optimum yield, or the Council chooses to reevaluate for other conservation and management purposes. Again, the amounts referenced would be the 25% increase to the harvest guidelines for recreational fisheries and 25 metric tons for the at-sea sectors. The rationale for the 4-year period comes from the performance standards suggested by National Standard 1 guidelines for accountability, and 20% is a suggestion for analysis and intended to be sufficiently high to indicate that circumstances during the season were substantially changed from what was considered during planning. Those are the suggested ifs. The suggested then would again be reevaluation of the sectors and the overall likelihood that management measures are effective at controlling catch to the desired levels. The reevaluation would entail whatever is appropriate to address the situation, like revising the performance standard, whether more formal allocations are needed, etc. Under the conditions expected, in-season action would seem unlikely to be necessary or appropriate given the magnitude of ACL underages. However, the tools for in-season action in the recreational and at-sea sectors could remain as they are now and be used if necessary or appropriate in light of the goals for which ACLs are established. In conclusion, as the council knows, fishery management often involves 3 phases: planning or pre-season, monitoring the fishery and making adjustments in season, and evaluation of events post-season to plan for the next season. In recent years, the council has made progress by taking a risk to the ACL approach when deciding if in-season actions are necessary in situations where a sector exceeds its share. What is needed is to bring this approach more fully into the planning phase. In-season is for achieving the goals set out during preseason. So using the Washington recreational fishery to illustrate the problem, with Yellow Eye rebuilt, the council will be using this planning phase to consider relaxing restrictions to provide some of the benefits to the fisheries that rebuilding is meant to achieve. However, doing so is likely to increase the catch of canary. Catch of the 2 species is correlated. Even absent relaxing yellow eye focused restrictions, analysis is likely to show that catch of canary in our recreational fishery would be expected to exceed the harvest guideline. The business as usual approach would therefore have us restrict the fishery and not relax any of the measures put into place for the purpose of rebuilding. In some circumstances, this would be unfortunate to have to do, but rational. In the circumstances that exist where large ACL canary underages are expected and virtually certain to occur, it is not. Applying the risk to the ACL approach during the planning phase would show what has already been shown during the in-season and post-season phases, that is highly likely there will be a sizable surplus at the end of the year. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Hall on the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Hall and Mr. Niles, for the work on this report. I understand a little bit more of the concept and what's trying to happen here than I did the report earlier in the year. A place I know there's been some consternation when thinking about what is being proposed here. There's no proposal to change current allocation sharing. And I'm thinking both trawl, non-trawl, well, specifically trawl, non-trawl, and then within non-trawl. That's not the aim. The aim is to be a little more, not exactly risky, but just take a different risk approach to how we set up our management measures based on our share of those species. Is that, and am I thinking about that correctly?
Chair Hasmer, Ms. Mattis, you are thinking about it, and you're exactly right. There is no proposal to change the allocation for canary rockfish, but I think the word I would use is flexibility. And the idea, I think importantly, that we have tried to think about since September, and I would say since last biennium when we were preparing for 25-26, is an approach that offers that flexibility to not just recreational sectors, to everyone. So yeah, you've got that right. Thank you.
Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Heather, for the report, and Corey. I appreciate that when we talked in September, we used the word flexibility, and I see that the approach and the concept here is taking form and shape. My question is that we have a report, I think it was in September, from the GMT that did in fact show a number of years where canary for non-trawl sectors were underattained greatly. And I think there's a variety of reasons and factors that contributed to that. But moving forward, that may not be the case as our ACL comes down, and we may be in a situation where those non-trawl sectors may be far more realistically close to their respective ACTs or harvest guidelines. So could you talk a little bit more about how that flexibility, or what you would envision some of that flexibility would look like, where maybe everyone is approaching it in that scenario as opposed to underutilized? Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Yeah, fair question. I think even as we were loosening our restrictions on canary rockfish, we didn't see full attainment of the ACL. And so our experience hasn't been to see that widespread. Everybody's going to catch their full harvest guideline. And so this really just gives an opportunity for us to analyze what that might look like. What if every sector does achieve a little bit higher share? There's no intent here to risk exceeding that ACL, but just give the opportunity for that flexibility in analysis, in the planning phase, recognizing we always have the backstop of in-season to make sure we're not exceeding our goals.
Any other questions? Jamie Dimond.
Not so much a question. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hall. I appreciate the thought that went into this tremendously. This is kind of along the lines of when we hear the out of the box, but really I feel like it's more of a realistic idea of how things go. And one of those things that constrain artificially are different fisheries. And so this type of flexibility, I feel like, is that type of thing that will allow access to the other things even that were constrained on something like canary for. So thank you.
Heather.
Thank you. If I could just comment on that. I'm thinking about that out of the box term, like this is really extraordinary. And I thought about it a lot this morning. Like, it's not extraordinary. We're doing it for other species. It's not that out of the box. Thanks for saying that.
I get it, and yet at the same time it is. Like it isn't, but it is.
Is the Shumalo?
Thank you, Chair Hessemer, and I want to extend thanks to WDFW for bringing forward these out-of-the-box approaches for multiple meetings, and then continuing to refine the ideas to bring folks along with it as well. One of the things that really sat with me as we were discussing this morning in delegation is that there are some other examples that are already occurring where we do this kind of thing, and so and I think it might be interesting to discuss those other examples as a group, just so that we can build comfort to show people that there are other places in the FMP where we're assuming an underage in one portion of the allocation, and then sort of not tracking in another area. And I don't want to say not tracking because that will have a certain connotation, but expecting small amounts of catch not to result in a full overage overall. And so I really like this approach. I do think that, in the context of the specifications flexibility action, that action is a little bit more focused on the high level portions of things like the allocation setting side of the process, but it's a really beautiful thing to be able to pair that flexibility in the allocation setting with the flexibility in the management measure portion of things. So I would love to try this here. And I think that this is like a really lovely way to, kind of scoot forward with a framework for it, and see how it works for one species and see what we could learn to take out to other species that could need this. So thank you guys.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Heather, for bringing this forward. I guess maybe you can resolve a little confusion for me, which is you note in the report that this is sort of using the risk to the ACL approach that has been used in season in recent years. And it's my understanding that we have used it in season because as we move through a 2-year season, we are able to react. We are being flexible in season. And then, we can move things around a little bit, whether that's like formally through in-season actions or even sort of like, I know sometimes things get worked out between states. And so that to me is a really logical way to be thinking flexibly and saying, okay, when the need arises, or we'll do our best. We have our allocations, we have our best science on limits, we set our ACLs. And then as we move through those 2 years, we think about if reallocation is necessary and how we can share across the coast. So I'm a little confused on why this is needed kind of at the start of a cycle, at the start of the season, because it's almost like saying, we know that our allocations aren't right, or we know that our ACL is too low. And so we're just going to build that in from the start. And so do you understand kind of the tension I'm seeing here? And I'd love it if you could, if you don't mind fleshing that out a little bit.
Yeah, I think I'm tracking. And well, regardless of whether the allocations are right, whether the trawl, non-trawl allocation is right or wrong, I think the key point is when we look over such a long history of not achieving our ACL and having, fish still in the water, this is looking ahead when we're planning at the start of the specs and saying, we're going to do our analysis in a way that recognizes that rather than rather than adjusting the allocations. It's not trying to do that in a hard way. It's trying to do it in a more flexible way. Hopefully I'm getting there. By planning for it in the beginning.
Okay. While you think about that, Aisha Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. And I'm sorry, because this is not council discussion. So I'm apologizing for doing this, but I do want to respond directly to Corey's question too, because I have some thoughts that I think will help, especially having been in the cooperative manager role and seeing how it actually plays out for industry. But everyone is doing their season planning based on these very low numbers at the start of the season. And so if we start out the season with the most constraining number, we are not giving folks flexibility to plan into a slightly higher place. I think we need to upfront give people a little bit of a chance to have more breathing room. And then, let them plan with less restrictions to help encourage that attainment. And so I think when we're setting allocations in the little boxes based on looking at past allocation, we institutionalize the constraint rather than promoting in the forward-looking direction the flexibility. And I think what this does is it gives, I know that the way that it plays out for us with whiting is if we're given a small number, we plan our movement activities, all of our management responses are planned around that very low number. I know that this canary example doesn't necessarily promote a little bit more for whiting, but I think I can imagine for other sectors that they might might fish a little bit differently with a little bit more room up front. And then what I'm counting on is that the in-season management process will come in later on to correct back down to the right levels if it's necessary. So what I view the rest of the in-season management process as is a catch for any error that we might have in offering people a little bit more breathing room up front. In the way that we're doing it right now, we're saying you don't have any breathing room. And so then everybody constricts into the no breathing room and stays in this really constrained place. And then, and that I think at the end results in overall underattainment. So hopefully that, I don't know if that makes sense, but I can see it as as a quota manager.
Okay, I have lots of hands going up here. Remember, we're asking, questions on this report before we get into too much discussion. But I think, Brad Pettinger, were you raising your hand? And I saw Caroline McKnight also. So Brad and Caroline?
Yeah, quickly, we're not in council discussion here. I just want to say it before I lose it, but my train of thought. I'm going to say good job of staying outside the box. I'd kind of thought of something like this for Trawl because we underattained because we got, but I didn't think it'd be crazy enough to actually go with me on this one, so I didn't even bring it up. But I will say this, there is a slope here, and I'm not sure where we're on it. I think this is something that needs to be, I think it's something to be explored. I think we'll be very careful about where we're at on that slope.
All right, thanks. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you. I just, I have a clarifying question then, because I'm maybe based on the statement that I just heard from Asia, I'm now a little bit confused. I thought the driver for this rationale for flexibility was really non-trawl focused, as opposed to all sectors. And so I'm hoping you can course correct me if I'm thinking about that wrong. And maybe it was just because the example was specifically to Washington Rec, but a lot of the conversation we've been having about this has been non-trawl driven. So if you could help straighten me out there, that might help not confuse me as much of what I just heard from Asia. Thank you.
There's an example in there of the Washington recreational, but also the at-sea.
So is the proposal here to evaluate these flexibility measures for all sectors over winter, or is this specific to just at sea and non-trawl?
It would not pertain to IFQ.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding the Washington report? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Heather. Next, we have the Groundfish Management Team reports. There was a number of them. Some made the advanced briefing book, and in the interest of time, the GMT had organized some presentations, but to further cut time, we're not going to have presentations 1 and 3 because those pertain to the reports and the checklists that were in the advanced briefing book. But report 2 was newer information. There's a presentation there, and Whitney Roberts drew the short straw and will be doing the GMT presentation. So, Whitney.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, council members. Whitney Roberts for the GMT, giving presentation 2, which covers supplemental GMT report 2. But before I do that, actually, I will first just give a quick high-level overview of supplemental GMT report 4, which is new and has not been in the briefing book before the council meeting. And really, it just provides some corrections and updates to complement our supplemental report 1, which has been in the briefing book. And the First is just to correct two values associated with long spine thorny head south off the top deductions, and to include the Oregon cabezon kelp greenling ACL in the table for reference, given that those have been adopted at this meeting. And we provide the final numbers for all off the top deductions in table A3 of supplemental report 4. And then also in supplemental report 4 are a couple of other clarifications and updates regarding things in report 1, notably adding the recommendation to analyze commercial retention of cow cod for non-trawl to reduce regulatory discards, in addition to what we had noted in report 1, which is recreational retention. So just including commercial non-trawl there as well. We also note that we learned since submitting report 1 that the non-bottom contact gear item we note in report 1 is considered a new management measure, and so we recommend taking that up under workload prioritization in March instead. And lastly, we provide some additional context and clarifications regarding California recreational management measures and plans to analyze things over winter. So that's the gist of supplemental report 1. And then I can now move to supplemental presentation 2. If we could get it on the screen from the Tower of Power. Thank you. Okay, so this covers action items number 5 through 11. Again, all other action item numbers are covered in our other 2 supplemental reports, 1 and 3. This is covering ACTs, allocations, stock-specific harvest guidelines and shares, and lastly, at-sea set-asides. Next, please. Regarding annual catch targets, the GMT is recommending status quo methodology for both copper rockfish south of Point Conception, setting the recreational ACT, as well as the short spine thorny head ACT. I think that actually should say south of Point Conception, and I'm looking to my friend to know. Okay, it's correct as north of Point Conception. Okay, thank you. I'm second guessing myself. And then we also address yellow eye rockfish under action item number 9. So stay tuned for yellow eye ACTs. Next, please. So as I said, status quo is what we're recommending for copper rockfish and short spine thorny head. For copper rockfish, the recreational ACT is developed in response to area-specific biomass estimates from the 2023 assessment and is set equal to the sub-ACL values specific to areas south of Point Conception as projected for 2027-28. For short spine thorny head, the ACT north of Point Conception is set at 25% of the coast-wide non-trawl allocation. Next, please. And you can see the numbers as a result of those status quo ACT methodologies for 2027 and 2028 in this table, which is also provided in our report. Next, please. Regarding trawl, non-trawl allocations, we recommend analyzing status quo allocations for all stocks except for minor slope rockfish south of 4010 and widow rockfish, which we will describe. Next, please. For minor slope rockfish south of 4010, this includes blackgill rockfish, and in the 2021-22 biennium, the GMT and the council developed what we call, quote, blackgill math to determine specific sharing between trawl and non-trawl for blackgill rockfish south of 4010 and all other slope species south of 4010. And this was originally designed to protect access of blackgill rockfish to the non-trawl sector, and recognizing that all other slope species were largely caught by the trawl sector. Inadvertently, this blackgill math had not been applied in the last 2 biennial cycles, but rather, instead of using the blackgill math to set the overall slope allocation, a value of 63% to trawl and 37% to non-trawl had simply just been applied without using the blackgill math. So what the GMT is proposing for analysis over winter is using what we're calling the status quo allocation of 63% and 37% that has been used in the last couple of cycles, as well as option 1 to update the Black-Gill math method with updated proportions, and then option 2 to use a 52% to trawl, 48% to non-trawl allocation, which is based on recent 5-year mortality. Next, please. For widow rockfish, recall that the widow rockfish assessment is projecting, if adopted as the 2025 model, is projecting significant reductions to ACLs in 2027 and 28. So in your report, in the report for report 2, you'll note that we provide some if-then language that we would analyze this, but of course we are still waiting for stock assessment results for widow rockfish. And what we're proposing to analyze is a reduction by about half of the non-trawl allocation, which is a fixed value of 300 metric tons currently. So the option 1 would be 150 metric tons. Next, please. And then with the options I just mentioned for widow rockfish, you can see what those values would be in 2027 and 2028, and the percent reduction from the 2026 widow rockfish allocation. Both about 50 to 60% reductions, with the exception of status quo. Next, please. Regarding within sector allocations, the GMT is recommending status quo for both cowcod south of 4010, which is a 50-50 split, and then status quo for Boccaccio south of 4010, which is 69.1 and 30.9 harvest guideline split. Next, please. There are a few action items that are new. In the past, we have not always had stock-specific action item numbers, but for this cycle, we have stock-specific action item numbers for sablefish, yellow eye rockfish, and canary rockfish, which I will go into detail. Next, please. For sablefish, north of 36 particularly, the GMT recommends analyzing an increase of the recreational set-aside north of 36 based on mortality trends. Currently, that is 30 metric tons, but discussions with the GAP indicates that analyzing an increase to this has merit given recent increases in mortality by anglers and interest. And then also the GMT recommends status quo for all other sablefish allocations and sharing percentages. And I will also note that this inadvertently excluded the 10 metric ton recreational set aside for south of 36, but we're also recommending status quo for that. Next, please. For yellow eye rockfish, the GMT had a lot of really robust discussion with the GAP as well regarding the recent stock assessment results and how to move forward in the next cycle with some precaution, recognizing that there's interest in having a benchmark assessment again soon. So we bring forward some ideas in our report regarding the risk trade-offs to considering allowing precautionary levels of retention to get fishery-dependent data into the assessment that is coming. Based on discussions with a member of the stock assessment team for yellow eye who noted the importance of fishery-dependent data. And so we just note here that if the council wants the GMT to analyze yellow eye retention, we request the council provide guidance for us to do so over winter. And we encourage the council to consider how retention or prohibition of yellow eye may affect future review of management boundaries. And this is particularly referring to potentially taking up a larger new management measure and workload prioritization to look at existing rockfish conservation areas, with yellow eye being the last rockfish to be rebuilt. Next, please. And then for yellow eye rockfish ACTs, those are currently set at 78.4% of the non-trawl harvest guideline. In the past, we recommended removing those. And we are also currently recommending a constant ACL of 85 metric tons as the harvest control rule. But we did have some discussion about this potential for retention. And if we do consider retention. The GMT viewed the ACTs as an opportunity to have an accountability measure with precaution. But if retention is not pursued, then we still recommend removing the ACTs. And then for all other yellow eye rockfish methods for harvest guidelines and allocations, we recommend status quo. Next, please. And then for canary rockfish, we recommend status quo allocations of 72.3% to trawl, 27.7% to non-trawl. And then if the overwinter analysis indicates a different course of action, the GMT can update the council. The GMT also did discuss the WFW report on increasing flexibility, but did not reach consensus on whether to evaluate the proposal during our overwinter analysis. So we request council guidance on whether this idea and any other similar concepts that may emerge during further analysis of the proposal should be analyzed. Next, please. For within trawl at sea set-asides, the GMT is recommending the range of options provided in Table 4 of our Supplemental Report 2 for 2027-28, which will be provided on the next slide. Next, please. These are the options for at-sea set-asides. So you can see that we are recommending for canary rockfish and short spine thorny head, those values under option 1 are the 2026 values adopted as part of the emergency rule action, and we are just recommending those be carried forward into 2027 and 28. For Dover sole, lingcod north of 4010, long-nosed skate, and petrale sole, we're recommending analyzing the removal of those as an option given historically low mortality and the low scale of the set-aside relative to many of those ACLs, as well as considering attainment in the IFQ sector. For sablefish north, we're also recommending a reduction roughly proportional, but also equivalent, roughly proportional to the ACL reduction, but mostly equivalent to the historical maximum mortality given the sablefish assessment outcome. For widow rockfish, we've put a placeholder to think about that given where we are at with widow rockfish right now, but we will look at some options as we move forward in the specs process. And then yellowtail rockfish north, we're also recommending a 40 metric ton reduction proportional to the ACL reduction in 2027. Next, please. So I won't go through the next 2 slides, but these just summarize our recommendations that I've already mentioned as we went through this. So if you can go to the questions slide, which is 2 ahead, I think I can stop there, and I'm happy to take any questions on any of the reports that we have put under this agenda item, and I may need to phone a friend, but I've got lots of friends in the room if needed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Whitney, I wasn't going to expose you to any of the questions on any of the reports, but you offered that. Let me, I should have done this earlier, how we want to proceed here. I know we've been sitting here a long time. My apologies to the GMT, those who put together the other presentations, but it's been there. We'll look for some questions now. We're going to try and get through the GAP report, and there's one public comment signed up now. There's been a request that before we get to motions, they're going to need at least 15 minutes to make sure everything is precise and accurate. So we'll have an extended break there. Before we get to that, we'll do a little discussion just to see if there's anything to clear up, come back with some discussion and motion. So now, if you have questions on the GMT report, but also I think the GMT members are here when we get to that extended break, you can interact with them also. So any questions on any of the GMT reports? Lynn Mattis.
I know we're kind of trying to do time, but I do want to express thanks to the GMT for trying to, as requested multiple times by this group, to take long, complex reports and summarize them into presentations. And even if we're not getting them presented to us, that's an easy place as we're finishing motions and all of that to go back and look. So while it may seem like it's not getting used, it is helpful to help summarize. So just really appreciate how thoughtful you all have been in helping us to do our job by doing some more work, even when you're asked to compress it. Thank you.
Exactly. Much appreciated. Questions? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the condensed presentation, Whitney. I have a question on slide 13 relative to yellow eye rockfish ACTs, and I'm just looking for a little bit more information or some thought process behind recommending to keep the ACTs in place if we're going to allow retention. And I want to ask that specifically in the context of the assessments back. We're on the verge of 40%. We're looking good. We're at 85 metric tons. That's a huge jump. I don't think that looking at limited retention would imply that any sector is going to be taking the full harvest guideline, let alone the ACT. So I'm just looking for some rationale there as to why that you felt like that needed to stay in place, as opposed to giving the flexibility irrespective of what some projected impact might look like under limited retention.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. McKnight, for the question. We did have some discussion about that, and specifically, ACTs are in regulation considered an accountability measure that can be used by the council to account for uncertainty or precaution. And the idea with yellow eye specifically could be that the council could use them as an accountability measure if the ACT is reached, there could be an action to reduce retention or limit retention. And you can, talking to, again, the stock assessor from the yellow eye assessment, indicated that there is more value to having fishery dependent data in a coastwide spatial extent than just a limited area. And so if the council wanted to, say, consider limited retention off the entire coast, but is concerned about the potential impact of that until we have a full benchmark assessment, the ACTs could be used to track retention against that ACT and then take action if needed. Again, it could be an if needed, once that ACT is reached in the year, to respond and ensure precaution until the full assessment.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, excellent job. Okay, that will take us to our gap reports. There are two, and I believe Merritt McCray is here for both of those. Merritt?
Good afternoon, Chair Hassemer, council members. I am Merritt McCray for the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, and I'll be reading excerpts from agenda items F8A, Supplemental Gap Reports 1 and 2. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel offers the following recommendations for the 2027-2028 Management Measures Checklist, items 2 to 4 and 12 through 19. The GAP and the Groundfish Management Team recommendations align for the following items in that first table that you see in our Report 1. I will read a little bit from the rationale for action item checklist number 4, the off-the-top deductions for treaty fisheries. The GAP requested that the tribal representative on the GMT explore with tribal fisheries managers the potential of providing more detailed catch information on tribal set-asides versus their landings. The GAP recommends the council adopt the tribal set-asides outlined in agenda item F8A Supplemental Tribal Report 1 at this meeting for analysis, with the hope that a discussion on the tribal set-aside value for Canary for the 2027-2028 biennium can continue. And so going to GAP Report 2, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel offers the following recommendations for the 2027-28 management measures, items 5 through 11, to correspond with the items covered in agenda item F8A Supplemental GMT Report 2. So first I'll start with checklist item 5. Annual catch targets. The GAP recommends maintaining the status quo method for the short spine phony head non-trawl at ACT north of 3427 north in order to protect the opportunity for the historic fisheries south of 3427, that's Point Conception. If the non-trawl fleet in the north comes close to the ACT in future years, the GAP may recommend a change in the method at that time. For the ACT on copper rockfish south of 3427 north latitude, this ACT has been constraining on recreational fishermen in the recent biennium. We understand the purpose was to limit effort on the portion of a stock which the most recent stock assessment suggests is depleted. The low ACT in the current biennium has compelled a need to limit the months Southern California anglers have access to rockfish in waters inshore of the 50-fathom lines. This in turn has compelled transit regulations that prevent anglers having rockfish aboard from fishing game fish inshore of those lines. This has the greatest cost to anglers fishing on multi-day trips. It constructively prevents any retention of any rockfish from any depth until the afternoon of the final day of the trip. Relief from this dynamic would be much appreciated, and the GAP suggests analysis of the removal of the ACT. Action item checklist 9, yellow eye rockfish. For yellow eye rockfish, the GAP continues to support the status quo biennial allocation of 8% trawl, 92% non-trawl, with the non-trawl harvest guidelines for commercial non-trawl and the 3 state recreational fisheries. Given the rebuilding trajectory of the stock, the GAP and GMT had extensive discussions about the potential of allowing yellow eye rockfish retention in both commercial non-trawl and recreational fisheries. Recreational members of the GAP noted that a one-fish yellow eye sub-bag limit was unlikely to create targeting of yellow eye, but may reduce regulatory discards occurring currently. Yellow eye rockfish have a high degree of co-occurrence with canary rockfish, a key target species, and given the outlook on canary, it's likely that yellow eye will continue to be constraining. The GAP is supportive of the GMT examining retention allowances, for example, sub-bag limits, annual limits, restricted season length for recreational fisheries, for the non-trawl fisheries for the 27-28 biennium for analysis. However, and this is important, the GAP's main priority is to ensure that we do not constrain other groundfish or halibut opportunities through retention of yellow eye rockfish. Canary rockfish. This is checklist 10. For canary rockfish, the GAP and GMT had extensive conversation as canary is expected to remain constraining for all sectors. The GAP appreciates the creative thinking proposed in supplemental WDFW Report 1 and recommends including it for analysis over the winter. While we wish that the shore-based IFQ program could also operate under a performance standard similar to that proposed to the non-trawl and at-sea sectors, we continue to seek ways to reduce the number of buffers present within the management system and increase opportunities and attainment for all sectors. And then looking to checklist item 11, the trawl at-sea whiting set-asides, there's some rationale there. I trust that those interested have had a chance to look at it. There is a subtle difference between what the GMT has in Table 1, and I would like to point this out for widow rockfish. The GMT has TBD in the recommendation for coast-wide, and we have a recommendation for an analysis of between 200 and 300 metric tons. Thank you, and that concludes the GAP statement, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Merritt. Any questions on the GAP reports? Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Asmer. Yeah, Merritt, I'm kind of curious. I'm kind of ahead of other places here besides this topic this last week, but under treaty fisheries, public exploring with the tribal fishery managers, is that discussion just on Canary? Was there any other? On the treaty fisheries portion, number 4 on your GAP report 1, you talk about the GAP request of the tribal representative of the GMT explore with tribal fishery managers, the potential for providing more detailed catch information on tribal set-asides versus landings. Was canary the only species that was discussed in relationship to that?
I believe so. Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Pettinger. Yes, I believe that's the case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Merritt, for the report. I appreciate it. I have a question relative to Section 5 on the annual catch targets for copper rockfish south of 3427. The GAP report describes this relatively common conflict we have on either day or multi-day trips where we have a competing fishery target strategies that have differing regulations, and for enforcement purposes you have to abide by the more restrictive one, and that can often lead to these issues where you can't come inside 50 if it's an offshore fishery only at the time. What you're suggesting here is that removing the copper rockfish ACT would help alleviate that, but I'm just curious if there were other options or strategies that the GAP discussed or could be put forward other than removing the copper rockfish ACT.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. McKnight. What's really important to the GAP in this is to have the opportunity to put forward the challenge. I don't think that we face, and I don't think the scale of it was contemplated at the time when these regulations were put in place. What's important to illustrate here is that this particular lever is not necessarily, the only fix nor the best fix. It's probably not even a good fix, but it's the first fix that we have the opportunity to ask for analysis of. And so we have, and really the primary goal is to present the challenge that our fleet is facing in this particular regulation. Other opportunities to curtail the catch of copper rockfish in this area without they're essentially transit restrictions might include non-retention. It's currently non-retention during that time period, the fall 3 months in Southern California, but non-retention of copper rockfish. Another potential, if you really wanted to kind of keep the fleet and other recreational anglers off of the inshore areas, is to continue non-retention of all those nearshore complex species. So those are just 2 ideas. Hopefully there are many more, but yes, the idea is we really want you to understand what our fleet is facing. Thank you.
Any other questions on the advisory subpanel report? Jamie Dimond.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. McCray. You mentioned exploring cowcod retention, 1 fish in winter months. What type of time for what is the GAP considering winter months?
Through the chair, Ms. Diamond, thank you for the question. Currently, the GMT had proposed December, and so we're thinking that that's probably a nice place to start for analysis. We would find out what the estimate of mortality would be for such a retention of cowcod by our essentially mostly Southern California fleet, because that's where most cowcod are landed.
Thank you.
Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Merritt.
Thank you.
Go right to public comment. I know there was 1 sign up. Sarah Nayani. Good afternoon, Sarah.
Hello, Mr. Chair and council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm at the airport, so I apologize for any background noise. My name is Sarah Nyani, work at Arctic Storm in Seattle. I wanted to give public comment under this agenda item. First of all, to support the GAP report. Second of all, to thank the GMT. And I just wanted to provide some context. I'm a GAP member, but I'm giving this comment on behalf of Arctic Storm. But I just wanted to say that being able to sit with the GMT through many of these items and talk through them really benefited the conversation and the outcome in the GAP. And I hope also for the GMT, and you'll see another report to this effect tomorrow, but especially for specs that has so many items, it's really helpful to go through these things together. And I really believe that it helped both sides learn about each other's, fishery or restraints or whatever the conditions were. So I just want to thank the GMT for some really great combos we had on this agenda item, as well as other ones throughout the week. And then the other thing that I want to do is support the WDFW report on Canary. My only criticism of the GMT is I think it's absolutely wild that they did not come to a consensus on analyzing the WDFW recommendation. I am someone who has been very skeptical. I am a Washington resident, and I think most of you know I have disagreed with my state on how to handle Canary in past bienniums. I've been very, very outright protective of the trawl allocation, and I continue to be. I think what WDFW has done here is something truly beautiful. They've been doing what we've been talking about in the Specs Flux process. They've thought outside the box on how to have all sectors achieve better attainment. And I'm really disappointed that the GMT wasn't able to come to a consensus to recommend an analysis, as that's the intent of that body. And I just want to say that when the GAP and the GMT were discussing this item, many of us, especially on the trawl side, were very skeptical and not sure if we were going to support the proposal. And the GMT was able to throw a table up on the screen that I think would have been really helpful for the council conversation. And I'm disappointed that it wasn't able to be included in the GMT report, because I think it would have been really helpful for you guys as it was for the GAP. And it just showed that essentially the at-sea sectors currently have basically to start from the top, that the trawl, non-trawl allocations would stay the same, which helps relieve a lot of pressure and tension between all of the industry and states. And so if you take the trawl allocation and you take the 20-ton set aside for Canary that the at-sea sectors have, and you move that to the IFQ, then IFQ receives 20 more tons, which is a measurable benefit. And then you hold the at-sea sectors to a performance standard of 25. And then within the non-trawl sector, you take the harvest guideline and you split it using performance standards that reflect the current splits between the states. It's a really beautiful way, in my opinion, to better achieve the goals of the groundfish fishery, as Canary is one of the most constraining species. So I just really want to thank Corey Niles and Heather Hall and Whitney and Lorna and others who put a lot of thought into this. I want to thank them for putting it forward, because this is what the council has been asking all of us to do. And I hope we can keep creatively thinking. I would like to see something similar to this for short spine, where the at-sea sectors could give the trawl sector some of our short spine and then be held to a performance standard. So I think there's a lot of ways that we could, with an analysis, utilize this idea in other meaningful ways in the future. I think it fits really well with some of the other concepts we've been talking about. And I hope the council will recommend that the GMT analyze this over winter. So that's my public comment. Thank you very much for taking it. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Questions for Ms. Nyani on her testimony? And there are no questions. Again, thank you, Sarah. All right. I know you probably need a break, but I do want to check in here. An opportunity for some short discussion to make sure everything's clear. As I said, there are some people here working on motions that need to tidy those up. So if there's anything that needs to be asked, discussed before then, let's take a quick opportunity to do that. Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as we're considering this package of materials for analysis, I have been sitting here just thinking about, all of the work that goes into this, which is substantial. And I've been thinking about how my staff will be down 2 staff officers. There's been a lot of turnover on the GMT, and I think we're all thinking about that. We're thinking about our capacity to carry this forward. I really appreciate the thinking from WDFW on this proposal. And obviously, you've been thinking about it for a while. I think we first heard about it in maybe June, got some inkling of it. So just maybe for clarity of how we might move forward, assuming that your intention is to introduce this for analysis, I'm just curious if you could speak to WDFW's willingness and ability to kind of support most of that analysis and, eventually bring it to the GMT per normal course. But if there's a little extra emphasis or time, we could ask you to put to that since you have already put so much time into it.
Thank you, Merrick. And yeah, good question. We'd be glad to take some leadership in the analysis here and help with that if the council chooses to put it forward. We have put some thought into it, and yeah, so definitely we can definitely lead the analysis and help the gap with that. GMT.
All right, thank you. Anything else here before we break? Then I'll look to the states, primarily. Maybe Lynn, you can give me some guidance. How much time do we need, or others?
Thank you, Chair. We've been able to have some productive exchanges via email. Trying to look at my counterparts to see if they think roughly 15. 1-5, and with Mr. Todd, Mr. Phillips, 15 minutes. I think we're pretty close. So let's try 15.
Okay.
And we will try to hold ourselves to that.
Yeah, check back in 15 minutes, and I'm gonna have you all just look at your watches. I doubt they're all synchronized exactly, so 15 minutes. let's start gathering around our chairs. Hopefully not too many people are in the hall. All right. Thank you all. Coming back here. We have gotten to our council action tasks. There's a list of 4 items before that. I know you're all aware what it is. So we left off in discussion. We'll come back in discussion if there's anything needed. I know there are a number of motions that are ready here. When we get to the right time, we will take those up, but we'll see if there's any further discussion on this matter. Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hassemer. Kind of curious, is Keely on by chance?
Yes, she is. She should be.
Okay.
Keely, are you there?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, hi Keely. Before we go into the motions or discuss the motions, I'm just a little kind of behind on looking at different stuff in the briefing book. And after hearing the gap report, I just wondering, Keely, is it possible if can National Fishery Service look into its own survey data and report back to us on what portion of the trawl survey biomass for petroleum has been found in the overall UNA area at next spring? Is that possible?
Thanks for the question, Brad, through the chair. That is something that we could look into. I will say, this is something we would need to discuss with the science centers about their capacity to pull together that information. And certainly we would want to talk with the tribes about it as well. I think the survey data is one way to look at it, but I'll just sort of broaden out and say, we don't have an approved methodology to determine the harvestable surplus in the UNA. So I think we could look at that information and see what we could have, but I don't know that is as simple as just being able to pull together a scientific report and call it done. So we'd want to evaluate that, have an opportunity to talk with the tribes, but if that's the request of the council, we can look into that and come back to you in March.
Yeah, it'd be great. I just for some context, because I really don't have anything else in front of me, so I just think about that going forward. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If there is no discussion, I'm going to go to my list of motions here and ask for those, and we can have any discussion associated with that. So first I'll turn to David Soames for any of the tribal motions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do have a motion prepared. There it is. Thank you for blowing that up. My eyes are getting older. I move the council adopt the preliminary 2027 and 2028 tribal management measures and set-asides as outlined in F8A Supplemental Tribal Report 1, November 2025.
Thank you. That language on the screen appears accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has been where we've been working on for the last year. So they've worked this through the GAP and the GMT to see where they're at with that, and we're comfortable with where we're moving forward. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the motion? No questions, discussion on the motion? No questions, then I will call a question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, David. I look across the table to Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I believe the motion up that needs to be bigger so that I can also see it. Thank you. I move the council adopt the following alternatives in the range considered for the 27-28 groundfish management measure process. This is following the action item checklist numbering from agenda item F8, attachment 1, November 2025. So starting with action item number 2, area management for rockfish conservation areas, status quo. And then remove the regulations for the following yellow eye rockfish conservation areas off California, which include Point St. George, South Reef, Reading Rock, Point Delgado North, and Point Delgado South. Moving on to action item number 5, the annual catch targets for copper rockfish south of Point Conception, status quo, and for short spine thornyhead non-trawl north of Point Conception, status quo. Action item number 7 for further allocations, the within non-trawl south of 4010 latitude for cowcod, status quo, and within non-trawl south of 4010 latitude for boccaccio, status quo. And then action item number 19, this is for the California recreational fishery, analyze routine adjustments to bag limit structure, season structures, size limits, sub-bag limits, and depth limits as appropriate based on harvest specifications, including limited retention of cowcod. And I'll just note, my name is spelled Line. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And with that correction, I followed along. What was on the screen all appeared accurate and complete.
It does.
Thank you. Is there a second to your motion? Seconded by Heather Hall. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'll get this kicked off. These are all measures that have support and agreement from both the GAP and the GMT, with the exception of one item, which I'll address when I get to it. So just walking through these quickly for action item number 2, there are no RC boundary line modifications that have been identified to examine this cycle. So the recommendation is to remain at status quo. That's unique, but we'll take it. For the yellow eye rockfish conservations off of California, these are areas that were developed during very dire times when yellow eye was very severely constraining. But as noted in the reports from both the GMT and GAP, have never been used or turned on ever. And so there's no need to keep them on the books. So I think it's appropriate this time to analyze removing them. Moving on to action item number 5. For the copper rockfish ACT south of Point Conception remaining at status quo. This was, I think, well documented and supported by the GMT. While I do note that the GAP did recommend analyzing an option to remove it. And I do appreciate that there was a very specific or potential issue with multi-day or multi-species targeting trips. However, I think that given the very, very real and dire state of the stock assessment showing low abundance in that area, the conservation needs to remain in place. And that's the reason here for remaining just at status quo. I will note that, there, as mentioned by Mr. McCray, there may be some other options to alleviate or provide some other solutions to that issue. For short spine thornyhead, this is also a status quo that was supported by both the GAP and GMT. There was a lot of hard work that went into that ACT last cycle, and it appears to be operating as it should, and no further adjustments are needed. Moving on to action item number 7 for further allocations. Both of these are also supported by the GAP and GMT for remaining at status quo. There's no significant shift in boccaccio performance that would warrant looking at something different. And Obviously, we haven't allowed retention of cow cod yet. That would also indicate that something needs to be shifted here. So status quo seems to be meeting all the needs. I will note that this item previously had in the action item checklist blackgill rockfish, which has now been redirected to another action item checklist. So don't worry, it'll come up in another one. And then lastly, I just speak to number 19. The language here in this motion is really intended to provide the widest range possible to evaluate a variety of options across the state that meet harvest limits and conservation needs while looking to maximize fishing opportunity. It's intended to encompass the recommendations we've heard from the GAP and GMT, and it will take into account fishery performance information from this year, especially in light of the big regulatory shifts that we've had. While this motion does reflect limited retention of cow cod, the limited retention of yellow eye will be picked up in another action item, so don't worry that you don't see it here either. With that, I'm happy to engage in questions or discussion.
Thank you. Questions regarding the motion? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, then I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Caroline. Move up the coast. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, I believe it's my turn as we're moving south to north. Similar to Caroline, the numbers in the motion are based on the action item checklist, or the A1C or AIC as the GMT now seems to be calling it. So I move the council adopt the following alternatives for inclusion in the range considered for groundfish management measures in 27-28. Action item 2, area management. Removing from regulations the yellow eye rockfish conservation areas off Oregon that have never been implemented, which are the Tillamook, Newport, Stonewall expansions 1 and 2, and Florence. Action item 3, off the top deductions. Adopt the following preliminary off the top deductions for ACLs for 27-28 as shown in Appendix 1 and 2 of Supplemental GMT Report 1 and the corrections contained in Appendix 1 of Supplemental GMT Report 4. For research, use the rolling 5-year median of research mortality to set the research set-asides for 27-28. Except for yellow eye rockfish, use 2.92 metric tons for the research set-aside based on anticipated research projects. Incidental open access, use the rolling 5-year average mortality to set IOA set-asides in 27-28. Exempted fishing permits, no set-asides have been requested for 27-28. Action item number 6, biennial trawl, non-trawl sector allocation percentages. Adopt the status quo biennial trawl, non-trawl allocations for all stocks except slope rockfish south of 4010 north latitude and widow rockfish as recommended by the GAP in Supplemental GAP Report 2 and the GMT in Supplemental GMT Report 2. And this table contains those options for slope rockfish south of 42 or south of 4010. Option 1, status quo, 63% trawl, 37% non-trawl. Option 2, use what is being called black gill methodology. And option 3 is 52% trawl, 48% non-trawl. For widow rockfish, option 1, status quo is 300 metric tons to non-trawl and the remainder to trawl. And option 2 is 150 metric tons to non-trawl and the remainder to trawl. In regards to sablefish allocation, north of 36, research used the rolling 5-year median as recommended by the GAP and GMT. EFPs, no set, none were requested for 27-28. Recreational, explore an increase from the current 30 metric tons. Sablefish south, For research, use the rolling 5-year median as recommended by the GMT and GAP. For incidental open access, use the rolling 5-year average as recommended by GMT and GAP. EFPs, none were requested for 27-28. Recreational, status quo, 10 metric tons. And within non-trawl shares, status quo shares for the limited entry and open access fixed gears. Action item number 9, yellow eye rockfish allocations. Maintain status quo biennial allocations for yellow eye rockfish, which is status quo trawl, non-trawl sharing, 8% to trawl, 92% to non-trawl, and status quo within non-trawl sharing percentages. And explore removing the non-trawl annual catch targets and allowing limited retention in non-trawl fisheries. And then action item number 18 for the Oregon recreational fishery. ODFW and the GMT as needed will analyze routine measures such as bag limits, season structures, depth limits, and length limits, etc., that keep catch from exceeding harvest targets for the Oregon recreational fishery, including exploring allowing lingcod retention in the long leader gear, aka holloway gear fishery.
Thank you, Lynn. As you went through that, what was on the screen appeared accurate and complete. Is that right?
Yes, sir, it did appear to be.
Thank you. Is there a second to your motion? Seconded by Caroline McKnight. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Chair. This similar to Ms. McKnight's motion, this is a good summary of what the GAP and the GMT both recommended. I think the one minor difference is in the sablefish set aside for recreational, which I'll speak to as I go through this. Under action item 2 with the area management, I really appreciate the GMT going through and looking with a fine-tooth comb at areas where we can reduce regulations, such as removing some of the YRCAs if they have not been utilized. What are called Stonewall Bank expansions 1 and 2 are specifically for the recreational fishery. They were implemented in 2004 and have not been implemented at all, so they may not be needed. The other ones here listed off of Oregon are slightly different. They were, in their current configuration, were implemented as part of the non-trawl area management action we took in March of 2023. They were adjusted with the reopening of some of those areas with the intent that they could be looked at when we get to the next Groundfish EFH review. Those areas have only been in regulation for just a little over a year, so it may not be time, but I don't want to remove the removal from the range of alternatives at this time, depending on the analysis that the team comes up with, and given the status of yellow eye rockfish, maybe they warrant being removed too, but they're a slightly different category than Stonewall expansion 1 and 2. Off the top deductions, this is a pretty standard thing we look at every cycle. The GMT and the GAP agreed on how to do this. For some who are maybe a little bit newer to the process, the 2.92 for your yellow eye rockfish, that goes back to when we were looking at 13 metric tons of yellow eye rockfish, and we were asking the main proponents of research what they would need. And I believe 1.1 of that is for the IPHC setline survey. 1 metric ton is for the WDFW expanded rockfish stations that occur in conjunction with that survey. There's either a half a ton or 1 ton for ODFW for some of our research work, and there is some for California too. So it is all based on expected research projects that we get. And I may have the exact values wrong. I haven't had to play with those numbers in a couple of years. And I appreciate the GMT finding new methodologies to try to make sure we're setting those set-asides at the appropriate level, so we're not risking the ACL, but we're also not stranding a bunch of fish. So looking at the median versus the mean and the 10-year versus the 5-year, et cetera. On item number 6, the trawl, non-trawl allocations, again, both the GAP and GMT recommended status quo for everything but slope and widow. The slope rockfish, as Ms. Roberts explained, there's black gill is a component species of that complex, and it is targeted differently than the rest of that complex. Christian Heath's, or actually, Ms. Lockhart's predecessor came up with what we used to call Patrick math, and it's now being called black gill math. It was a way to pull out black gill and do a separate percentage trawl, non-trawl for black gill compared to the remainder of the stock, and then it got combined back in, but it hasn't been used appropriately. So I believe the GMT and GAP would like that further explored. And then just based on the nature of the fishery here recently, it's been closer to a 50-50 in terms of mortality. With widow rockfish, with the likely reduction in the ACL for the next couple of years, based on the most recent assessment, looking for places where widow may not be needed. That 300 metric tons for the non-trawl has been set at that level for a couple of years now. Impacts have not been anywhere near that, but we had left some room, as there were expansions of the Holloway gear fishery, the long-leader gear fishery, and the wreck fishery off of Oregon, as well as some expanded opportunities in the commercial nearshore fish, or the commercial fixed gear fisheries. So it may be time to re-examine that, which would free up 150 metric tons, which could go back to the trawl sector. To action item number 8. Sablefish is a special flower and has set-asides, et cetera, differently. One of the key things is the recreational fishery is considered a set-aside both north and south of 36. So we do the GMT does their best to try to estimate what those actual impacts might be, and then set at that level so that it's not stranding a bunch of fish. With the higher sablefish allocations and some reduced opportunities on that more nearshore stocks, there has been some additional interest in the recreational fishery off of Oregon for sablefish. Some folks are figuring that out and figuring out how tasty to them sablefish are. So exploring a little bit of an increase from 30 metric tons. I'm not suggesting they go wild or go anything like 300 metric tons, but maybe the neighborhood of 35, 40, 50 tons might be doable. And then 9 yellow eye rockfish allocations. Both the GAP and GMT recommended status quo on our yellow eye sharing. With the increase, even if we go with the more precautionary ACL, that's still a pretty good increase, and it should allow some room. With that increase and yellow eye likely being declared, is declared rebuilt under the current assessment, the precautionary ACTs that we put in, I believe 3 cycles ago, may not be necessary. However, if we look at allowing limited retention in the non-trawl fisheries, that ACT may be handy to act as just another signal that it's time to check in. So did want to leave that in there for now. And as we discussed earlier under, I believe it was the CDFW EFP, we need ways to get information, biological information from these stocks. And yellow eye has been non-retention since about 2004. So we have very few sources of biological structures. Allowing limited retention would hopefully allow our port biologists, our creel samplers, et cetera, to have access to those fishery-dependent sources of information. And then finally, to the Oregon recreational fishery, similar to what Ms. McKnight expressed, this is just our standard, let's do the modeling with, now that we have our ACLs, our harvest guidelines, do the modeling, see what we can come up with. And there was a specific request from the GAP to allow lingcod retention in the Oregon long leader gear or Holloway gear fishery. The enticement of being able to catch lingcod now that we have some additional yellow eye room might entice more anglers to go target that fishery and maybe take a little pressure off of the nearshore stocks. So with that, my voice is about to be done, so I think I'm done.
All right, let me look around to see first if there are any questions for clarification on the motion. Seeing no questions, discussion on the motion. Not seeing any questions, then I'll call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Lynn. Now further north, Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Husmer. Thank you, Tower. I move the council adopt the following alternatives for inclusion in the range considered for groundfish management measures in 2027-28. These numbers are from agenda item F8, attachment 1, November 2025, the draft action item checklist. Action item number 10, Canary rockfish allocations. Retain the status quo trawl, non-trawl allocations. And analyze the WDFW proposal described in F8A Supplemental WDFW Report 1, November 2025. Action item number 11, within trawl set-asides, analyze the 2027-2028 at-sea set-asides as described in F8A Supplemental GMT Report 2, November 2025, Table 4, and an option to analyze a 200 metric ton set-aside for widow rockfish. Action item number 12, shore-based IFQ, adopt the status quo IFQ trip limits for non-IFQ species. Action items item 13 through 16, which includes open access and limited entry fixed gear north and south of 4010 north latitude, as recommended by the GMT in Supplemental GMT Report 3, November 2025, analyze trip limits and items to reduce regulatory complexity, for example, the Boswin Knoll and non-trawl trip limit tables. And action item 17, Washington Recreational Fishery, WDFW and the GMT as needed will analyze routine measures such as bag limits, season structures, depth limits, length limits, et cetera, that keep catch from exceeding harvest targets for the Washington recreational fishery.
Thank you, Heather. I followed along. Everything on the screen as it scrolled by appeared accurate and complete.
Yes, it did.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motions? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. Starting at the top, the Canary rockfish allocations. I appreciated the discussion we had following the review of the WDFW report earlier. And again, even earlier today, we spent time talking about the council's interest in finding ways to achieve our conservation mandates more flexibly. We really are supportive of that flexible approach, and the pre-planning analysis that we do during specs is a really another smart place to explore those ideas. I recognize that we haven't had the ability to discuss this with Keeley and National Marine Fisheries Service as was intended when we left the September meeting, and that NIMS hasn't had a chance to review, but for now, we appreciate the opportunity to include this for analysis. That's really where we are in the specs process right now. And as I spoke to Executive Director Burden's question earlier, WDFW can support that analysis and that effort over the winter. At the same time, including this, we also would expect that the traditional analysis under the trawl, non-trawl allocations would also be done. Relative to action item number 11 within trawl set-asides, these really specifically, they're described on table 4, but they remove at-sea set-asides for Dover sole, lingcod north of 4010, long-nose skate, and petrale sole. They carry forward the 25-26 at-sea set-asides for arrowtooth flounder, dark blotch rockfish, minor shelf rockfish north of 4010, minor slope rockfish north of 4010, other flatfish, Pacific halibut, and Pacific ocean perch. They also carry forward the 2026 at-sea set-asides for canary rockfish and short spine thorny head north of 3427. And it reduces the at-sea set-asides for sablefish north of 36 and yellowtail rockfish. And it analyzes the at-sea set-aside option of 200 metric tons that was not in the GMT table but recommended by the GAP. For action item number 12, the shore-based IFQ, this adopts the status quo IFQ trip limits for non-IFQ species, and just based on the GMT, there were no requests for changes and no adjustments in their view were needed to stay within the harvest limits for 2027, 2028. For open access north and south of 4010 and limited entry fixed gear north and south of 4010. This analysis would include increased trip limits for species with increasing ACLs or low attainment, species-specific trip limits within the shelf and slope rockfish complexes, and consider allowing for consistent species trip limits between subareas when possible. And then action item number 17 is really just the approach we take to analyze management measures for our recreational fishery for the upcoming biennium.
Thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion? No discussion, then we will call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. With that, we can check in with our other checklist. I don't want to shut off any discussion, but make sure we are progressing through everything. Todd, how are we doing?
Yes. Wow. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So looking at the council task or action in front of you, regarding number 1, you did not need to do that. So that is superfluous at this point. Number 2, you did adopt those ACL deductions, at-sea set-asides, and annual catch targets for analysis. And also, as well as number 3, the preliminary 2-year allocations for the 2 stocks, well, the 1 stock and the stock complex is noted, the so-called Patrick math. On number 4, yes, you have given us a good range of management measures for all fisheries to analyze over the winter. I would say that you have, 1, completed the action item checklist and all items are accounted for, and that the council has completed this particular agenda item.
All right, thank you. I want to look around, see if there's anything else. Not seeing anything, just note we're approaching something like salmon fram documentation with Patrick math, black gill math. I'm not sure how many others there are, but it's very interesting. With that, I want to thank you all for your work and persistence here. And we will, well, let me check with Executive Director Burden first for any comments before we adjourn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and very nice work today, everyone. We have caught up, so thanks for going late. Let's see, you will find posted to the website soon, if not already, some supplemental year-to-glance summaries and quick reference agendas for March and April. I believe there's some printouts either on their way or available already. Kelly is indicating they're back here by Patricia. So look for those so you can be prepared to have a workload planning discussion tomorrow. Other than